Chapter 620. The flames on Li Futu's body exploded outwards, and a dazzling vermilion bird rose into the sky, bathed in golden divine flames. As it flapped its wings, the golden flames shot towards Yi Xiaoshe, who was battling Xiong Jian. This forced Yi Xiaoshe to retreat continuously in order to avoid the flames. Then, the vermilion bird soared through the sky in a brilliant curve towards Yi Futian. Flames of a divine bird descended from the heavens, covering the sky with it. The flames on Li Futu's body exploded outwards, and a dazzling vermilion bird rose into the sky, bathed in golden divine flames. As it flapped its wings, the golden flames shot towards Yi Xiaoshe, who was battling Xiong Jian. This forced Yi Xiaoshe to retreat continuously in order to avoid the flames. Then, the vermilion bird soared through the sky in a brilliant curve towards Yi Futian. Flames of a divine bird descended from the heavens, covering the sky with it. A cultivator of the noble plane was able to send their life spirit out of their body to attack their opponent. As a top-notch noble, Li Futu was definitely able to do just that. Yun Shiraisheng's expression changed slightly, and she retreated. But Li Futu followed after her. There was no way he was going to let her escape. The space surrounding them was set alight, and golden flames raged around the two. An icy world appeared around Yun Shiraisheng, protecting her from the flames. Meanwhile, the terrifying vermilion bird charged straight for Yi Futian, and countless gazes turned towards him. Yi Futian was not participating directly in this battle. Instead, he was managing the situation through his guqin. However, it was clear to everyone that this Yi Futian, who had been the first in the law battle 3 years ago, was the crux of this fight. The guqin music increased the offensive power of everyone's attacks and allowed their spiritual wills to resonate, making everyone stronger in general. If Yi Futian was taken down, there was a real possibility of their opponents turning the tide against them. However, it was like this realization did not register in Yi Futian's mind. The message he sent everyone was to pay him no mind and continue fighting. Right then, a frightening spiritual will surrounded Yi Futian and radiated through the space. The entire sky seemed to be filled with the terrifying energy of that spiritual energy. When the vermilion bird rushed down towards Yi Futian in all its fiery might, Yi Futian's fingers began to dance even more intensely across the guqin strings, and the spiritual will in the air activated at the same time as the spell he cast. In the next moment, the space around him seemed to freeze, and the vermilion bird was slowed down in the sky as if it was being pushed back by invisible energy. Frightening golden flames shot out from its eyes towards Yi Futian, but the energy controlling the surroundings grew stronger as well. Powerful spiritual qi accumulated in the space, and as it was let loose, the space seemed to freeze even further. The vermilion bird's large body seemed to slowly become immobilized as it started to slow down even more. This was a spell that Yi Futian had created. Through combining multi-elemental sorcery and martial arts will, he had manifested a unique new spell, the sky freezing technique. With a roar of thunder, purple and golden lightning appeared in the space. The violent lightning energy turned into the wrath of the thunder god spell, which shot straight for the vermilion bird. This was also a spell he had created. By improving on the original spell, Punishment of the Thunder God, Yi Futian had created Wrath of the Thunder God. As the wrath of the Thunder God descended upon it, the vermilion bird shook violently, and it let out a mournful cry as it seemed on the verge of being destroyed. Right then, Li Futu, who was battling Yun Shiraisheng, spat out a mouthful of blood. His breathing turned weaker, and his face was pale. With his life spirit under attack, Li Futu would naturally be greatly affected as well. After all, the life spirit was at the heart of a mandate sorcerer's abilities. If it was badly damaged, the sorcerer's spiritual energy would take a terrifyingly immense hit as well. This battle is about to end, someone commented. At the sight of Li Futu's condition, many people who had placed large bets on him turned pale. They had originally banked on Li Futu being able to use his life spirit to shift the battle in his favor. It came as a shock to them that Yi Futian would use guqin music to borrow the spiritual energy of others, resonate with it, and cast an incredibly strong spell that trapped Li Futu's life spirit, allowing Yi Futian to launch an attack that caused him great damage. Many people looked over to the other side of the battlefield where Huang Zhouge and Yu Ming were. Other than Li Futu, Yu Ming was a grade 1 noble as well, possessing incredible power. Now that Li Futu was being held down in battle, it was anyone's guess whether or not Yu Ming would be able to break through in this fight. However, Huang Zhouge then began to launch a particularly savage attack on Yu Ming. His spiritual will turned into a frightening illusory world, seeming to summon into being countless warriors and chariots, turning the surroundings into the setting of a terrible battle. Even while facing Yu Ming, who was of a higher plane, Huang Zhouge continued to attack fiercely, refusing to back down. Is Huang Zhouge that strong as well? Many people wondered, surprised by the sight. Sovereign light emanated from Huang Zhouge. Taking on the Renhuang body, Huang Zhouge looked like Renhuang himself, wielding the Renhuang sword and commanding the battlefield. The martial will illusion in the space became scarier still, with a hulking presence appearing in the battlefield, tearing through the sky in a chariot. Yu Ming's expression was tense. He had not known that the man who had come second in the law battle 3 years ago would be so scarily powerful. The violent attack plowed through Yu Ming's defenses, and he was sent flying, sustaining severe injuries in the process. He had been defeated. At the sight of Yu Ming being taken down, many onlookers understood that the conclusion to this battle had already been set. There would be no doubt as to how things would turn out from here. As expected, while the seriously injured Li Futu was still a strong force to reckon with, Yun Shuisheng was no weakling. With the support of Yi Futian's Guqin music, she launched a series of rapid attacks on Li Futu. Li Futu intended to continue fighting but was called by his wife Xiongjian to admit defeat. She did not want to see the man she loved under attack again. When the fighting stopped, the vermilion bird flew back into Li Futu's body. Yi Futian and the rest remained in their previous formation, while the other 8 people opposite them were injured to various degrees. The party from the Holy Ji Palace had won this battle against the alliance of various powers with an absolute advantage. Those from the Holy Ji Palace may have been lower in plane as a whole, but they had displayed the glorious might befitting disciples of the Barren State's holy grounds in this battle. Of course, other than the 7 disciples of the Holy Ji Palace, Huang Zhouge had shone in the battle as well. Coming in second in the law battle 3 years ago, he was second only to Yi Futian. You've gone easy on us, Yi Futian smiled and said politely, taking back the Guqin spirit. On the opposing side, everyone's expressions were tense. Li Futu, who had come from the Fire Emperor Palace on Fire Mountain, had finally witnessed the power of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples for himself. His wife, Xiongjian, was considerably shocked as well, especially when she thought of how her younger sister Xiongji was training with such a group of people. It was as if Yang Jie, Nan Hao, Xie Ji, and Bingyi didn't even exist. Back then, they had lost during the law battle. And now as they faced those who had entered the Holy Ji Palace to train, they still faced the inevitability of losing. Yu Ming looked somewhat disappointed. Walking off the battle platform, he walked towards Su Hongxiu from the goddess pavilion and said, "Hongxiu, looks like I've lost this time. You did your best, there's no need to blame yourself." Su Hongxiu's gentle smile belied a great tenderness that could melt one's heart. The people around her did not dare to look at her. Women from the goddess pavilion may be beautiful, but it was still better to restrain oneself when interacting with them. There was the risk of finding oneself trapped in love, as proven by many before. Even a brilliant cultivator like Yu Ming had been deeply attracted by Su Hongxiu's charms. These women were naturally attractive, and with the special skills they trained in, they were bewitching figures. Li Futu and the rest began to walk off the battle platform as well, but Diju remained. He glanced at Yi Futian and his party before chuckling. Interesting. However, your advantage came only from the fact that you had the Guqin music to increase everyone's powers in a group battle. If you ever come by the Emperor family residence, I'll have you meet my older brother. As Diju spoke, he turned and left the battle platform. Everyone's eyes glinted at his words. Perhaps only Di Gang would be able to suppress these Holy Ji Palace disciples in battle. Walking off the battle platform, Xiongjian came face to face with her younger sister. Xiongji smiled and shook her head. "Older sister, this doesn't indicate an issue with you and brother-in-law's capabilities. Looks like I won't be able to give you the ritual implement I promised you," Li Futu said. "It's all right. I feel bad that you'll have to pay for losing this bet, Xiong Zhiqin replied. If you're going to gamble, you have to be prepared to lose, Li Futu spoke calmly. On the other hand, Xiong Zhian asked, Zhiqin, are Yi Futian and the rest considered outstanding in the palace? Xiong Zhiqin looked towards the battle platform and thought of the things that had happened 3 years ago. Back then when Yi Futian had first entered the palace, his lack of inhibition had irked her to no end. But looking at Yi Futian again after 3 years, she realized that he had long surpassed her. Yes, they're very outstanding. Xiong Zhiqin nodded. That much she had to admit at this point. Right then, Yi Futian was smiling at the elder walking towards him on the battle platform. Elder, about the ritual implement. Take it, the elder replied calmly, tossing the storage ring containing the ritual implement at Yi Futian. The elder had judged the situation wrongly this time, not expecting that Yi Futian's party would actually defeat Li Futu and the rest. The elder had planned today's gamble fight so that there would be many powerful individuals betting at the alchemy casino today. He had expected that Li Futu and the rest would win and had manipulated the odds to lure bettors to bet on Yi Futian's party. But things had not gone according to plan. This time, the elder had suffered a huge loss. As for those who had bet on Yi Futian's party, they were over the moon with their winnings. The only regret they had was not betting more at the start. I don't think this alone is enough, senior. We did place our bets after all. Yi Futian flashed a radiant smile at the elder. I'll collect their bets first before taking you to select your ritual implements. The elder threw a sweeping glance at Li Futu and the rest before ruthlessly collecting the items they had wagered. These people had caused them to suffer a massive loss after all. Yi Futian took out the ritual implements. Smiling, he handed them back. Yuan Zhong, here's your wolf fang bat. This cauldron's yours, Zhong Li, and the ghost shadow sword belongs to Qianqiu. Phoenix, your sun crown. This hail scepter shall go to you then, Yi Futian declared, giving it to Yun Shuaisheng. She looked at Yi Futian with a hint of reluctance. These clothes and the telekinesis pearl belong to Ji Yu, so I'll take them. Yi Futian grinned radiantly at everyone, who threw him a dirty look but naturally had no objections. Are you going to treat your older brother like that? Yi Xiaoshe blinked and stared at Yi Futian accusingly. Don't be mean, older brother. Didn't we let you place a bet? I want a share, Yi Futian declared, staring back at Yi Xiaoshe. Get lost, Yi Xiaoshe shot back despondently. Yi Futian was really taking advantage of him. We're definitely taking our share. Yi Futian was not holding back out of courtesy at all. He continued, Yu Sheng, let Qingxian pick some good stuff from your bets. I still have some ritual implements here for you all to take. Wuchen, you can pick a treasure for Chen Yu later. Phoenix, you take one too, here's your ritual implement back. Phoenix took the ritual implement, and everyone stared at Yi Futian, speechless at what he was doing. Those who had bet on Li Futu would have loved to tear Yi Futian apart in that moment, while even those who had bet on Yi Futian were tempted to hit him. As for those from the alchemy casino, they were incredibly tempted to kill Yi Futian, that despicable fellow. It was too much that Yi Futian was openly discussing how to split the ritual implements from the alchemy casino. Did he not consider how they would feel? But of course, Yi Futian didn't care about their feelings. Right now, his only thought was that all this was super awesome. Chapter 621, Yi Futian and the rest left the alchemy casino after making sweeping gains for themselves there. Everyone had gotten ritual implements for themselves, and couldn't help but grin as they exited the casino. Yi Futian and the rest left the alchemy casino after making sweeping gains for themselves there. Everyone had gotten ritual implements for themselves, and couldn't help but grin as they exited the casino. When the elder walked them to the exit, he had asked Yi Futian and the rest when they would come back for a gamble fight. Yi Futian had declined, stating that they had enough ritual implements already. He then thanked the elder for their generosity. The anguish in the elder's eyes was unforgettable. The elder was pained to the core. He had thought highly of the disciples from the Holy Ji Palace, but with Li Futu's party as the opposing side, the elder had underestimated the abilities of Yi Futian and the rest, causing him to make an erroneous judgment. If he had been able to judge that Futian and the rest would win, they would have followed the odds of 1-1. If the elder had done that, they would have made a windfall. It was regrettable. News of this battle spread through Alchemy City very quickly and attracted much discussion. Li Futu from the Fire Emperor Palace had allied with people like Yu Ming, yet his party had still lost to the group of disciples who entered the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago. The Holy Ji Palace indeed deserved its reputation as the top sacred grounds for training in the barren state. Many people wanted to catch a glimpse of these people. Some of the powerful individuals who had arrived at Alchemy City were also interested to see for themselves these disciples' abilities in a fight. Of course, discussion over this battle was soon overshadowed by far more important news. It would soon be the day when the Alchemy Conference would begin. Today, the atmosphere in Alchemy City was electrifying. A sea of people moved along the streets, headed in the direction of the City Lord office. Divine arms whistled through the sky and the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. Many were discussing the Alchemy Conference. It was said that many important people within the southwest region of the barren state would come to watch the Alchemy Conference, which was held once every decade. After all, Alchemy City was an important city within the region, and its city lord was one of the more powerful men in the state. As the 8th in the barren sky ranking, he was equally formidable in both cultivation and ritual implement crafting. If he were to fight with ritual implements, no one in the top 10 of the ranking would be willing to face him in battle. Yu Kai, the city lord of Alchemy City, was still the most powerful man in the southwest region of the barren state. As such, even powerful individuals from other parts of the state would show him some degree of respect. Additionally, many regions in the barren state would send people to the conference to watch. They were all interested to see how things would unfold there. A staircase stood outside the entrance to the City Lord office. Below the stairs was a vast space. 8 alchemy pillars standing tall within, with smelting furnaces burning on top of them. The space contained within these 8 pillars was where participants of the alchemy conference would craft their ritual implements. The spectator areas were at the top and the 2 sides of the staircase. Seats were lined along the top of the staircase outside the City Lord office. Those seats were only for the most important and powerful attendees of the conference. The areas at the 2 sides of the staircase were also reserved for invited guests only. Normal attendees, even those of the Sage Plane, could only watch the conference from the back. Right now, a huge crowd had gathered in the outer area of the conference. Many people had come down to Alchemy City to witness this great event that was only held once every decade. Even if they weren't interested in ritual implement crafting, today was the day where powerful and important individuals they normally would not be able to see would appear in the city. Furthermore, many of these individuals were powerful people within the barren sky ranking. At the bottom of the staircase, many people from the City Lord office had arrived to maintain order in the venue. Those who had come to participate in the alchemy conference entered as well. Walking into the crafting area, they found a spot for themselves and waited. Many top armorers from various places would gather here to put their crafting skills against each other. This was their stage, and today, they would be under the scrutiny of the entire barren state. The Lu family is here, and the head of the family has even come down personally to watch, someone observed, watching the group of people move through the sky towards the place. The Lu family was a prominent family within Alchemy City. Though they were not as influential as the City Lord office or the Emperor family, they still held a significant amount of power nonetheless. The young master of the City Lord office went to greet them. The head of the family and the more important family members were seated at the top of the staircase, while the younger family members remained at the 2 sides of the staircase. "The Ju family is here as well," came the cry, heralding the arrival of another important family. Like the Lu family, the Ju family was another prominent family within Alchemy City. Afterward, many people began to filter into the venue, even including those from Inferno City. Several prominent figures had come out of the City Lord office to personally welcome guests, though the City Lord himself had not made an appearance yet. With his status, there were few in the barren state who would merit a personal greeting from him. The Sacred Fire sect has arrived, that's the leader of the sect. Many people turned to look at the group moving through the sky. At the front of the group was an elder with an incredibly commanding aura. The leader himself had personally come to the conference, and he moved straight to the top of the staircase to take his seat. Right then, another group of people walked out of the city lord office. The man in front was clad in long golden robes. Middle-aged, his features were angular and chiseled, and he moved in great style. The many important guests who had arrived at the event stood up to greet him. The city lord has come out. Many people stared at the man who had just walked out. Now that many important people from all over the barren state was arriving, of course, Yukai had to make an appearance soon, in his capacity as host and the city lord. Good morning, everyone, Yukai greeted the guests who had come, before walking to the main seat in the middle of the area. He stood there, surveying the endless crowd. Everyone in the sea of people clasped their hands and greeted him in a sonorous roar. Yukai waved a hand and spoke, "Today is the day of the alchemy conference, and I'm definitely not the star of this event. Those who intend to participate in the conference, you can enter now." At his words, more people entered the venue. "City Lord Yu, I hope you've been well," a voice called out. Just then, a frightening flaming beast appeared in the sky with a group of people on it. The man at the front of the group had a magnificent demeanor. His eyes seemed to be a fiery red, and his hands were clasped behind his back. "It's Yang Jun," someone announced. Everyone stared at the newcomers. Yang Jun was the palace lord of the Fire Emperor Palace and ranked amongst the most powerful of the Barren Sky ranking. Li Futu, who stood next to him, was a prominent young talent whose reputation was second only to Di Gang of the Emperor family in this region. While there had been news of Li Futu suffering a loss a couple of days ago, it was not his fault. It had been a group battle, after all. In addition to Li Futu, his wife Xiongjian and disciple of the Holy Ji Palace Xiongjiqin had come as well, descending from the sky towards the venue. "Yang Jun, how have you been?" Yukai asked after the newly arrived guest. "How well could I be on top of those flames? I've come to join the fun." Yang Jun chuckled heartily. "It's good that you've come, a couple of the old guys are here too." "Have a seat," Yukai replied, before turning to Li Futu. "I've heard that the son of Yang Jun is overpoweringly talented. Seeing you now, indeed, you're just like your father. You don't have to go to the side of the staircase, stay and watch the conference from here." "Thank you, senior." Li Futu joined his hands and thanked Yukai. "It's embarrassing to mention, but this fellow has been a good-for-nothing guy, suffering a loss a few days back at Alchemy City and all," Yang Jun commented. Li Futu and Xiongjian stood behind him, while the others went down to the two sides of the staircase. There were limited seats, so not every one of the younger guests could stay up here to watch. But that was a group battle, so it wasn't young Master Li's fault. Why blame the young one like that? Yang Jun, a gentle, alluring voice rang out from afar. Just the sound of it alone made one feel as though one could get lost in it. Instantly, many people knew who had arrived. Only one person in the entire southwest region of the Barren State could have this level of charm. In the sky, a group of women carried a sedan over. Those women were all in white and were as beautiful as fairies. Even the famously gorgeous Su Hongxiu was only standing to the side of the sedan. The chair blind of the sedan was pulled apart, and a woman descended from the sky. Beautiful as a Jotian goddess, many people were instantly enamored at the sight of her. The woman had hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her bright soulful eyes had an endless charm to them. One couldn't help but be drawn to the delicate curves on that alluring figure. Wearing a long dress, the side of her leg appeared in flashes, and one could not tear their eyes away from those lovely long legs. Her skin was clear and smooth as jade, almost as delicate as a young girl's. However, her most beautiful features were still her eyes and face. They were so perfect there was nothing to pick on, and just a look from her alone could have one utterly smitten. This woman was Chu Ji, Pavilion Lord of the Goddess Pavilion, and the most beautiful woman in the southwest region of the Barren State. As cultivators grew stronger through training, their lifespans would increase and their features would remain UN-aged. But Chu Ji was probably the only woman of her kind in the Barren State. As she trained, she grew even more beautiful. Even Su Hongxiu, a great beauty, paled in comparison standing next to her. The two looked about the same age. It was almost like they were sisters. Furthermore, Chu-ji was frightening not because of her beauty, but because of her charm. Su Hongxiu was already incredibly charming, yet she was still far from Chu-ji's level. Chu-ji was the kind of woman who could have someone enthralled with her forever with just a glance. Even Yang Jun did not dare to look at her for too long, only giving her a calm glance and grunting coldly, "Chu-ji, don't you flaunt your glamour sorcery before the young ones." Yang Jun knew just how scary Chu-ji's charm could be. There was no way the younger guests would be able to withstand that. Right now, many people were watching Chu-ji from below, astounded at how such a stunningly gorgeous woman could exist in this world. Was this the pavilion lord of the goddess pavilion talked about in rumors, the most beautiful woman in the southwest region of the barren state? Sure. Chu-ji smiled, and her aura changed instantly. She had stood there elegant and unattainable as a goddess. But in a flash, she had changed her aura to give off a completely different impression. At the sight of this, many sighed to themselves that a beautiful woman could be trouble, and this woman was definitely a disaster of epic proportions. In the sky, more people began to arrive, and many eyes were on them. "It's the Emperor family," someone announced. Di Kai, the head of the Emperor family, is here. Di Gang has come along with him as well, someone else added. Many people gazed towards the descending figures. One of them was Di Kai, another powerful being within the rankings of the Barren Sky ranking. The other person, Di Gang, was said to be the most talented within the southwest region of the Barren State and was unmatched within his generation. A loss is a loss. Since Li Futu was there at the fight, he has no right to distance himself from it, Di Gang said calmly upon arriving, shooting Li Futu a cold glance. It was evident that he was responding to Chu-ji's comment about how Li Futu's loss in that battle was no fault of his. Li Futu's gaze hardened, and he looked at Di Gang before replying, "Indeed, since I was there, I definitely had a part to play in it. A loss is a loss." Di Gang looked upon Li Futu with new admiration. Li Futu's humility made him worthy of his reputation. What a proud fellow. Chu-ji chuckled lightly. Di Gang did not look at her. He had definitely heard of her, and he did not want to be affected by a woman, especially a woman as insanely powerful as she was. "I, Bai Luli, hereby pay my respects to you, seniors." A figure appeared from afar, and countless gazes turned in its direction to see a handsome young man stepping through the sky towards them. It was Bai Luli, who was said to be the most prominent figure in his generation. While he was probably the lowest in plane amongst everyone in the Barren Sky ranking, he was 10th in the ranking, unmatched in the entire Barren State. Chapter 622. In Alchemy City, which was in the southwest region of the Barren State, Di Gang from the Emperor family was considered the best of his generation in terms of talent. And the standard against which he was measured was Bai Luli. In Alchemy City, which was in the southwest region of the Barren State, Di Gang from the Emperor family was considered the best of his generation in terms of talent. And the standard against which he was measured was Bai Luli. Countless gazes, including those of the important figures of Alchemy City, landed on the handsome young man. Among all the powerful figures present, Yu Kai, the city lord, was the only person who ranked above Bai Luli in the Barren Sky ranking. As such, no one could really treat Bai Luli as a junior, even if they were older. "Have you come as a representative of the Holy Ji Palace or White Cloud City?" Yu Kai asked. Bai Luli had two important identities, one of them being his position as the young city lord of White Cloud City. It was also highly plausible that he would be in charge of the Holy Ji Palace in the future, which meant he definitely had the right to represent the palace as well. "I've come as a representative of White Cloud City." Of course, the Holy Ji Palace treats the alchemy conference with utmost importance too, which is why many top talents from our palace have come to watch as well, Bai Luli replied politely, a smile on his face. Since he had not received any instructions from the Holy Ji Palace, it wasn't in his place to represent the entire palace. But the second half of his speech had been immaculately polite. "Right." Yu Kai nodded lightly, before continuing, "You may be young, but you've already made it to the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking. Please have a seat." "Thank you very much, City Lord Yu." Bai Luli smiled and joined his hands together in thanks, before walking into the area on top of the staircase. Di Gang stared at Bai Luli. Both of them were from the western region of the Barren State, with Bai Luli being from White Cloud City, and Di Gang being from Alchemy City. These two main cities in the western region of the Barren City had seen the rise of the two of them respectively. Even if Bai Luli was currently within the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking, Di Gang didn't see himself as being inferior to Bai Luli. The other man was but a target he was aiming to surpass. The crowd that had gathered at the bottom of the staircase was excited. It was just as they had expected. Many important people, like Di Kai from the Emperor family, Yang Jun from the Fire Emperor Palace, Chu Ji from the Goddess Pavilion, and the leader of the Sacred Fire Sect were all here. There were prominent figures from the younger generation as well, like Bai Luli, Di Gang, Li Futu, and Su Hongxiu, among other famous names. These were people one did not usually get to see in person normally, and they were all gathered here at the Alchemy Conference. At the same time, many influential figures from all over the Barren State were coming to greet Yu Kai before taking their places at the two sides of the staircase. Yi Futian and the rest had arrived as well. After reporting to the guard, they entered the spectator area and found a spot to stand. Yi Futian looked up at the area on top of the staircase, where many important guests had already arrived, Bai Luli included as well. I am Yi Futian, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. I have come with my peers to observe the conference. I hereby pay my respects to all the seniors present. Yi Futian joined his hands in greeting, his gaze directed towards the top of the stairs. He had come to this conference as a disciple of the palace. As such, he definitely had to display the appropriate manners. I am Huang Joga from the sovereign family. I have come with my family members to watch the conference. I hereby pay my respects. Huang Joga greeted the seniors present as well. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Yi Futian. Just a few days before, Yi Futian and his friends had defeated Li Futu's party at the Alchemy Casino and made sweeping gains for themselves. That was an incident that had been hotly discussed by many, and now the main character of that story had appeared in person. Yu Kai, Yang Jun, and the rest looked towards Yi Futian's party. Yi Futian had been training in the Holy Ji Palace ever since he enrolled. While Yu Kai and the rest would not know much about incidents that occurred as the younger people trained within the palace, they would have at least heard about how Yi Futian had emerged first in the law battle 3 years ago. In the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian was an iconic figure within the generation that came after Bai Luli and was definitely positioned to one day reach the top in the Barren State. These people were definitely a cut above the rest. Even in the face of such a large-scale event, their expressions were calm, and they handled themselves with grace. Are the boys from the Holy Ji Palace all this handsome? A coquettish voice chuckled. Bai Luli was a handsome young man, with his good looks backed up by substantial talent. Now that Chu Ji looked at Yi Futian again, he too was incredibly good-looking, with well-defined features that looked as though they were carved out of marble. He could definitely be said to be a pretty boy. Among the ladies, Hua Ji Yu, Yun Shuaixing, and Phoenix were all incredible beauties in their own right. Chu Ji thought they were even prettier than some of the women in the Goddess Pavilion. Yi Futian looked towards Chu Ji, the Pavilion Lord of the Goddess Pavilion, and felt as though he was about to drown in those gorgeous eyes that were as clear as water. Her gaze was mysteriously attractive in a way that made one lose themselves in it. That, in addition to Chu Ji's features and figure, made Yi Futian catch himself with great determination and avoid looking directly at her. She's an absolute stunner. The thought appeared in Yi Futian's mind. This woman was so unbelievably beautiful, she definitely was trouble. Big sis, are you a goddess from heaven? A glance at you has me wanting to stare at you longer, Yi Futian said, smiling. While he seemed relaxed, he was actually exerting a lot of willpower to control himself. Hua Jiyu took a good look at the woman as well. Yi Futian used to teasingly call her Fox as a way to compliment her beauty, and yet this woman before her was truly a foxy lady. It wasn't just a matter of looks. Hua Jiyu was in no way inferior to her in terms of beauty, but there was a constant seductive charm this woman had that ensnared others within her spell. Big sis. Chu Ji blinked, and let out the sweetest smile. Everyone found it hard to resist that charming smile of hers and felt as though they were about to embarrass themselves soon. Yi Futian's back was also cold with sweat at the sight. Chuji, let the poor boy off, Yukai spoke up. The corners of Chuji's lips turned upward slightly, and she restrained some of her charm. This made Futian and everyone else feel a little more at ease. But even then, just Chuji's face, aura, and figure alone were enough to make any man fall head over heels for her. She had only held back some of that unique charm of hers. Chuji is the pavilion lord of the goddess pavilion. She's a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer. The glamour sorcery she specializes in is incredibly terrifying and could cause disaster throughout the land. The girl we saw just now, Su Hongxiu, is her direct disciple. Zhongli transmitted his voice to Futian and the rest, who nodded furtively in response. It was no wonder Chuji's charms were so hard to resist. After all, it was glamour sorcery born of spiritual energy. Furthermore, she had already integrated this glamour into her own aura, making her endlessly charming. Are you interested, little brother? Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like Big Sis to introduce you to a few girls? Chuji smiled at Futian. Hua Jiyu looked warily at her and reached out to hold onto Futian. Futian chuckled and replied, "Thank you, Big Sis, but I already have a girlfriend." "That's a pity, I was still thinking of introducing some of my disciples to you," Chuji said, all smiles. Futian glanced at Su Hongxiu, who was behind her, and wondered if that would even have been possible. Everyone else stared at Futian. Is this really Futian, the guy who came in first in the law battle 3 years back and defeated Li Futu's party a few days ago? Why does he seem to be so shameless? The important figures present rolled their eyes at the exchange between Chuji and Futian as well. This guy probably doesn't have the good fortune to enjoy your kind intentions, Pavilion Lord Chu. A chuckle was heard. Someone was riding a ritual implement over to where they were. Futian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful woman standing on a ritual implement. "Older sister," Futian called out. He had not expected that his second older sister would attend the alchemy conference as well. There really were many people who had come to watch the conference today. Zhuge Mingyu glanced over at Futian cheerfully. She was surprised that Futian would dare to engage with Chuji like this. Was he not afraid of losing himself in her charms? Zhuge Kanyang had arrived as well, and the siblings walked forward to greet those on top of the staircase, joining their hands together. "We, Zhuge Kanyang and Zhuge Mingyu, hereby pay our respects to all the seniors here. Ah, our guests from the Zhuge family have arrived. Please, have a seat," Yukai responded. Not only were the two newcomers of the Sage Plane, but they were also representatives from the Zhuge family as well. They definitely had the right to a seat at the top of the staircase. Bai Luli smiled and nodded at the two, while Zhuge Mingyu looked towards Futian. Futian's smile faltered. He was curious as to why his older sister would attend the alchemy conference. Right then, Zhuge Mingyu turned to look at the people who had come to participate in the alchemy conference. Her gaze then landed on a particular area of the crowd, and a half-smile appeared on her face. Futian glanced over, somewhat confused, and saw two people with their heads bowed in the crowd, afraid to look at Zhuge Mingyu. Fourth older brother and fifth older brother. Futian stared at the two in shock. Back then, his two older brothers had gone off in search of second older sister. He had asked about them not long ago, and his older sister had told him not to mention them. So why was fourth older brother and fifth older brother here? Furthermore, were they going to participate in the alchemy conference? Since when did my two older brothers learn to craft ritual implements? This was all news to him. Could it be that they had been hiding their talents back at the cottage? Older brother, you see, older sister still cares about us. She's even come down personally, Luofan whispered, his head lowered. Older sister probably wants to kill me, Shuiyi replied glumly. Older brother, you've already come this far, does it matter? Either way, we're still going to die, Luofan whispered back. Younger brother, you're so loyal. Shuiyi was touched. Don't drag me into this, Luofan shot back. I miss older sister. How about I go over to where she is? Shuiyi was speechless at Luofan's words and itched to pummel the rascal. Younger brother, I remember you saying something about second older sister not being the romantic type and third older brother being a block of wood. Shui Yi sighed quietly. Older brother, I was in the wrong. Luo Fan was anguished at his misfortune of having such an older brother. Younger brother, now that youngest brother has a bit of fame and is training at the Holy Ji Palace, do you think he'll be able to help us? Shui Yi spoke up again. He had not missed Yi Futian's appearance at the alchemy conference. Don't even think about it. With what you're asking for, even the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace himself won't be able to save you from City Lord Yu. Either way, you're going to die. Why don't you just accept your fate? Luo Fan sighed, bemoaning his own tragic circumstances. Shui Yi sighed too. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gone to Fire Mountain to train. Then I wouldn't have met her there. Are you blaming me? Luo Fan hissed back, scandalized. What did I even make you do? Didn't you encourage me to chase the girl? Shui Yi glared at Luo Fan. Did I tell you to cause this trouble? Luo Fan shot back, unwilling to back down. Who can control love between two people? Who knew she did it on purpose? Who knew her identity? This life of mine is in her hands now, Shui Yi lamented, sighing over how it was rare for a great guy such as himself to even like a girl. At the beginning of this romance, he had felt so lucky as to have met an absolute beauty like her. Who would have thought that this would turn into a tragedy? It is one's greatest fortune to die for a beautiful woman, Luo Fan commented gloomily. He had made a bad judgment. He thought he was going to help his older brother win back his woman, but he had not expected to be trapped in this situation. It was tragic. Chapter 623, Yi Futian turned his eyes at Shui Yi and Luo Fan. He wore a strange expression as he pondered if those two were up to something. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Shui Yi and Luo Fan. He wore a strange expression as he pondered if those two were up to something. Is there anything they aren't telling anyone? He was puzzled as to why his two seniors came to the alchemy conference. His fifth brother definitely had some skills with cooking, but crafting was probably out of his league. More and more mighty ones gathered around, and even some very renowned master armorers arrived as well. The alchemy conference allowed the participation of anyone below Sage Planes, and all of those master armorers were capable of crafting top-class noble ritual implements. If they were to advance into the Sage Planes, they would then become capable of crafting Sage-level ritual implements. Yu Ming, whom Yi Futian had fought several days before, was among the crowd. His eyes were locked onto Su Hongxiu, who was standing behind Chu Ji, never bothering to hide his affection for her. Other than Yu Ming, there were also several other extremely renowned master armorers around. One of them was Yu Tu, a genius armorer from the City Lord office, and Gong Sun Yi, the number one among the younger generation of armorers. There were also two others who were the focus of this year's alchemy conference, Kai Lian and Master Mu Ou. However, the City Lord office definitely did not wish for Master Mu Ou to become the champion of this year's alchemy conference because of his advanced age. Due to his inability to break into the Sage Planes, he had been crazed in his study of the armorous art, which resulted in his mastery of the art. However, the champion of the event would be offered the chance to marry the City Lord's daughter. While it had been an age-old tradition of the event, the City Lord nonetheless would not want his young daughter to marry an old guy. This time, the hand of the girl whom the City Lord office was to offer was one who was very well known throughout Alchemy City, Yu Shi, a girl who was known for her exceptional appearance and talent. It was a given that should the one who reigned supreme in the Alchemy Conference end up a member of the City Lord office, he would not be marrying the daughter of the City Lord. In such cases, according to the precedents set by the previous events, the City Lord was to marry his daughter off to the one ranked second or third in the event instead. Countless gathered under the 8 armorous pillars. Figures from top forces throughout the entire barren state gathered in the grand stands on 2 sides to witness the event. Those from Nantian House, Mortal World, Sword Saint Villa and others arrived, and they all took to their respective corners. Yu Kai, the City Lord, sat at his designated place on top of the front stairs. He took a look at the sun hanging in the air. He stood up and took his steps forward, with 2 elders following him, moving down the stairs and stood beneath the City Lord. Yu Kai silenced the entire scene with a wave of his hand. Countless eyes were set on one spot, the one where Yukai, the city lord, stood. The alchemy conference is held once every 10 years. Today, we see people from all walks of life throughout the barren state gather here to witness the event, and we also have tens of thousands of proud armorers participating. This is my honor. Yukai addressed the crowd eloquently with a powerful and firm voice capable of reaching far away, enabling everyone present to hear him clearly. While the alchemy conference this time is a competition between armorers below Sage Plains, but all who participate will be the future of Barren State's armorer world. What will be showcased in this alchemy conference will become the standard of armorers for Barren State in the future. As such, I hope everyone who is participating will give their all. Yukai's voice remained loud and firm as he continued, as with the event held in the past, the top 100 will be allowed to join any armorer factions in Alchemy City to their liking. The top 10 will be offered the chance to learn armorous art from me. The top 3 will be tutored by me personally, and I will craft a ritual implement for each of the top 3. The champion will be offered the hand of my daughter, Yushi. Of course, the one offered these options are free to take it or leave it. There is no obligation. Many laughed. The event held once in 10 years would no doubt showcase the highest standards for the current generation. As the representative of the armorer world, the City Lord Office of Alchemy City would also offer their best to hold the event. As such, the daughter whose hand was to be offered would need exceptional qualities. There was no one in Alchemy City who did not know of the name Yushi, and one would have to be a fool to refuse to marry her. What happens next is all up to you. Yukai finished his speech and went back to his seat. The two elders at the middle of the stairs looked at the crowd. One of them lit incense and placed it before the stairs. The other announced, "You all have until the incense burns out to craft superior noble ritual implements. There will be no restrictions on the type of items crafted nor the methods used. The ones who succeed in crafting will be allowed to stay, and those who fail will be eliminated. You may begin." Many moved at the same time, the very second the elder finished his announcement. The air was filled with heat in an instant as everyone took out their own smelting furnaces to begin working on their items. While the ones who participated in the event were ones who were confident of themselves to certain extents, there were also those who wanted little more than to experience the event firsthand. As such, the first one served well to eliminate all those who were only there for fun and those whose art were not up to standards. Any who managed to stay was deemed to be an elite in the world of armorers. Futian had little interest in crafting items and it was not an area he had any measure of expertise in. He turned his eyes to Luo Fan and Shui Yi and asked in a low voice, "The alchemy conference allows 2 individuals to work together?" "It does. Some who are talented in the armorous art happen to be people who do not have good fire powers, or they need others to support them in other areas. There are many great armorers who have their servants around, but the number is limited to 2, Zhongli elaborated in reply. Futian nodded in acknowledgement. He looked at the thing Luo Fan took out for smelting and blinked in disbelief. "Can that work?" The thing that Luo Fan took out was a common furnace used for cooking, not a proper one for smelting. "Those 2 are seniors of yours." Zhongli could not help but look at Shui Yi and Luo Fan as he recalled hearing Futian calling them senior. He was just as surprised as Futian. "I don't know them." Futian slapped his hand on his head and said jokingly, "This is embarrassing. How could one have seniors like that? Don't go join the event if you don't know how to make stuff. Dishing out a common furnace on the alchemy conference for smelting, just what?" It was fortunate that there were too many people in the competition at that point, and few noticed them among the large crowd. Most eyes were set on the top-class master armorers, and there was hardly anyone who bothered looking at those 2. Of course, even if people actually took notice of Shui Yi and Luo Fan, they would not have time to be bothered with them. They were busy at the moment, after all. "The fire needs to be hotter. This is not going to smelt anything," Shui Yi said. "Get the matrix ready," Luo Fan said. "This is not how it is written in the books. The steps are wrong, and so is the order of smelting. Who cares? It's all good stuff here. It's just the same with cooking, throwing everything into one pot, that is. So long as you get the matrices right, no one can tell you that it's not a ritual implement. No shaping needed. Can you call something like that a ritual implement? Shui asked. How about you do it instead? Luo Fan glared at him. Well, I'll leave it to you. The duo was extremely busy, yet they never stopped talking. The ones around them got fed up and asked, can you two just shut up? Just what kind of armorers are those two? Cooking. At a time like this. If you can't cool yourself down, then by all means, quit. The alchemy conference didn't say anything about restrictions on talking, did it? Luo Fan glared at the one who asked provokingly. He had no expertise in making things, but it was something else altogether when it came to fights. He was at the moment very frustrated. Asshole, the other person cursed under their breath and went back to work. Futian looked distraught and furious as he watched his seniors going about. Geniuses, both of them. Definitely not people from the cottage. Your seniors are interesting. Even Phoenix, who sported a deadpan face most of the time, cracked a smile. Luo Fan and Shui Yi were definitely the two most special ones of all who were competing. I sure miss my old seniors. Futian felt rather dejected at the sight. All those years ago when he was being bullied in the Qin dynasty, his fifth brother was practically leaking awesomeness. His third and fourth brother were there to hold the Qin dynasty's door shut, looking equally as awesome. He admired those two seniors back then as idols, yet now. The incense eventually burnt out, and the host of the competition went on to announce, time is up. Everyone, cease what you are doing immediately or you will be eliminated right away. Everyone stopped what they were doing almost at the same time. Some looked relaxed, some looked disappointed. There was another voice heard right after, those who failed to make something, back away and leave the area. One figure after another retreated. Most who participated earlier left. The time for that first round was very short, and it was to make sure that only the elite stayed behind. After everyone who was supposed to leave left, many from the City Lord office came to inspect the ritual implements crafted by the ones who stayed. The seniors managed to stay. Futian saw Shui Yi and Luo Fan, and both stood where they were calmly, waiting for those from City Lord office to inspect their work. The inspector came by their side and asked, what is this ritual implement that you made? This is it. Luo Fan pointed at the furnace. The inspector took a look inside and saw an irregular shape sitting inside. It did not look like any known weapon and the inspector did not know of anything like it. Am I the one who knows nothing here? And why does this smelting furnace look so much like a common furnace? What is this? The inspector asked. Some ritual implement I invented myself. It does not have the usual shape of a ritual implement, but it is full of surprises and is very powerful, Luo Fan yapped away. Something you invented yourself? The inspector looked funny as he asked. While the piece of whatever did not look like a ritual implement, there were many participants who were of a peculiar breed, and what Luo Fan said seemed to make some sense. The ritual implement did not resemble any known item, it was only a twisted board of some kind, and it would not have attracted any attention. As such, it might have turned out to be full of surprises. That's bullshit. With all due respect, those two don't know anything about the armorous art. They just did whatever they thought about doing, the youth beside them quipped in a very irritated manner. The elder was stunned. Did I just get played? The inspector elder's expression turned severe as they exuded an imposing bearing. Shui Yi took out the ritual implement they made and said, have a look. As soon as he finished, spiritual qi gushed into the ritual implement and dazzling lights emerged in an instant, pulsing with destructive powers as lightning whipped about in terrifying might, out to tear everything apart. Blinding lights unfolded in the space they were in. This is indeed a ritual implement. It was just that we didn't follow the usual method, Shui Yi explained. Shut up if you know nothing. Who are you to say that this is not a ritual implement? Luo Fan glared at the one beside them. You asshole actually went to tell on us. You. That person pointed at Luo Fan and continued, I beg your pardon, senior. Those two indeed know nothing about making ritual implements. They were just messing around. The inspector elder looked rather amused before saying, but it did exude the power befitting of a superior ritual implement. They pass. He left as soon as he finished. Luo Fan looked at the one who told on them in a provoking manner, before turning, his expression cold and cursed. Yi Futian placed his hand on his head. Well, those two are still my seniors, all right. Some work they've done there indeed. Chapter 624. The first round of the alchemy conference ended, and only about 3,000 people were left within the vicinity of the alchemy pillars. Most of the participants were eliminated in that round. While many who made it there were capable of crafting superior noble ritual implements, it was another story to be able to do so within the time of an incense burning. The first round of the alchemy conference ended, and only about 3,000 people were left within the vicinity of the alchemy pillars. Most of the participants were eliminated in that round. While many who made it there were capable of crafting superior noble ritual implements, it was another story to be able to do so within the time of an incense burning. The requirements for crafting such items were tremendously high, as the process of melting the materials required for crafting the ritual implements was already very time-consuming. If the fires used were of insufficient heat, it would be impossible to melt the materials down within said amount of time. Many among the audience came to notice Shui Yi and Luo Fan. Those two behaved very peculiarly. However, as none of the participants were common folk, nobody said much. So long as everything was done without violating any of the rules, there would have been no trouble for anyone. Split up and take your places, the elder at the stairs said. 3,000 people split up to take their spots within the vicinity of the alchemy pillars. The space between one participant and another became noticeably wider, and it became far easier to track everyone. Everyone on the grandstands and the seats above the stairs was able to see every single participating armor. As such, no one would have been able to escape the scrutiny of the top-class figures above the stairs. You all will be given 2 hours in the second round to craft your item. Anyone capable of crafting top-class noble ritual implements will be allowed to remain. Begin now, the elder announced. While the time given in that round was considerably longer, the requirements also grew considerably higher. Top-class noble ritual implements were required, and that would serve as a watershed as it would be a reliable measure to determine the overall standards of the master armorers. All 3,000 participants began working at their craft. They then seemed to be more careful as the crafting of ritual implements carried a certain risk of failure. If they were to craft a top-class noble ritual implement within 2 hours, the wiggle room for errors was incredibly small. Everyone needed to give their all while being incredibly careful in their respective tasks. You too is indeed the heir of the City Lord office. Great demonstration of crafting there. It isn't every day you see a master at work at such a young age, Yang Jun commented as he looked at you two from above the stairs. Gong Sun Yi is doing well himself. That is some incredible fire he whipped up. His speed at melting down the materials is second to none, Di Kai, head of the Emperor family, quipped as he looked at a slender young man at work. The young man was incredibly composed and he had great prowess at controlling fires. Furthermore, the fires he conjured were very fearsome. Not only were those top genius armorers exceptionally adept at the art of armorers, but they also possessed incredible prowess in related areas. Gong Sun Yi, Yu Tu, Kai Lian, Yu Ming, and many others had great reputations, especially Gong Sun Yi. He was so well known that he was deemed second to none, even one as formidable as Di Gang of the Emperor family. Alchemy City was like a world of armorers in itself. Gong Sun Yi's formidable prowess at the art would have earned him incredible prospects if he were to work and study under Yu Kai of the City Lord office. Mu Oyu is incredibly adept. Too bad he is so old now, someone quipped as he looked at Mu Oyu. While his capabilities were undeniable, his talents were limited, and as such, his achievements paled in comparison to others. True top-class master armorers were required to have exceptional cultivation talents, for they would not have been able to reach the pinnacle otherwise. Yu Kai was ranked 8th in the Barren Sky ranking due to his incredible talents in both cultivation and armorer talents. It was also the very reason that he was able to become a symbol of Alchemy City. The spectators scanned the armorers at work, and some mighty ones took notice of Shui Yi and Luo Fan, wearing peculiar looks as they did so. Just what the hell are they doing there? Many others turned their attention to those two as well. They saw Shui Yi going all out with crafting matrix patterns while Luo Fan kept dumping materials into the furnace to be melted. The furnace looked like one meant for cooking, and both did not look like they knew what they were doing. It looked as if they only knew the theories of crafting ritual implements, but had not done so themselves. Was that how they made that thing? Many had bewildered looks on their faces. From the looks of things, what they crafted was not some peculiar invention, but proof of their ineptitude at the art. They were totally inexperienced at crafting ritual implements and were only able to follow what they learned from books to the letter, with the end product being some junk of unknown use or origin. Chu Ji of the Goddess Pavilion chuckled as she said, "I never knew there would be some interesting ones among the participants. Are they seriously participating in the competition knowing only that much? Are they really coming to participate in a grand event held only once in 10 years, armed with such amateurish skills at the art of armorous? Are they really hoping to make it to the top 100 armed with such mediocre skills?" Yi Futian heard the voices from above the stairs far away. He was speechless, thinking of how people had taken notice of his seniors' ineptitude. You have to give it to them, though. While they may know nothing about crafting ritual implements, they are nonetheless good at what they are doing. At the very least, that fire is indeed something, and that ability at making matrices is decent. If those two really dedicate themselves to the art of armorous, they might actually be something in years to come, someone commented with a smile. What they are doing now serves well to entertain the spectators, I'd say. But to really compete in the alchemy conference with those skills? They are asking to be insulted, Di Kai said plainly as he watched those two buffoons moving about. Just what were those two doing at the alchemy conference? The alchemy conference is an event where all who are adept at the art of armorous are welcomed to participate. It is no surprise that you find all sorts of people here. Zhuge Mingyu and Zhuge Kanyang said nothing. Shui Yi and Luo Fan visited the Zhuge family before. They were never seen doing anything in public, they were not top-class figures. As such, it was only natural that no one knew them, and no one knew of their connection to Zhuge Mingyu. They're geniuses, someone was heard saying. Many turned to look at the one who gave the comment, Yi Futian. He added with a smile, they know little about crafting ritual implements, so it is a given that they are amateurs who just got acquainted with the art. But it is remarkable to see someone able to go that far while they are still new at the art. I'm not an armorer, but I can see that they are geniuses that you don't see every day. If they were to dedicate themselves at honing the art, they would one day become one of the top armorers. Many looked at Yi Futian with their mouths ajar. Many were ridiculing their level at the art, yet Yi Futian went calling them geniuses. Geniuses like that exist. Yi Futian paid no heed to what the spectators thought about anything. Regardless of why Shui Yi and Luo Fan were participating in the alchemy conference, and their utter ineptitude displayed in the competition, Yi Futian ignored the ridicule of others. It was, after all, his seniors, who were competing, and he felt compelled to side with them. Di Gang looked at Yi Futian and said plainly with a smile, "So, you are a genius like that." He heard from Di Ju a few days ago that the party from the Holy Ji Palace led by Yi Futian defeated Li Futu and his people. As such, Li Futu was deemed a loser for fighting that battle as soon as he got there. The Holy Ji Palace was known as the sacred ground of the Baron State, and the likes of Bai Luli had emerged from there. Yi Futian was able to reign supreme as the champion of law battle 3 years ago as a grade 9 noble. It was a given that he was seen as an exceptional being. However, Di Gang believed that he would be the one who shined the brightest in their generation, even compared to the likes of Bai Luli and Yi Futian. Yi Futian turned his eyes to Di Gang. He never saw Di Gang before, but he was able to see the arrogance and contempt in his eyes. It as if he was an ant to be stomped on. Yi Futian smirked as he guessed the other party's identity, Di Gang of the Emperor family, the one with the most exceptional talent in all of the southwestern region. "I'm not an armorer," Yi Futian replied with a smile. "I heard that Yi Futian from the Holy Ji Palace was able to merge everyone's spirits into one with just a single song. The champion from the law battle in the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago, and one who is adept in many fields," Di Gang continued. "I'm doing okay." Yi Futian kept the smile on his face. It is a pity, however, that a jack of all trades will easily become a master of nothing. Why not dedicate all your efforts into perfecting one area instead? Di Fang added, just like those two. They may have exceptional talents at the art, but entering a competition with skills means that whatever they craft will be junk. How is your little brother, Di Ju? Yi Futian asked with a smile. He is doing okay. While not very exceptional, one can say he is still a genius, Di Gang replied. Di Gang of the Emperor family is indeed humble. Yi Futian smiled and continued, while I train in many areas and I'm not a master in any of them, I'm still able to beat the geniuses you speak of, even in their respective areas. As such, thank you for your concern, but it won't be necessary. You need not concern yourself with the amorous either. I suggest you focus on your own matters. Many turned their attention at the two young men and looked amused. One was the brightest star within the sphere of influence of Alchemy City, while the other was a renowned figure in the Holy Ji Palace. It was apparent from their words that sparks were flying between them. What Yi Futian meant was obvious. What Di Gang said to be junk was still better than whatever his little brother would have been able to come up with. As such, it was best for Di Gang to stop sticking his nose into other people's business and focus more on his own people. Yi Futian still wore a smile on his face. While Di Gang was known to be the most talented in Alchemy City, the other party was someone who came from the Holy Ji Palace, and that meant there was no place for Di Gang to throw his weight around. The very reason why Yi Futian brought Di Ju into the conversation was because he was unhappy with Di Gang insulting his seniors in front of everyone. Since Di Gang was not being nice with his words, it was only natural for Yi Futian to retort with a sharp tongue. What do you mean? Di Ju, who was behind Di Gang, asked with a cold look, knowing well that Yi Futian was insulting him specifically. The Alchemy Conference welcomed anyone who called themselves amorous to participate. The results of their work would then be measured with set rules, and there is no need for others to be noisy about their performance. Furthermore, since when is a noble qualified to judge anyone who participates in the event? Yi Futian elaborated with a smile, and many around them looked stunned. Is he trying to confront Di Gang right here and now? Furthermore, they are my seniors, Yi Futian said with a smile. Many turned their eyes to the two at work as soon as Yi Futian spoke, before turning their eyes back to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked composed. The well-known young genius of the Holy Ji Palace declared those two to be his seniors with pride, without any regard for their foolish and inept performance. It was easy to understand why Yi Futian retorted. So that is why. Are they from the Holy Ji Palace? Di Gang asked with a funny look on his face. Seniors before I entered the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian replied. Interesting. Di Gang smirked hearing Yi Futian's reply. It's a pity that your plane is a little bit on the low side. If Yi Futian's plane had been somewhat higher, equal to his, things would have turned out more interesting. A chuckle was heard from somewhere. Many turned their attention and saw Zhuge Mingyue's beaming smile, and she said, that guy became a law battle champion as a grade 9 noble, went to rank 10th in law rank as a grade 8 noble, and had the Alchemy Casino pay a hefty price as a grade 4 noble. If his plane were any higher, would there be anything left for other nobles in the barren state? What do you think, little brother? Zhuge Mingyu smiled at Yi Futian. That rascal sure learned the annoying habit of defending one's shortcomings from the cottage well. Many turned their eyes at Zhuge Mingyu and came to understand something. Rumor had it that Zhuge Mingyu came from the Eastern Barren Territory and Yi Futian was his little brother in training. With those two who were competing in the Alchemy Conference being Yi Futian's seniors, it would then stand to reason that they were her juniors. The little brother part practically gave their relationship away, and it was no surprise that she showed up then. So that line would there be anything left for other nobles in Barren State, would also include Di Gang then, eh? Interesting. Since we have the Alchemy Conference going on, how about we add a martial arts competition to it? Chuji chuckled. There sure are a lot of young proud sons and daughters from all over Barren State here today. Martial arts competition? Di Gang smirked. Given his current plane at cultivation, he deemed it rather pointless to join a competition meant for those of his generation. Chapter 625. Many were able to tell from Di Gang's reaction that he felt rather indifferent. However, it was a justifiable reaction, as Di Gang's talents and plane meant that competition among nobles was rather meaningless to him. His current goal was to become someone like Bai Luli. Many were able to tell from Di Gang's reaction that he felt rather indifferent. However, it was a justifiable reaction, as Di Gang's talents and plane meant that competition among nobles was rather meaningless to him. His current goal was to become someone like Bai Luli. Chu Ji, you might have underestimated my son a little too much, Di Kai, head of the emperor family, said. He knew his son better than anyone. Di Gang was a prodigy of exceptional talents, and he would have achieved great things given time, surpassing even his father. He might even actually become a saint and step foot into that plane told in legends. The emperor family, one of the two top forces of Alchemy City, cast off their ancestral armorer tradition to focus on cultivation, yet none from Di Kai's generation was able to overpower the Yu clan. However, Di Gang showed promise of being the one capable of accomplishing such a feat in the future, enabling the emperor family to replace the Yu clan and become the symbol of Alchemy City. Whenever anyone talked about Alchemy City, they would first think of the emperor family. I have heard of Di Gang's talents, but the younger generation from all over Barren State here are all proud sons and daughters, and the cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace were even known to be gods among men. As such, it would be obvious that I'm not underestimating anyone. If you, Di Kai, find it unpleasant, just pretend that I never said anything then, Chu Ji elaborated. There were many on the grandstands who looked eager to test their mettle. Seeing the alchemy conference underway, they grew rather restless as well. The Holy Ji Palace was known to be the #1 sacred ground for training in the entire Barren State. With the students of the Holy Ji Palace there that day, many were eager to find out personally how capable the students of said sacred ground actually were. When the alchemy conference is over, the youngsters can have it their way, Yu Kai said, his eyes forward. Many turned their eyes away. The day was still meant for the alchemy conference, and since the city lord office was the organizing party, it was only proper that the alchemy conference was to be given top priority and everything else came later. Futian shifted his eyes back on his seniors. He was still speechless seeing them work. While he felt compelled to defend his seniors in front of strangers, their performance was indeed a horrible one compared to others. Is the fifth brother cooking or crafting? Is he simply trying to dump everything into the pot and cook it up? Yi Xiaoshe found the scene rather unbearable to look at as well. It was their fifth brother who cooked for them back in the cottage, and he was undeniably good, so much so that his dishes tasted better than a lot of the so-called exquisite dishes outside. However, they were supposed to be crafting ritual implements, and fifth brother seemed to have just let the pot simmer after dumping everything inside. What actually looked different was how Shui Yi, their fourth brother, was seen helping out by absorbing spiritual qi in a crazed manner to craft matrices on their product. While it was obvious he learned everything demonstrated there in a crash course, he was still able to show that he learned a lot and some things he did actually made sense. However, what they were doing still had people wondering if they were actually capable of crafting any ritual implement worth mentioning. The base of crafting ritual implements lies with the matrices crafted. That brother of yours seems to be decent at it, but the ways the physical object is prepared are just, well, let's just say that he is bad at the simplest process of it all, shaping. Zhongli knew something about crafting ritual implements, and he went on to comment at their work with a flabbergasted look. So long as they can actually make something. Yi Futian felt dejected as well. He was puzzled as to why his seniors wanted to participate in the alchemy conference to begin with. One participant after another stopped what they were doing, and many finished powerful ritual implements were seen before them. Top-class noble ritual implements, pulsing with terrifying auras. 2 hours were almost up by then. Shui Yi and Luo Fan were still fumbling about. Yi Futian felt nervous and concerned on their behalf. Time is up. Stop whatever you're doing, a voice was heard eventually, and Shui Yi and Luo Fan breathed deeply as they finished in the nick of time. They had actually made it. Anyone who failed at creating a top-class noble ritual implement, please leave immediately, the elder from the stairs announced. Many were seen looking at things laid before them, sighed, and left. More and more among the initial 3,000 were seen leaving, and there were about 300 left on the stage before long. The space where the competition was held looked rather empty by then. Lift your ritual implements up and unleash their powers, the elder continued. Everyone did as they were told, unleashing the powers of their respective works. Devastating powers filled the air of the stage. There was no one left who were simply doing things for fun. The finished products of everyone who stayed behind all proved to be of top-class noble ranks. All of them were considered elite masters. What was most baffling, however, was that Luo Fan and Shui Yi were actually capable of crafting top-class noble ritual implements. While their end product was simply an irregularly shaped brick, the aura exuded from it said that it was still a top-class noble ritual implement nonetheless. Seemed to me that those two actually worked their asses off to learn the art, Futian commented with a smile. Those two seniors of his had always been cynical and buffoonish in their antics, but it was still undeniable that they truly dedicated themselves to learning the art. The very reason why they never learned how to shape their works was because they dedicated their efforts to learn the most important aspect of the art, the matrices. The elder deliberately spared a glance at both of them and said nothing. He went on to announce, in the next round, we will be providing the materials and smelting furnaces. All furnaces are of the same make, and you are free to choose the attributes of the materials given to you. However, every single material provided, regardless of attribute, is of the same level, and you will be limited to picking only 3 materials at most. Under similar conditions, the 100 who are able to craft their pinnacle noble ritual implements will be listed in the top 100. One figure after another entered the arena as soon as the announcement was finished. All of them women, and all of them carried various kinds of crafting materials to be chosen by the participants. They were also people who set the smelting furnaces in their places, and every single one indeed looked identical. As such, no one was deemed to have any obvious edge against the other. With the elites selected from the first 2 rounds, the next round was all about standards of finished products crafted under the same conditions. It was the true test to pick the ones worthy of becoming the top 100. Those top 100 were free to join any forces in Alchemy City of their liking. All 300 participants spread out once again, each taking their spot in front of a smelting furnace and having their selected materials laid out. The air felt tense. Many looked on feeling serious. The next round of crafting would be the key, and the winners would then make it to the top 100. Little brother, give it all you got in this one and don't mess anything up, Shui Yi said in a soft voice. They were the slowest among the 300 in the previous round. However, they needed to be fast in the next one, and as such, they were required to make the simplest ritual implement they were able to come up with. But then again, it was nonetheless a challenge to make a simple ritual implement with the power of a top-class noble ritual implement. Since when did I mess anything up? Luo Fan asked in a puzzled manner. Begin, the elder announced the start of the next round of crafting. Everyone became busy in an instant. Luo Fan and Shui Yi were especially serious, sparing no time to talk and focusing only on what they should be doing in silence. Time passed and finally, there was someone who finished their piece. It's done. That person was none other than Mu Ou. He crafted a very simple dagger, but it was a dagger that shimmered throughout, exuding terrifying air of sharpness. Many nodded in silence. Mu Ou was indeed very experienced at his art, and it was no surprise he turned out to be the fastest. Kai Lian was the second one who finished crafting. It was a sword. Lu Wei of the Lu clan in Alchemy City was the third person to finish crafting, followed by Ju Sheng of Ju clan. All of them were renowned figures in this event. More and more people finished crafting their ritual implements, and more became anxious. However, Gong Sun Yi, Yu Tu, and Yu Ming went crafting their works in a very focused and composed manner still. It was as if they were pursuing an artistic flair in the works instead of making things simply to win the competition. The standards of the participants became even more apparent when they were forced to crafted high-level ritual implements using the same materials. Yu Tu crafted a pair of gloves, which were incredibly intricate. The gloves conjured terrifying shadow of a dragon and filled with an appalling sense of power as soon as he put them on his hands. An heir of the city lord indeed, some quipped with an impressed tone. Gong Sun Yi's work seemed not to be inferior as well. He went to craft a pair incredibly dazzling rock wings, which shimmered with golden light, emanating incredibly sharp aura when the wings were melded with one's body. It was an apparatus with both offensive and defensive properties, and it amplified the speed of the wearer as well. It was an astonishing feat for someone to be able to craft one such ritual implement in such a short time. "We're done." Elated voices were heard. Shui Yi and Luo Fan looked at each other and smiled. The end product was still a brick. Terrifying might emanated from it as Shui Yi held his hands on the brick. It pulsed with the frightening power of lightning and packed highly destructive powers. Everyone was rendered speechless. Their end product looked almost identical to what they had crafted so far. Were they simply trying to get more familiar with their processes in the last round? While there were no rules forbidding such an act, it was nonetheless deemed baffling and shameless for them to craft a similar piece in 2 consecutive rounds. Just how such losers managed to get so far in the alchemy conference. "This is an insult," Di Ju said coldly. As Yi Futian did not play nice with him before, he had no intention of being polite to him. Slightly inferior standard at the art compensated with strategy. "Good move," Yi Futian praised them loudly. "You call that a strategy?" Many looked at Yi Futian, finding him to be just as shameless as his seniors. 100 mighty ones finished crafting pinnacle noble ritual implements soon and went on to unleash their powers as soon as they were done. The elder at the stairs, however, did not stop the competition. There was still a need to eliminate those who did not make the cut. As such, the competition at that round would have truly come to an end when 120 participants had finished crafting. Those who were not able to finish looked at Luo Fan and Shui Yi with disgusted eyes. They would have done the same if they knew that would have worked. One's face was cheap when they had the chance to be among the top 100. There was still the inspection of the ritual implements to be considered. The items crafted by the first 100 who finished did not seem to have any problems, and all of them were pinnacle noble ritual implements, including what Shui Yi and Luo Fan crafted. As such, they were able to make it to the top 100. Those who failed to make the cut left the arena one by one. All of them looked rather dissatisfied. Countless kept their eyes on the 100 at the front. They were the ones who were to compete in the final round. The elder at the stairs looked at the remaining 100 and said, "The next round will be the final round of the alchemy conference. There are no set limitations in this round. You will be crafting your best works using your own furnaces and materials. There will not be a time limit. Your time will be up when you have finished crafting your ritual implement. No recraft will be tolerated, and finally, your rank will be entirely dependent on the quality of the ritual implement crafted." The next round of crafting battle was no longer an elimination round. Unlike martial arts competitions, all participants were allowed to craft at the same time. The rank would depend on the quality of ritual implement crafted. You all will have 1 hour to rest and prepare yourselves, as well as to think what you would be crafting next, the elder continued, and the air in the stage felt different once again. In the next hour, the ritual implements crafted by the participants would decide the highest standards of the future generation of the world of Armorous in Barren State. Chapter 626. Everyone occupied a space of their own within the vast crafting area. Most were getting some shut-eye, getting their mental state to peak performance in order to participate in the final round of ritual implement crafting. This round was incredibly important. Everyone occupied a space of their own within the vast crafting area. Most were getting some shut-eye, getting their mental state to peak performance in order to participate in the final round of ritual implement crafting. This round was incredibly important. At the top of the stairs before the area, an elder walked towards Yukai and took a dazzling golden scroll from him. A flash of recognition shot through the eyes of many, and they stared at that golden scroll. "It's the alchemy rank," someone said. The people spectating from afar seemed to be agitated at the revealing of the golden scroll. Now that the alchemy rank had been taken out, these top 100 armorers had received the right to have their names written down in the rank. The following round would then decide their exact ranking within the alchemy rank in this year's competition. This ranking could potentially affect the future of the participants. Should they be able to rank high in the alchemy rank, their prospects would be greater. All the top powers in the Barren State would support them with various training and ritual implement crafting resources. It would be an endless supply, and they wouldn't have to worry about finding their own resources. This was how valuable talents in ritual implement crafting were. Each influential organization had its own armorer, and they invested a lot of resources to have these armorers work for them. The many armorers present took a good look at the alchemy rank. However, Shui Yi and Luo Fan did not seem to be the least bit bothered by the rank. They did not sit down to rest but were pacing in the side of the area. Many people were looking at the duo, wondering what they were up to. However, it was break time, after all. They were well within their rights to do whatever they wanted. Shui Yi and Luo Fan walked over to the spectator stands, which was on the right, and came before Yi Futian. Fourth older brother, fifth older brother, seeing the two men come over, Yi Futian smiled and greeted them. Yi Xiaoshe greeted the two as well. Little brother, have you and Little She come over to Alchemy City for the trials as well? Shui Yi asked. Yeah, I came here to have a look around, and I got myself some ritual implements to use too. Yi Futian nodded before asking, older brothers, what are you participating in the alchemy conference for? If you want ritual implements, we could get them from the alchemy casino. Those who heard Yi Futian's words from a distance away frowned in disapproval. What did this rascal take the alchemy casino for? For Yi Futian to speak of the alchemy casino like a place to simply get ritual implements, did he think the place belonged to him? We haven't seen each other for a few years, but little brother, how do you still not have any pursuits? Luo Fan replied, looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was taken aback. If you're not here for ritual implements, then are you really preparing to enter the City Lord office to learn ritual implement crafting? That seemed like a good idea to Yi Futian. If his older brothers were to learn ritual implement crafting from the City Lord office, then it would be way easier for him to obtain ritual implements in the future. No, Luo Fan shook his head lightly, we're aiming for first place. Yi Futian blinked and stared at Luo Fan wordlessly before turning to look at Shui Yi. With their abilities, it was already beyond lucky that they could even be in the top 100. And now, they wanted to be first in the alchemy conference. Are these two idiots? Di Ju cursed from afar. To him, something was definitely wrong with the heads of these two. Even you two from the City Lord office wouldn't dare claim that he would be able to get first place in the alchemy conference. In this alchemy conference, there were so many powerful people awaiting the results of the alchemy rank. Older brother, are you serious right now? Yi Futian asked, perspiring from embarrassment. Yeah. Shui Yi nodded his head, the image of seriousness. We've got to be first place. I believe you, Yi Futian replied, somewhat lost for words. He said the word believe with special emphasis. Little brother, since when have I ever lied to you? Shui Yi said, looking at Yi Futian, since I said I'm aiming for the top, of course, I am going to go all in. Yi Futian looked at Shui Yi in confusion, wondering what the chances were that his older brother was really being serious about this. Yi Futian's eyes shifted about, and he looked at Shui Yi somewhat warily before whispering, I heard that the one who wins first place at the alchemy conference will be able to marry the daughter of the City Lord office. Could it be that older brother has his eye on that family's daughter? Smart guy, you finally got it, Luo Fan praised. Little brother, if a man as talented as I were to be out and about, it's no wonder I'd attract the attention of a lady that's as equally amazing as I am. Shui Yi sighed. Yi Futian was speechless for a while before he said, in some awe, older brother, you're amazing. Little brother, Little She, how has your training been at the palace? Shui Yi asked. Seventh older brother and I are doing well. I'm a grade 4 noble now, and seventh older brother is a grade 3 noble, Yi Futian replied. That puts me at ease. Looks like you two aren't too far from becoming top-notch nobles. The Holy Ji Palace has many training resources. Make good use of this opportunity to train well, Shui Yi advised nicely. I understand, older brother. Yi Futian nodded. Work hard, little brother. You're a smart man, maybe we'll need your help in future when it comes to third older brother and older sister's affairs, Shui Yi continued speaking. Right. Futian began to feel a little strange at his older brother's words. He wondered what his older brother meant by telling him all that. Well then, I'll head over to prepare for the ritual implement crafting, Shui announced. All right. Futian nodded, and the two men left together to head back to their places in the area. An hour passed very quickly, and when the elder announced the start of the ritual implement crafting from the top of the staircase, the vast space instantly became deafeningly quiet, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. An endless crowd had gathered at the conference, but no one spoke. Even the important guests had stopped their discussions as well. Everyone was intently watching the 100 people craft ritual implements. No one made any noise to not disturb those at work. This was the respect people showed towards the alchemy conference. At this moment, U2 was bathed in frightening flames. The flames were golden and filled with an overpowering elegance. It took on the form of a dragon and became the divine fire of the 9 dragons, which rushed into the smelting furnace. It's the golden flames of the 9 dragons, the spectators thought to themselves. The flames that were passed down a branch of the U family had incredible might. U2's life spirit was even beaming with the flames. 9 golden fire dragons could be seen, bathed in the endless flames. It was an incredibly elegant sight. Furthermore, a pure gold material was sitting within U2's smelting furnace at this moment. It was a golden asteroid, an incredibly rare material to use in ritual implement crafting. It was especially tough. Even top-notch nobles would not be able to smash this golden asteroid into pieces if they tried. This material was often used in crafting sage-level ritual implements. It could either create ritual implements with incredible attacking power or defensive ritual implements. U2 was offering up his ultimate skills in this round. Gong Sun Yi was also putting up a spectacular display. A dazzling matrix appeared beneath his feet, and a scroll floated within his smelting furnace. A large amount of worldly spiritual qi flowed above the furnace, and many ritual implement crafting materials were melting on the scroll, dripping bit by bit into it. Afterward, 7 shadow figures appeared, in the likeness of Gong Sun Yi. Standing on top of the scroll, they lifted brushes and began inscribing. That's Gong Sun Yi's Dharma body, someone whispered. Everyone watched him work. While many people had given their all to enter the top 100 in the alchemy conference, to an armorer like Gong Sun Yi, it was not necessary for him to go all out in order to reach this round. All he had to do was reveal just a part of his true abilities. But this round was where the real battle was, and he was going to craft a ritual implement that would trump all. Yu Ming was crafting a chess set, while Kai Lian was crafting a dueling sword. Mu Oyu seemed to be crafting a magical orb, and everyone else was doing all they could to craft their respective ritual implements. Zhu Sheng and LV Wei both had equally incredible ritual implement crafting processes. Yi Futian's eyes swept across all the armorers present. Though he had little knowledge of ritual implement crafting, he could still feel the incredible skill present. The Alchemy Conference was the highest-level ritual implement crafting competition in the Barren State. Naturally, it was of a different caliber, with the Barren State's best armorers of the noble plane all present. His gaze then landed on his older brothers. The duo was uncharacteristically solemn. The ritual implement they were crafting seemed to be the same as what they had been doing, something that looked like a giant brick. Yi Futian wore a baffled expression at the sight. However, his 5th older brother Luofan seemed to be cutting the brick into smaller pieces. His knife skill was akin to that required in cutting vegetables. The small pieces were all neat. The seriousness of his 2 older brothers had Yi Futian very confused. He began to suspect that his older brothers were genuinely serious in their attempt. Could it be that one of his older brothers had really fallen for the daughter of Alchemy City's City Lord office? However, everyone else at the Alchemy Conference was obviously very skilled in ritual implement crafting. Even if his 2 older brothers joined forces, it was impossible that they would gain victory over the rest. The crackling of flames was practically the only sound that could be heard in the quiet space. Gradually, the sound of clanging metal could be heard as well. This round of ritual implement crafting was the slowest, with 4 hours gone already and still no one having completed their ritual implement yet. In this final round, Everyone was making use of their best skills in hopes of crafting a top-notch ritual implement. Whether it was ingredients or difficulty in crafting, the competitors were bringing only the best to the table, which meant the process was time-consuming. However, the ritual implements they were working on were beginning to take on their initial form. After 2 more hours, a ritual implement was fully formed. It was a very thin sword, thin as gossamer, and was dazzling silver. Like a silver thread, it flew about in the air, possessing a frightening penetrability while being almost as formless as the wind. A good ritual implement, many people praised. It was indeed rare to see such a delicate crafting technique. Afterward, more people began to complete their ritual implements. Each one was sublime in their craftsmanship. Frightening energy drew everyone's eyes in its direction. Over at Kai Lian's side, a giant dueling sword that was branded with magnificent streaks of gold along its body was slowly ascending into the sky. The sword gave one the impression that it was incredibly heavy. However, the tip of the sword seemed to be unimaginably sharp, and a scary glint gleamed from the ritual implement. Mu Oyu's ritual implement is almost done as well, someone commented, and many people looked towards him. A single orb spun in the air, clear and dazzling yet still releasing frightening surges of energy. Such delicateness in weapon crafting could probably only be attributed to an armorer of Mu Oyu's experience and skill. U2's smelting furnace rose into the sky, and a precious cauldron of the 9 dragons appeared, turning slowly in the sky. It was a magnificent sight to see. Gong Sun Yi had crafted a catalogue, within which the images of various people seemed to appear. Though it wasn't fully formed yet, it had already impressed many people. Seems like it's a given that Gong Sun Yi, U2, Kai Lian, and Mu Oyu are going to be in the top 10, someone guessed. The ritual implements may not have been completed yet, but many people were already predicting the final rankings of the alchemy rank. The ritual implements that Gong Sun Yi and U2 had crafted also seemed to be at the level that deserved a ranking within the top 3. Right then, someone looked in Shui Yi and Luo Fan's direction. They were wondering how these 2 rascals, who had muddled their way into the top 100, would do this round. They probably were going to come in last this time. However, the brick they had created was already cut into small pieces and even melted into something that looked like paper for a scroll. A dull metallic shine could be seen still, and Shui Yi was continuously inscribing a matrix quietly. What's that thing? A book? Many people looked confused at the sight. They didn't quite get what the 2 were trying to do, but what they were crafting now at least seemed more legitimate than whatever they had created in the past rounds. Luo Fan, are you ready? Shui Yi whispered, his voice solemn. Older brother, should we just give up? We can always beg older sister. Maybe there'll be another way out. Luo Fan's voice was equally as low. I asked you if you were ready, Shui Yi hissed sternly. Luo Fan glanced over at him and replied, Shui Yi, you better think this through. Didn't I already clear things up with you before we came? I'm going to start, Shui Yi responded, and at his words, his life spirit flew out. An ancient book appeared and turned into an endless number of scrolls that danced in the sky. The pages from the ancient book shimmered and flew towards the small pieces of brick that lay on the smelting furnace. Let's do this, Shui Yi declared solemnly. Luo Fan was quivering slightly. While he had previously been relaxed and chatty, Luo Fan was now nervous beyond measure. He took in a deep breath and revealed an uncharacteristic seriousness. The flames suddenly turned incomparably violent and rushed towards the pages, melting them into the ritual implement. In an instant, the brick which had been cut into tiny pieces began to glow, emanating a dazzling golden glow. The matrix the 2 had inscribed previously began to glow intensely as well. The brick was no longer a brick, but a golden book. Rascal. Zhuge Mingyu suddenly stood up, her gaze steely. Staring at Shui Yi, she ordered, Shui Yi, stop right now. The influential characters around her were slightly taken aback as well. They knew what Shui Yi was about to do. He was going to insert his life spirit into the ritual implement as an offering. However, was this something Shui Yi was capable of doing? Only top armoress of the Sage Plane would dare to do such a thing. Shui Yi was obviously someone who had just picked up the art. He probably had only just read a few books on the subject. The consequences of pulling such a trick were dire. They included having one's powers destroyed, or even death. What is he doing? Wondered Chu Ji of the Goddess Pavilion. Was it necessary to put so much on the line just for the alchemy conference? Is he crazy? The large crowd now had their attention on Shui Yi. They were no longer making fun of him. Now he was actually serious and not being his usual shameless, joking self. Shui Yi was frightening. Fresh blood was trickling out the corners of Shui Yi's mouth, and a desolate expression surfaced on his handsome face. Looking at Zhuge Mingyue's expression, he said, "Second older sister, you're so pretty, even when you're angry. No wonder third older brother is so smitten. But I've finally met someone he likes after training for so long. Of course, I have to let myself do something crazy just this once. Luo Fan, stop all this right now." Zhuge Mingyu then turned to Luo Fan, who was standing next to Shui Yi. "Second older sister, I don't have any choice," Luo Fan replied haplessly. Zhuge Mingyu began to walk forward, but Yu Kai then spoke, "My niece, it is not permitted for anyone to interfere while the alchemy conference is ongoing." As he spoke, invisible energy surrounded Zhuge Mingyu. Yu Kai's gaze turned to Shui Yi as well, a ripple of emotion appearing in his deep-set eyes. This rascal really is being audacious, he thought. "Second older sister, now that we've come to this point, you can't stop me anyway. If something really happens to me, tell third older brother that while he might have been very strict with me previously, I'll still be his younger brother in my next life," Shui Yi whispered. "Of course, I won't forget about you, my pretty second older sister." Fourth older brother, Yi Futian murmured, finally understanding what was going on. He stood up and stared at Shui Yi in disbelief that he had actually been serious about something that sounded like a joke. "Little brother, remember what I said to you just now. Remember to take care of things between second older sister and third older brother. You may have been the last to become a disciple, but everyone knows that you are the cottage's true hope for the future," Shui Yi said, looking at Yi Futian. "Older brother, there are other ways out," Yi Futian replied seriously. Shui Yi chuckled and turned away without saying anything further. Luo Fan then asked, "Do you have nothing to say to me?" "Get lost," Shui Yi scolded him. "You better not let me meet you in the next life, you unlucky star. The next life's too far away. You better think this through. If you die, then someone else is going to take care of our sister-in-law, so you better not die." Luo Fan sighed leisurely. If Shui Yi wasn't busy crafting the ritual implement, he would have killed Luo Fan with a slap. Chapter 627. In Alchemy City, a woman stood quietly at the top of an extremely tall ancient hall. She gazed into the distance, in the direction of the place where the alchemy conference was. When she saw Shui Yi offer up his life spirit to the ritual implement, her body trembled, and a flash of emotion shot through her eyes. However, she composed herself again almost immediately. Afterward, she walked out and stepped through the air in the direction of the City Lord office. In Alchemy City, a woman stood quietly at the top of an extremely tall ancient hall. She gazed into the distance, in the direction of the place where the alchemy conference was. When she saw Shui Yi offer up his life spirit to the ritual implement, her body trembled, and a flash of emotion shot through her eyes. However, she composed herself again almost immediately. Afterward, she walked out and stepped through the air in the direction of the City Lord office. Over at the alchemy conference, everyone was moved by Shui Yi, and all eyes were on him, even more so than on people like Yu Tu and Gong Sun Yi. Who was the woman who he had claimed to like? Who was the woman Luo Fan had called sister-in-law? Could it be that Shui Yi had come here to craft ritual implements for the woman he loved? Shui Yi and Luo Fan had said that they were aiming for first place in the alchemy conference. The winner would be able to marry the daughter of the City Lord office, Yu Shi. Just as everyone was busy pondering this question, a pretty figure walked out from within the City Lord office. Walking forward, she came to the top of the staircase, standing near City Lord Yu and the rest. When the woman appeared, countless gazes fell upon her. She was dressed in loose, long robes that hung off her body in a way that made it hard to see her figure, but one could tell that she was tall and slim. She had an air of elegance about her, and there was a cold aloofness to her beautiful features, creating a sense of distance between her and other people that they did not dare to cross. This was a lady whose looks were not inferior to those of Su Hongxiu, though she did not have the natural charisma that Su Hongxiu had, only pure beauty. This lady was Yu Shi, the daughter of the city lord office. Her gaze landed on Shui Yi. Shui Yi glanced up at her and chuckled. "You're here. Why are you doing this?" Yu Shi asked Shui Yi. Her tone was cool, making it hard to guess what she was feeling. "Go back," Yu Kai ordered calmly, turning to his daughter. However, Yu Shi ignored his words as though she had not heard anything. This made many people speechless. Yu Shi was probably the only person in all of Alchemy City who would dare ignore the city lord Yu Kai in this way. No one else would have dared to do the same. "I'd like to give myself a shot at this." Shui Yi grinned at Yu Shi. No wonder. The crowd thought to themselves, surprised at this new development. So, it turned out that Shui Yi and Luo Fan had already known Yu Shi from before. Shui Yi had come to participate in the alchemy conference despite not actually knowing how to craft ritual implements because he had fallen in love with Yu Shi, the daughter of the city lord office. That was the reason he had come here with the goal of winning first place, even at the expense of his own life. "I don't have any feelings for you, get out now," Yu Shi said coldly to Shui Yi. "Oh," Shui Yi smiled, "that's all right. It's enough for me that I like you. Besides, I'm not going to leave." As he spoke, his life spirit, the ancient book, continued flying rapidly into the ritual implement. The golden book ritual implement grew brighter still, and everyone else finally understood what he had been doing by crafting those ritual implements from the previous rounds. He had been preparing for this very moment. In this final round, he was turning that long brick into pages in order to make a book out of them. His life spirit carved matrices and integrated itself into the ritual implement, resonating with it before being crafted into one. It was the process of offering up one's life spirit to the ritual implement. "Older brother." Yi Futian stood there, staring fixedly at the scene happening before him. His older brother used to be so irreverent, but now he was suddenly throwing even his life away in order to craft a ritual implement. This sudden change was too much for Yi Futian. Was this all just to marry Yu Shi? Yi Futian wondered what his older brother had been through these few years, and what exactly he had gone through with Yu Shi. Hua Jiyu stood up as well and held Yi Futian's hand tightly. She was equally shaken by the sudden shocking change in Shui Yi. The scene happening before Hua Jiyu's eyes made her think about her own past with Yi Futian. She also likes older brother Shui Yi. Hua Jiyu glanced over at Yu Shi. Yu Shi seemed aloof and emotionless, but Hua Jiyu could instinctively sense that Yu Shi was struggling internally, suppressing her own emotional turmoil in order to remain calm. Bright red blood trickled out continuously, staining Shui Yi's top red. It was shocking to see. Shui Yi's breathing grew increasingly weak, as if he were a lamp about to go out. His life spirit was being refined, his very soul being integrated into the ritual implement. However, Shui Yi continued, urging his spiritual energy on. He was intent on completing the ritual implement. Since he had already come so far, he was going to finish the task no matter what. He was prepared to pay any price for it. Frightening energy was burning, and everyone felt the energy around Shui Yi suddenly increase wildly. Despite the state he was in, the amount of energy around him was only increasing, and getting stronger as well. He's burning his own spiritual energy and releasing it at full capacity. "What a crazy fellow," Yang Jun commented, looking at Shui Yi. It did take courage to go this far with one's spiritual energy. However, he was doing it all just for a woman. Even if that woman was outstanding, with beauty that was absolutely stunning, was it really worth going this far? Yu Shi's slim fingers quivered slightly, and it seemed like her cold gaze was on the verge of melting as well. A hint of redness appeared in her eyes. "That's enough," Yu Shi ordered, her fists clenched. "You still care?" Shui Yi smiled, looking at her. "You idiot," Yu Shi spat coldly. "You liar." Shui Yi was still smiling. At that, tears finally fell from Yu Shi's eyes. Gleaming tears rolled down her cheeks smoothly, leaving tear after tear on her beautiful face. The sight of Yu Shi's tears moved everyone. So, there actually had been something going on between these two. There was no way Yushi would shed tears for some random person. It was evident that the two had known each other from way back. Words like idiot and liar made it seem as though they were scolding each other, but it also felt like a sort of affection. The winner of the alchemy conference would receive the right to marry Yushi, but it seemed like Yushi had already been in a relationship with someone else before the conference. If the person who won first place wasn't Shui Yi, then what was the winner supposed to do? It was for that reason that Gong Sun Yi, Kai Lian, and the rest who had not completed their ritual implement yet, were wearing such ugly expressions. They were not the only ones. Even Yu Kai, the city lord, was frowning as well. This sort of affair was sure to put the city lord office in a difficult position and damage its reputation. However, the alchemy conference, which was held once every decade, was a tradition upheld by the Yu family for generations. If they were to host the alchemy conference, they would make sure that it was the talk of the entire barren state. As such, Yu Kai would have to pick the best woman for the competition. It didn't matter whether or not he could bear to offer up his own daughter. In any case, this also concerned the future of the city lord office. The winner of the alchemy conference would always be a person with exceeding talent in crafting ritual implements. They would make the best husband for a woman from the city lord office. However, his daughter She had an especially fiery temperament. She had gone all out to resist this arranged marriage and created this huge mess today. Just then, a surge of incredibly savage energy was released. Over at Gong Sun Yi's side, his Dharma body was rapidly inscribing matrices that were even more powerful onto the scroll. It didn't matter to him whether Shui Yi was offering up his life spirit to the ritual implement. For a beginner in the art of crafting ritual implements to go all out and win first place in the alchemy conference was madness. Even if Shui Yi paid with his life, it would be all in vain. Gong Sun Yi was infuriated this very moment. He had believed firmly that he would be the winner of the alchemy conference without any hiccup occurring in his plans. He was going to enter the city lord office, marry the city lord's daughter Yushi, and inherit the city lord office and everything it owned in future. Everything that had happened thus far made him feel extremely humiliated. Is he recrafting his ritual implement? Everyone wondered, their eyes flashing at the sight of Gong Sun Yi's actions. Gong Sun Yi had yet to complete his ritual implement yet despite being close to it, which was why he could afford to recraft it. Now, it seemed like Gong Sun Yi had been spurred to create an even more powerful ritual implement. Many people could secretly relate to how Gong Sun Yi felt. Gong Sun Yi was an immensely talented armorer from a great family of armorers. He was well known in the world of armorers. He was comparable to Di Gang in terms of how much sway his voice held, and if he were to be ranked first in the alchemy rank, then he would be Yushi's future husband as well. Now that there were hints of him potentially becoming a cuckold, he naturally could not stand it. Yu too glanced over at Gong Sun Yi, wondering if it was possible for the ritual implement he was crafting to be any stronger still. If that was so, then there wasn't much hope left for Yu too anymore. Yu Kai was hoping that Yu too would win first place, so that the winner of the alchemy conference wouldn't have to marry Yushi. If that was the case, then it would be easier for Yu Kai to take control of the situation. However, it didn't seem like there was much hope left for Yu too to win. With a grunt, Yu too completed his ritual implement. It was a cauldron lifted up by 9 dragons, which glinted with a frightening glow. Powerful energy wafted from within the cauldron before the 9-dragon cauldron sank towards the ground and landed before him. Kai Lian had also completed his dueling sword, along with a growing number of people who were also wrapping up their work. However, Shui Yi and Gong Sun Yi were still continuing, until they were the last 2 people left still working on their ritual implements. Shui Yi's breathing was growing weaker still, and his spiritual energy seemed to have run out as well. The ritual implement floated before him, the golden pages shining with a brilliant dazzle. However, Shui Yi's face was deathly pale, barely a hint of blood in his cheeks. His life spirit had been completely integrated into the ritual implement. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell backward as he became unable to support himself. As he fell, he managed to say, "I'm counting on you now." After speaking, Shui Yi lost consciousness. Zhuge Mingyu stared unflinchingly in his direction, while Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu held each other's hand tightly until sweat formed in between their palms. Yushi's face was filled with tears, and she shivered slightly. You are the real unlucky star here. It's my misfortune to have an older brother like you, Luo Fan murmured. Afterward, his spiritual energy seemed to burn as well, urging the flames to burn at their strongest in order to complete the task Shui Yi had not managed to finish. He was going to complete the ritual implement. The golden pages danced in the air, with each page carrying the heart and soul of the two people. Finally, the pages joined together to form the book from beginning to end, and streaks of light that were even more dazzling were released from the completion of the book. Luo Fan smiled, before plopping down onto the floor and looking at Shui Yi. Older brother, Luo Fan said to Shui Yi, you could say I've put my life on the line for you. When you get married, remember to help introduce to me a woman that's as good-looking as my sister-in-law, alright? Many people were speechless at Luo Fan's words. These irreverent people really were optimistic about everything. Right then, an even stronger flash of light was released. In front of them, Gong Sun Yi had also finished crafting his ritual implement. Within the alchemy pillars, 100 armorers had all finished crafting their ritual implements. Now, 100 ritual implements had appeared within the area, each ritual implement being a noble-level ritual implement of the highest quality. Whatever happened next would determine their rankings in the alchemy rank. However, the only question on everyone's mind was, who would be the winner of the alchemy conference? Chapter 628, Yukai looked towards the crafting area, and announced, time's up. Next, we'll be determining the order of the ranking. Yukai looked towards the crafting area, and announced, time's up. Next, we'll be determining the order of the ranking. Understood, the elder standing on top of the staircase replied. He looked towards the crowd below, announcing, we will check each ritual implement to test its strength, and display it before everyone. Then we'll determine the ranking to be entered into the alchemy rank. Finally, the ranking will be judged by the city lord and the heads of the various clans in Alchemy City. Only when there is no more dispute over the rankings will the alchemy rank be announced publicly. After he spoke, 3 elders walked into the crafting area. They started with the competitors at the back of the area. The elders walked up to the first competitor to be tested, asked his name, and then took the ritual implement. Spiritual energy and spiritual chi flowed into the ritual implement. It was a ruler, colored a bloody red as if stained by fresh blood. When spiritual chi flowed into it, the ruler let out a frightening blood-red glow. It possessed immense flaming energy, and the temperature of the surroundings instantly became unimaginably hot. It's a ritual implement with top-quality offensive power. It may have strong offensive capabilities, but only a single type of attack can be used. It has mid-level offensive martial arts capabilities, and it neither has any defensive power nor offensive spiritual energy capabilities, the elder commented. The other 2 elders checked the ritual implement too, and they did not dispute his judgment. Afterward, they began to test the second ritual implement. It was a clock with mid-level offensive martial arts capabilities, defensive capabilities, and offensive spiritual energy capabilities. It was evidently a very well-crafted ritual implement. Impressive, many people praised. It was impressive that a ritual implement could be so well balanced in its capabilities. Even though the ritual implement was judged as being only of a medium level, it was still a very well-crafted item nonetheless. The City Lord office was very strict when it came to the judging of ritual implements. While these ritual implements were all noble-level items of the highest quality, they would still be separated into the following 4 grades: lower level, mid-level, upper level, and superior level. If not, it would be very difficult to judge the differences between all the ritual implements crafted here. After all, the 100 people here had all created top-quality noble-level ritual implements. The ritual implements went through the elders' tests one by one, and countless gazes were fixed upon them. As the elders checked the power of each ritual implement, eventually an upper-level ritual implement emerged. LV Wei presented a ritual implement that had upper-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, and mid-level defensive capabilities. It was a very well-rounded ritual implement. Then, the elders came before Luo Fan and Shui Yi. Luo Fan was still sitting on the ground while Shui Yi had lost consciousness. Since his life was not in any danger, he was left in the crafting area to await the final results. This ritual implement has a life spirit integrated into it. It's a treasure book that contains many techniques. Please have a look at it, Luo Fan reminded them gently. The elders nodded. Taking the ritual implement, they injected their spiritual energy and spiritual qi into it. Immediately, the pages of the treasure book released a dazzling glow. Immense power flowed from each page in the book. In no time, the elders announced the results of their judging. This ritual implement possesses a multitude of offensive techniques. It has upper-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, upper-level defensive capabilities, and upper-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities, the elder announced. At the elder's words, there was a flurry of discussion. This ritual implement had upper-level capabilities in all aspects. These two were just beginners in the art of crafting ritual implements, yet they had crafted a powerful ritual implement that was balanced in all aspects. If they were to train for a few years, they could potentially become highly skilled. Yi Futian clenched his fist lightly. His older brother's ritual implement had achieved an upper-level grade in all aspects. Hopefully, that would be enough to help him win first in this alchemy conference. He wouldn't have risked his life for nothing. Throughout the whole process, Yushi stared at Shui Yi. Tears remained in the corners of her eyes, but her expression and gaze became aloof and determined again. One would not be able to tell what she was feeling if not for the tears on her face. After Shui Yi and Luo Fan, there were many geniuses from Alchemy City who had managed to craft upper-level ritual implements as well. However, none of those could beat the ritual implement that the two had crafted. Everyone waited with bated breath. Even Yi Futian was getting nervous as he waited for a miracle to happen. It's Kai Lian's turn now, someone said. Everyone stared at the three elders, who walked before Kai Lian to test the dueling sword before announcing the results: superior-level offensive martial arts capabilities and upper-level defensive capabilities. A strong competitor, many people thought approvingly. A dueling sword with superior-level offensive capabilities was no doubt a work of Kai Lian's. However, it was still unknown if Kai Lian's ritual implement would beat Shui Yi's. It's Yu Wei's turn. Everyone held their breath. His ritual implement was a chess set, and the results were upper-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, upper-level defensive capabilities, and with the hidden potential for controlled attacks. Afterward, the elders walked towards Mu Ou and tested the magical orb he had created. The final results were upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, upper-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities, with the hidden potential of defensive spiritual energy capabilities. As expected, things turned out the way many people had thought. While Mu Ou was skilled, he was restricted by the limits to his abilities in cultivation. He was not as strong as those top-notch talents, which restricted the quality of the ritual implement he crafted. Next up was Yu Tu's 9-Dragon Cauldron. In the end, it was judged to possess superior-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level defensive capabilities, and upper-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities. It was even stronger than Kai Lian's dueling sword and had the hidden potential to carry out spiritual energy attacks. The treasure book that Shui Yi and Luo Fan had created was indeed magnificent. It did not pale in comparison to the ritual implement Yu Tu had crafted. The last person to be judged was Gongsun Yi. Yi Futian was especially nervous at this very moment. While the ritual implement Yu Tu crafted had been outstanding, his older brother's creation had been no less impressive. Furthermore, it didn't matter if Yu Tu came in first anyway. It all depended on that one last person. Gongsun Yi stood, waiting quietly for the elders to come to him. There was no hint of emotion in his expression. The elders took the scroll he had crafted before injecting spiritual energy and spiritual qi into it. Instantly, the scroll expanded such that it seemed to cover the sky itself. On the scroll, pictures seemed to come alive, and it seemed like there were matrices within the scroll as well. The matrices swallowed up the worldly spiritual chi in the surroundings, and spiritual chi from the 7 elements surged into it as well. The 3 elders lifted their heads to look around at the surroundings, their hearts shaken by the sight. This catalogue has the power of many matrices that you can combine at will. It swallows up worldly spiritual chi in order to create frightening offensive spells. It even has the hidden potential of a sage's might within. This is a ritual implement with superior-level offensive sorcery capabilities, superior-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities, and upper-level defensive capabilities, the elder declared. Everyone's gaze froze upon Gong Sun Yi upon the elder's judgment. This judgment seemed to have predetermined the outcomes of this competition. It seemed like Gong Sun Yi's ritual implement would undeniably make him the winner of the alchemy conference. He would rank first in the alchemy rank. Gong Sun Yi's remained unaffected. He didn't feel happy at all, only rage at how Shui Yi and Luo Fan thought they would be able to surpass him just by offering up a life spirit to the ritual implement. They were fools on a wild goose chase for success. Gong Sun Yi thought that they should have given up by now. Yet he still couldn't find it in him to be happy. Luo Fan, who was sitting on the ground, smiled. But his smile was somewhat depressed. Looking at Shui Yi, who was next to him, he said, "Older brother, you put your life on the line in this gamble, but we've still lost." After all, they were only beginners in the craft. Having only started recently, they weren't at all familiar with the ways of crafting a ritual implement. If it wasn't for Shui Yi offering up his life spirit to the ritual implement, there was no way they would have come this far. Even then, they still weren't good enough to triumph over that monstrously talented armorer. So, they've lost. Yi Futian was shaken. His older brother had gone to such lengths, but still, he had lost. Since his older brother was in love with Yu Shi, it was a loss as long as he had not won first place. Zhuge Mingyu was somewhat upset as well. When she had first found out about the incident, she had been especially furious. She had never been so furious before. This was because Shui Yi's actions were akin to looking for death. Even her father, who was the head of the Zhuge family, would not be able to help Shui Yi, much less her. He would not help him either, because with the huge mistake he had made, there was no way the city lord of the alchemy city was going to let him off. And now, since Shui Yi had gone so far with this competition, there was nothing else she could say. In the end, he still had not managed to create a miracle and rewrite fate against all odds. Yu Shi's expression was calm as ever. She just stood there quietly. The 3 elders were already in the process of creating the first draft of the rankings. They then submitted the draft to Yu Kai and the heads of the various clans in Alchemy City. After making a few small adjustments, Yu Kai inscribed the names into the alchemy rank personally. When Yu Kai stood up to announce the rankings in the quiet space, everyone perked up and listened intently. Every name on the alchemy rank could be a future legend in the world of Armorous. Yi Futian didn't bother listening, he was not in the mood. Names were announced one by one, and Yi Futian only began to listen half-heartedly when Yu Kai was at the last few names. Mu Ou was 6th, Yu Ming was 5th, and Kai Lian was 4th. Finally, it was time to announce the top 3. Yu Kai looked at the crowd, before announcing, 3rd in the alchemy rank, Yu Tu. Everyone was taken aback. Yu Tu, who was from the city lord, was only 3rd in the alchemy rank. 2nd in the alchemy rank, Shui Yi and Luo Fan, Yu Kai continued. Countless people looked towards the 2. Shui Yi and Luo Fan, who were lying and sitting on the ground, respectively, were 2 bleak figures. Though they had won 2nd place in the alchemy conference, everyone only felt an atmosphere of despair about them. 1st in the alchemy rank, Gong Sun Yi, Yu Kai continued announcing. Being 1st in the alchemy rank was an immense glory. One was a shining star in the eyes of others, the next legend of the armourer world. But when people looked towards Gong Sun Yi, they could not feel his excitement. Everyone knew that the reason for this was Shui Yi's relationship with Yu Shi. It would have been better if he had not gotten 1st place. Today's events had proven that Gong Sun Yi had the abilities to be 1st in the alchemy rank, and he had attained 1st place, but now that he was 1st, the woman he was supposed to marry had now publicly revealed that she was in a relationship with another man. How was he supposed to save face now? Marrying Yu Shi, the daughter of the City Lord Office, Yu Kai's daughter, and a talent in her own right, was supposed to be a good thing desired and envied by many. But now, it didn't really amount to much at all. As a result, this edition of the Alchemy Conference ended on a rather strange note. None of the people in the top 3 were actually satisfied with their placement. Yu too was probably very disappointed with his own ranking. We've now come to the end of the Alchemy Conference. The City Lord Office will be hosting a banquet to welcome our guests from all over the Barren State and the top 100 armorers, Yu Kai declared. Everyone understood that only top-notch individuals from all over the Barren State would deserve to be invited to the banquet. There was no place for commoners there. During the banquet, the top 100 armorers shall receive their just rewards as well. Please follow me into the City Lord Office, Yu Kai spoke again before he turned to leave in the direction of the office. The influential characters around him followed after him into the building. Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyu moved towards where Shui Yi and Luo Fan were in a flash. Yu Shi went to go there as well, but she was blocked from doing so by 2 elders. In the end, she could only turn and go into the City Lord Office. Upon seeing this, Gong Sun Yi's expression turned darker. The two had been in a relationship, and Luo Fan even called Yu Shi his sister-in-law. Could anything have already happened between Shui Yi and Yu Shi? He was going to see how Yu Kai, a representative figure of the Barren State's world of armorers, was going to account for this incident. Chapter 629. In Alchemy City, Yi Futian and the others gathered around Shui Yi and Luo Fan. Zhuge Mingyu checked Shui Yi's injuries. In Alchemy City, Yi Futian and the others gathered around Shui Yi and Luo Fan. Zhuge Mingyu checked Shui Yi's injuries. Senior sister, how is he? Yi Futian asked. Very weak, Zhuge Mingyu said. He's used up all his spiritual energy and used his life spirit. He must have damaged his vitality. We won't know the result until he wakes up. This idiot. He's indeed an idiot, Luo Fan also said. I'll take care of you later. Zhuge Mingyu glanced at Luo Fan, making him smile wryly. Let me see, a gentle voice said right then. Yi Futian looked over at Phoenix and said, Phoenix is the disciple of the undying old man. Senior sister, let her look. Okay. Zhuge Mingyu made room for her. Phoenix walked to Shui Yi's side and released her spiritual energy. Green light flashed instantly, enveloping Shui Yi's body. The thick aura of vitality oozed out. Green light seeped into Shui Yi bit by bit. His vitality is greatly damaged and has hurt his core. He'll be disabled by the time he wakes up, Phoenix murmured. Yi Futian paled instantly. Is there any way to save him? Yes. Phoenix nodded. She reached out and took a pill from her storage ring. This is the pill my teacher gave me, she said. The Phoenix pill. The Phoenix pill that is said to bring people back from the dead. Zhuge Kanyang's eyes flashed. This medicine was extremely valuable. It could be traded for a sage ritual implement. Even sages dreamed about having that pill. Having it could save their lives. Was this woman going to give it to Shui Yi now? Yi Futian obviously knew how valuable the Phoenix pill was. Earlier, Phoenix had used it as her wager at the casino alchemy and the others were all shocked. Yes, but it's not that miraculous. If someone is truly dead, he can't be brought back. However, he's only a noble. This pill is able to replenish what he used up today, Phoenix said. Then she put the Phoenix pill in Shui Yi's mouth. The pill melted immediately and Shui Yi glowed brilliantly. He seemed to be blanketed in some miraculous power. The Phoenix pill's powerful medicinal effect was mending his body. Gradually, Shui Yi was covered in light. Luo Fan blinked. Girl, do you have more? I'm hurt badly too. Shut up. Zhuge Mingyu glanced at Luo Fan. Senior sister, I was just joking, Luo Fan said with a trembling smile. Your injuries don't need the Phoenix pill. You just used up all your spiritual energy and didn't hurt your core like him. This pill will be enough. Phoenix took out another pill for Luo Fan who accepted it with a smile. Thank you. If you need anything in the future, just ask my junior. Yi Futian stared at this guy, speechless. However, he still had to thank Phoenix. Looking over, he said, "Thank you. Didn't we receive many ritual implements earlier? It's not a loss for me." Phoenix smiled. Yi Futian made note of her help. In reality, they weren't very close. Phoenix cultivated in the Daozang Pavilion with Ji Yu. She'd only asked him some questions about cultivation before and hadn't really interacted until this trip to Alchemy City. A while later, Shui Yi opened his eyes. Various faces appeared in his vision. "Result?" he asked as soon as he woke up. Clearly, he was still worried about the ranking of the alchemy conference. Zhuge Mingyu glared at him. This guy cared about the ranking instead of his own life. "Second," Luo Fan said. "Who's first?" Shui Yi asked. He hoped it was you too, Gongsun Yi. "So we still lost?" Shui Yi's eyes darkened immediately. "Fourth senior brother, perhaps Gongsun Yi will give up because of your relationship with her," Yi Futian comforted. Shui Yi sat up and noticed the strangeness of his body. "Why am I okay?" he asked. "You really think that you can marry Yu Shi if you disable yourself and win first place?" "Idiot," Zhuge Mingyu scolded. "If Junior's fellow disciple hadn't given you a pill, you'd be disabled right now." "Thank you." Seeing that Zhuge Mingyu was looking at Phoenix, Shui Yi realized who'd saved him. He thanked her softly, thinking that his junior was very powerful. He always had beauties around him while Shui Yi couldn't even catch one. "Since you're alive, let's go to the banquet in the City Lord's office. With your performance today, City Lord you won't kill you." Zhuge Mingyue's expression was still cold. Then she started walking towards the City Lord's office. The others all followed her. "Second senior sister, senior brother is pretty miserable. Don't yell at him," Yi Futian whispered. "Yell? He'd gotten his life saved. Ask your asshole senior brother what he'd done." Zhuge Mingyue's anger hadn't subsided at all. Yi Futian found this strange. He'd seen Shui Yi and Yu Shi's relationship. Why was Zhuge Mingyu saying this? Right then, Luo Fan patted Yi Futian's shoulder and said telepathically, "Junior, don't tell anyone, but fourth senior brother has already had sex with her." Yi Futian felt awkward. "This? And she has it already," Luo Fan added. Yi Futian tripped and stumbled forward. He almost fell. Luo Fan grabbed his shoulder to steady him, but Yi Futian's brain had almost stopped working. This guy. Yi Futian finally understood why second senior sister was so angry. Even he wanted to kill his senior brother. Wasn't this suicide? Who was Yu Shi? She was the daughter of Yu Kai, the top armorer of the Baron State and 8th on the Baron Sky ranking. He'd already proposed to marry Yu Shi to the first place of the alchemy conference. Even so, Shui Yi had had sex with Yu Shi and even got her pregnant. This was no different from suicide. Yi Futian finally understood second senior sister's reaction in the Holy Ji Palace. Indeed, she couldn't save Shui Yi. Even the Zhuge family's patriarch couldn't help. Shui Yi was looking for death. Yi Futian felt that it was a miracle for him to live until now. "What's wrong?" Hua Jiyu asked. She found Yi Futian's reaction strange. "Nothing." Yi Futian composed himself and stopped talking for now. He couldn't spread this news. Otherwise, Yu Kai might actually kill Shui Yi. Thankfully, Yu Shi's stomach was still small and no one could tell. Otherwise, no one could save Shui Yi. Now, they had to see if there was still a chance. Yu Kai had seen Shui Yi win second place in the alchemy conference. He'd probably consider forgiveness too. After all, this was a scandal and he wouldn't want it to spread. If Shui Yi could marry Yu Shi, this scandal would be covered instead of exposed. The City Lord's office had already prepared a grand banquet. After Yi Futian's group arrived, the banquet began. They quickly found their seats and sat down. Many people looked towards them and especially at Shui Yi. Had he really woken up so quickly? Yu Kai also glanced at Shui Yi, but no one could tell what he was thinking from his calm expression. While making armory earlier, he'd acted as if he didn't even see Shui Yi. His endurance was terrifying. "This year's alchemy conference is over," Yu Kai said to everyone. "Since we are all here, the promise from before is still effective. All the lords of the major families of Alchemy City are here personally. The 100 of the alchemy rank can choose whichever family they'd like to cultivate in. Of course, you can also join the City Lord's office. Today's final battle was incredible, the family lord of the Jew family said, smiling. It's even more impressive than the last one 10 years ago. If anyone is willing to join the Jew family, we will definitely treat you well. We will provide the best cultivation and armory conditions. The same for the Lu family, the respective family lord said. After that, the other families all spoke out, but they didn't say anything specific. Evidently, they couldn't compete so directly. However, this kind of invitation was tradition. The people could choose for themselves. After all, they should know that the top 100 were still weaker than the top 10. If they entered the City Lord's office, City Lord Yukai still wouldn't have time to teach them, and they'd have fewer opportunities. There were many talents in the City Lord's office. The top talents of every decade joined it. If they joined the City Lord's office, they would be able to receive tips from the seniors there and have a good atmosphere. However, they wouldn't stand out and receive special training. Thus, not everyone would choose the City Lord's office. Of course, you don't need to rush. If the top 10 chooses the City Lord's office, they can practice armory with me. For the top 3, I will personally teach you my techniques, Yukai continued. This was what he'd promised before. Of course, if you have other choices, I won't blame you. This is your choice. I'm willing to cultivate in the City Lord's office, Shuiyi said first. Many people looked at him. This guy had an ambiguous relationship with Yushi. He obviously wanted to cultivate in the City Lord's office. Yukai scanned him indifferently but still nodded. All right. Gong Sun Yi's expression was extremely ugly. He stared coldly at Shuiyi. Coincidentally, Shuiyi looked up at him and said, Gong Sun Yi, I already knew Yushi beforehand. You won first place in the alchemy conference, but if you can give it up, I would be grateful from the bottom of my heart. If you need anything in the future, I will help you. This guy. Many people looked at Shuiyi, intrigued. Was he publicly begging Gong Sun Yi? Everyone understood what he wanted Gong Sun Yi to give up, of course. Evidently, Shuiyi had only won second place, but he still hadn't given up. He wanted to fight for it through Gong Sun Yi. Gong Sun Yi stared coldly at him. He felt insulted. You've already seen what's between my senior brother and Yushi, Futian said. It isn't fair to you, and it's my senior brother's fault. But things are already as they are, so why don't you just give them your blessing? If you have any requests, I will try my best. We will owe you in the future. Since Shuiyi and Yushi already had a child, he had to help fight for Shuiyi. And there were only two options, Gong Sun Yi and Yukai. In reality, Gong Sun Yi was the only option. After all, if Gong Sun Yi insisted, Yukai couldn't take back his word. Gong Sun Yi raised his head and sent a mocking glare at Yi Futian. Scram. Chapter 630. Gong Sun Yi was totally pissed off. Yushi's date with Shuiyi was a shame to him. At this moment, how could Shuiyi and Yi Futian dare to make this known to all and ask him to make a concession? Were they mad? He was first place in this alchemy conference. How could they treat him like this? He made great achievements both in martial arts and alchemy. People regarded him and Di Gang as the two top talents of Alchemy City. Gong Sun Yi was totally pissed off. Yushi's date with Shuiyi was a shame to him. At this moment, how could Shuiyi and Yi Futian dare to make this known to all and ask him to make a concession? Were they mad? He was first place in this alchemy conference. How could they treat him like this? He made great achievements both in martial arts and alchemy. People regarded him and Di Gang as the two top talents of Alchemy City. Gong Sun Yi had planned this for a long time before the conference. He was going to be the winner. Then Yukai would enroll him as his first disciple. He was also going to marry Yushi, the famous beauty of Alchemy City. He was going to be the next legend. He had waited too long for this day to come. But what happened on the alchemy conference had destroyed his fantasies. Everything he'd wanted had been tainted. Shuiyi took his woman away. Yi Futian was the winner of the pavilion battle 3 years ago. Who did he think he was to interfere with Gong Sun Yi's matters and make him stop? Owe him. He was the first of the alchemy rank. He didn't need Yi Futian to owe him. Yi Futian was only the winner of a battle that was held every 3 years, but Gong Sun Yi was the winner of the alchemy conference that was held every 10 years. He would definitely become a legend in the world of alchemy. Those top talents of the Barren State would respect him too. In the future, he wouldn't even need to care about the Holy Ji Palace. Yu Kai, the Lord of Alchemy City, had never bothered to attend the battle held by the Holy Ji Palace. The word scram silenced everyone. Eyes all fell on Yi Futian. The big figures also became interested in this show held by the winner of the Alchemy Conference and the winner of the Pavilion Battle. Looking over and seeing Gong Sun Yi's eyes, Yi Futian knew it was impossible for Gong Sun Yi to concede now. From Gong Sun Yi's eyes, Yi Futian saw anger, coldness as well as pride. Obviously, Gong Sun Yi didn't think much about his status as a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Gong Sun Yi turned slowly to Yu Kai and asked, "Sir, my engagement with you she won't be changed, right?" Gong Sun Yi. At this time, Di Kai looked at Gong Sun Yi and exclaimed, "It is a tradition that the winner of the Alchemy Conference will marry the City Lord's daughter. This is one of the greatest events in Alchemy City. Since Mr. Yu has promised, no one can change it. Please don't mind what just happened. The engagement won't be influenced." "Gong Sun Yi, mind your mouth," one of his seniors warned. Gong Sun Yi was from the Gong Sun family, which was old and well known for alchemy. "I apologize for being rude." Gong Sun Yi took a bow and raised a glass. "I'll take 3 as punishment." Then he drank 3 glasses of wine. Shui Yi and Yi Futian didn't look well because they knew that Gong Sun Yi was going to marry Yu Shi no matter what. Gong Sun Yi. Yu Kai also turned to Gong Sun Yi. He stood up and said, "I'm sorry about what happened before. It's my fault. As the host of this conference, I should be responsible for this too. Now, I would like to tell you something. You are still the one to decide. Please follow me." Then Yu Kai stood up and walked away. Gong Sun Yi's eyes flashed. Was Yu Kai going to give him an explanation? He stood up too and followed Yu Kai to the distance. Many people looked in their direction curiously. Yu Shi's appearance probably embarrassed Yu Kai. He had to arrange this well. People were curious about what Yu Kai would say to Gong Sun Yi. Shui Yi's group was also looking at the same direction, but Yu Kai had separated the rest of them. Then he said to Gong Sun Yi, "Gong Sun Yi, since you are the ultimate winner of this conference, you can be my disciple if you'd like. I will teach you everything I know about alchemy. As for Yu Shi, I didn't teach her well. It's my fault. But before you make the decision, I have to make something clear in case you regret your decision." "Sir, what's it?" Gong Sun Yi felt there was something strange. Yu Kai had called him here for a personal conversation with him. Was there something wrong? Yu Shi is a rebellious girl. She isn't actually willing to marry somebody she doesn't know. That's why she once left home for a while. It was at that time she met Shui Yi. And they did something improper. Yu Kai didn't reveal too many details. He knew that his daughter, by doing this, was protesting his decision. Hearing Yu Kai's words, Gong Sun Yi turned pale. Something improper? He knew what it meant. If he married Yu Shi, it would mean that she'd already had another man before marriage. He clenched his fists tightly. His nails dug into his palms. Gong Sun Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm down. "I am responsible for this, but it has already happened," Yu Kai said. "If you decide not to marry her, I will make it up to you in other ways. After entering the City Lord's office, you will get to know many other beauties of my family. Once you meet someone you love, I will let her marry you. What do you think?" He didn't actually have to make such a promise. It wasn't a big deal even if Gong Sun Yi knew the fact after their marriage. Yu Kai was only concerned that Gong Sun Yi, the winner of the Alchemy Conference, might hate him and Yu Shi. That wouldn't be a good thing for the family. That was why he chose to tell Gong Sun Yi the truth and promised that he would make it up to him. "If I concede like this, I will never be able to move past this mark on my reputation. I will become the subject of gossip." Gong Sun Yi was torn. He lowered his head and coldness flashed in his eyes. "Yu Shi, You'll regret it. Gongsun Yi's heart was cold. He laughed and looked at Caillou. Sir, it's a little shameful, but Yushi is such a wonderful girl. I still want to marry her. Yu Kai looked at Gongsun Yi meaningfully, as if he knew what Gongsun Yi was thinking. What if Yushi is pregnant? Yu Kai continued. He didn't want to reveal this, but seeing that Gongsun Yi still wouldn't give up, he had to tell the truth. Gongsun Yi stepped back and trembled. His face turned paler. If Yu Kai wasn't here, Gongsun Yi would have exploded. His fiancée was pregnant with another man's child. Bitch. Gongsun Yi was furious and needed to vent his anger. I won't change my mind, Gongsun Yi said determinedly, looking at Yu Kai. Fine, as long as you don't mind. However, I want you to keep this secret. I don't want anyone else to know. You understand? Yu Kai said slowly. Gongsun Yi felt invisible pressure. He knew the consequence if he dared to tell others, even if he won first place. I understand, Gongsun Yi replied. Okay, go back now, Yu Kai said. I will give you a few days to think about it. You don't have to make the choice now. Yes, sir. Gongsun Yi turned around and walked away. Seeing his back, Yu Kai sighed inwardly. Gongsun Yi was too proud. He wanted everything to be perfect, but he couldn't make it perfect this time. If Gongsun Yi was willing to concede and spend all his effort in practicing alchemy, Yu Kai would teach Gongsun Yi everything he knew and give him a good wife. But Gongsun Yi was like an extremist. Yu Kai knew he would definitely mind Yushi's pregnancy. So why did he insist? The two went back to the dinner as if nothing had ever happened. After a while, Yu Kai announced, for those who have made the alchemy rank, I will give you 3 days to decide. I will support any decision you make. 3 days later, anyone that wants to join me can come directly. Everyone nodded. Top talents like Di Kai and Yang Jun raised their glasses too, feeling a bit curious. Why didn't Yu Kai make them decide right now? In such an occasion, most people would definitely choose to stay in the City Lord's office. 3 days was enough for other schools to draw these talents over to their side. Gongsun Yi looked calm but was actually very upset. He knew the 3 days was for him. The conference has ended, but I still want to see more. Chu Jijiao smiled attractively and said, Today, we have so many talents here. It's a good time to have another competition, isn't it? You have too many ideas, said Yang Jun. He looked at Bai Luli by his side and asked, How are the 2 headmasters of the Holy Ji Palace? They are well, Bai Luli replied with a smile. The 2 chiefs that Yang Jun had mentioned were number 1 and number 3 of the Barren Sky ranking, respectively. I've heard that the top chief hasn't come out for a long time. Is he still practicing in isolation? Di Kai asked. Our head chief is always mysterious like this. I have no idea either, Bai Luli replied with a smile. Di Kai smiled meaningfully. Others might have had no idea, but people like Di Kai knew that the number 1 on the Barren Sky ranking had been badly hurt. He didn't reveal the truth and just smiled at people. Among the top 10 on the Barren Sky ranking, other than number 2, the Ice Temple, the other 9 are all connected to the people here. You are right. Yang Jun scanned the crowd. The first and second were Bai Luli's Grandmaster and Master. The fourth was Bai Luli's father. Huang Zhouge's father was the 5th. Zhuge Mingyue's father was the 6th. The 7th was Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's master. Caillou was the 8th. Shu Qiu, the 9th successor, was here too. Bai Luli was the 10th. Almost half of the 10 people were close to Bai Luli. Among people here, who will be the future top 10? Di Kai smiled and glanced at Di Gang by his side. Actually, they didn't know that the successor of the 2nd was here too. This meant that the Barren Sky rankings top 10 or their successors were all here. Chapter 631. After the banquet ended, the crowd left. Yi Futian's group also returned to their inn, Shui Yi and Luo Fan following them back. Along the way, Shui Yi appeared to be depressed and Yi Futian naturally understood why. After the banquet ended, the crowd left. Yi Futian's group also returned to their inn, Shui Yi and Luo Fan following them back. Along the way, Yi appeared to be depressed and Futian naturally understood why. It was already late at night. In the yard, under the moonlight, Futian told Yi, "Brother, there are still 3 days, the situation can still change for the better. You've already seen Gongsun Yi's attitude. He isn't going to give up. The tradition of the alchemy conference has continued for many years. Moreover, Kai has personally promised him that as long as Gongsun Yi doesn't give up, nothing will change." Yi could not think of any means to overcome the situation. In today's alchemy conference, he had already tried his best but was unfortunately unable to come in first. During the feast, Kai took Gongsun Yi aside for a period of time and gave him 3 days to consider afterward. "City Lord, you must be wavering as well, and brother should know the reason better than me. You sacrificed everything when participating in the alchemy conference and came in second. Kai must be considering brother as well," Futian said. Yi looked at Futian. Previously, he had nearly died at the hands of the people from the City Lord office. It was Shi who had protected him without caring about the repercussions and asked him to escape to somewhere far away. "Brother, what happened between you and Shi? How could you be this foolish?" Futian asked, speechless. "Luofan and I went to the Fire Mountain to cultivate. She was there as well, so we ran into each other. You know, your 5th brother and me, we were only messing around with her, but we did not expect her to be so passionate. After some time, I fell in love with her, but at that time, I did not know her identity. When she gave herself to me, I swore that I would take care of her for life. For that period of time, we were very happy and freely cultivating together until we were found by the Alchemy City Lord Office's experts. It was then that I discovered she was the daughter of the 8th on the Barren Sky ranking." Yi's expression was pained as he continued, "I know that she lied to me, but I am not a fool. I naturally understood that she really loved me or she would not have given herself to me. In that time, I could feel her joy and cheerfulness. Although we did not interact for long, I understand her character. She is headstrong and dedicated. If she marries Gongsun Yi, I don't know what the outcome will be." Futian nodded. Even though Shi knew that she would be engaged to the first in the alchemy conference, she still had relations with Yi, evidently because she was unhappy about having an arranged marriage. From this, one could see how headstrong her nature was. She was defying her father. Shi is the daughter of the Alchemy City Lord, the 8th on the Barren Sky ranking. There is nobody who can help me. Even second sister is powerless to change the situation, so I could only take part in the alchemy conference." Yi sighed as he said, "However, nothing has changed. A lot has changed. From my perspective, if brother did not participate in the alchemy conference, there would truly be no hope. Kai might even not let brother off the hook then. The situation now already has hope for reversal. Let us continue thinking, there will definitely be a way out," Futian said. There were still 3 days. As long as the situation was not set in stone, there would be hope for change. Yi nodded, but he still felt despair that it was impossible to change anything. "Little brother, rest early," Yi said as he left with Luofan. In the courtyard, only Futian and Ji remained. He raised his head and looked at the moon in the sky, his hands behind his back as he thought. How should he resolve the current situation? As he continued thinking, he felt irritated. If Gongsun Yi was unwilling to give way, it would be a dead end. He sat on the floor and took out his soul guqin and started playing. The guqin melody was harmonic and calmed him down. He knew how well the brothers in the cottage treated him. Back then, when he entered the cottage, he was only 18 and rash. At that time, everyone treated him like their own little brother and doted on him, especially second sister. His other brothers also protected him when he was surrounded by strong enemies and never allowed him to suffer. However, that day in the Holy Ji Palace, he wanted to tell his second sister that he was growing and becoming stronger. Now that 4th brother had such a situation on his hand, he naturally wanted to do his part, but there was no room for him to interfere. His 4th brother was willing to risk his life for it. Would he really have to personally witness the tragedy unfold? The guqin melody appeared insufficient to calm him down. Ji walked to his side and leaned silently on his shoulder. She knew that he was in no state of mind to play the guqin right now. The guqin strings quivered gently and Yi Futian stopped playing, stretching out his arm to hug the beauty beside him. "Fox, we are actually very lucky," Yi Futian said. Millimeter Hua Jiu nodded gently, her head sliding down to Yi Futian's lap, where she laid quietly. She said in a tender voice, "Although we've been through a lot, we are now together. However, I don't know if fourth brother can make it through this turmoil." "He will," Yi Futian replied softly. 2 years ago, at the end-of-year sparring session, you wrote your entire life story in a tune. Can you play that tune for me again?" Hua Jiu looked at Yi Futian and asked gently. Yi Futian looked at the beauty before him and lowered his head, kissing her on the lips. He smiled and replied, "Sure." After saying that, he crossed his legs, bringing Hua Jiu higher into his chest. Yi Futian strummed the guqin strings with his fingers and the guqin melody started again, from Qingju Academy where it all started. That one tune was all that mattered that night. The second day at dawn, a huge commotion started in the largest city in the southwest, the Alchemy City. The news from yesterday's Alchemy Conference had spread across the entire city. Everyone was discussing it, not just about the alchemy ranking, but also about Shui Yi and Yu Shi. There were countless people who were there yesterday. The person who had left the deepest impression on them was not the first on the alchemy ranking, Gongsun Yi, but the second, Shui Yi. The impact that he gave them was too strong, from the first impression of just playing around to sacrificing his life spirit to create a ritual implement and coming in second. Moreover, he had a relationship with Yu Shi. This kind of story was the kind that most people liked, so it had been spread by countless people. Many people were wondering if Gongsun Yi would give up and give Shui Yi and Yu Shi his blessings. At dawn, another piece of news started circulating. Today, the Emperor family was organizing a banquet and had invited all the experts on the alchemy ranking. As the two strongest factions in the Alchemy City, the City Lord Office and the Emperor family both wanted these experts. Since the City Lord Office had given them 3 days to consider, the Emperor family naturally wanted to win them over as well. In the inn, Yi Futian was practicing his punches in the courtyard. Hua Jiu sat beside him, her head on her knees with a mellow beauty. Her eyes had a tender look in them as she silently watched his figure. At that moment, Yi Futian was filled with vigor. Yesterday, when he played the guqin tune, he unknowingly broke through his spiritual energy and entered the grade 3 noble in his sorcery, which was an unexpected surprise. Practicing his fists at dawn was a habit that he had long developed. He hoped that his martial arts could also break through together with his sorcery. Futian, at that moment, Yi Xiaoshe walked over and called out to him. Yi Futian looked at him and replied, "Good morning, seventh brother." Yi Xiaoshe stared at Yi Futian, feeling as though something was different today. The Emperor family has organized a banquet today and invited those on the alchemy ranking. Not long ago, there were people who came to invite fourth and fifth brother. The two of them have made their way there, Yi Xiaoshe said. A glint appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. The Emperor family also wanted to win over the top 100 in the Alchemy Conference. He suddenly thought though the Emperor family and City Lord Office both resided in the Alchemy City and their ancestors had good relations, over the years, even though they still protected the reputation of the Alchemy City, competition was inevitable. If that was so, the Emperor family would probably try means and ways to win over Gongsun Yi. Gongsun Yi would naturally be unhappy about fourth brother and Yu Shi's matters. It was possible that he would involve the City Lord Office in his rage. If he joined the Emperor family, what would happen then? As he thought about the possibilities, Yi Futian's mind became more active and he said, since they're inviting the people on the alchemy ranking, it's only natural for brother to go. Di Ju from the Emperor family said some unfriendly things yesterday, moreover. Yi Xiaoshe paused, evidently worried. Seventh brother, it's not like you can stop fourth brother from going to the banquet, Yi Futian replied. Yi Xiaoshe's gaze wandered over as Yi Futian continued, fourth brother is the second in the alchemy conference, nothing will happen to him, let's just wait and see how it goes. Millimeter Yi Xiaoshe could only nod. I'm going out for a walk, Yi Futian said as he left the courtyard, walking over to where Shu Qiu resided. Is anything the matter? Shu saw Yi Futian and asked, smiling. Does the Tingxue house have informants in Alchemy City? Yi Futian asked. He had heard that the Tingxue house's underground faction was all around the entire barren state. Yes. Shu nodded. In today's Emperor family banquet, can they monitor what is happening? Yi Futian asked Shu again. Shu stared at Yi Futian, then smiled casually and said, sure. Do me a favor, Yi Futian requested. Afterward, Yi Futian left Shu and invited everyone to go to Alchemy City for a walk. They weren't sure if he did it intentionally, but he selected an area near the Emperor family's residence. At that moment, it was exceptionally lively in the residence as all the geniuses had come to the residence. In name, the Emperor family had only invited the experts on the alchemy ranking, but in reality, they had also sent people to invite many other geniuses in all regions of the Alchemy City. The teenage geniuses from the southwest region of the barren state had all gathered in the Emperor family's residence. It was a sight to behold. At that moment, outside the glorious Emperor family residence, Shui Yi and Luo Fan had arrived. Brother, it's not a good idea for us to be here, Luo Fan said. I know, Shui Yi nodded and continued, but I still want to try. Why go through all this pain? Luo Fan sighed. They had already avoided a calamity on the alchemy conference. Gong Sun Yi evidently did not want to give in, as seen from yesterday's banquet. However, the guy was really a bastard. Since he had already gotten first in the alchemy conference, there was no need for him to be so fixated on it. Was it just because he did not want to lose face? Chapter 632. In the Emperor family residence, the crowd had arrived a long time ago and the banquet had already been prepared. During the banquet, there was good food and wine and even beauties performing dance and musical instruments. The geniuses who had come all took their seats and the person in the first seat was not an elder from the Emperor family, but the first in the Emperor family's younger generation, Di Gang. In the Emperor family residence, the crowd had arrived a long time ago and the banquet had already been prepared. During the banquet, there was good food and wine and even beauties performing dance and musical instruments. The geniuses who had come all took their seats and the person in the first seat was not an elder from the Emperor family, but the first in the Emperor family's younger generation, Di Gang. Today's banquet was different from yesterday's. They had not invited sage plane figures from all around, but they had invited the experts on the alchemy ranking and the barren state's southwest region's geniuses like Li Futu, the Xiongjian siblings, Su Hongxiu, Xieji, and many others. Since they were all from the younger generation, it was inappropriate for elders to be present and it would make them more formal, so it was natural that Di Gang took over as the host for the guests. Moreover, Di Gang's identity held sufficient weight. Everyone knew that he would be in charge of the Emperor family in the future, for this teen was reputed to be the number one in the barren state's southwest region. His position in the Emperor family was the same as Bai Luli's position in the White Cloud City. When Shui Yi and Luo Fan arrived, many other people were already there. Luo Fan scanned the crowd and saw Gong Sun Yi. He was sitting right next to Di Gang, and the two of them seemed to be discussing some matters. Seeing the two of them arrive, the crowd stopped their chatter and looked towards them. Have a seat. Di Gang smiled faintly, showing Shui Yi and Luo Fan to their seats. The two of them did not stand on ceremony, walked straight to a vacant seat. Today, the Emperor family has invited all of you as guests. Please do not act like strangers, and enjoy yourselves, Di Gang said. Melodious music played in the middle of the banquet and a group of voluptuous beauties started to dance, leaving them in admiration. We have beauties and good wine, how can we not enjoy ourselves? Someone smiled and said, the dancers in the Emperor family residence are indeed outstanding. Today, we have many renowned beauties with us. How can these dancers be called outstanding compared to them? If the goddess pavilion's Su Hongxiu dances, they would all pale in comparison, Di Gang said nonchalantly, glancing at Su Hongxiu. I have also heard that the goddess pavilion can win over an entire city with just a dance. I wonder when I will be able to witness it. Gong Sun Yi's gaze also landed on Su Hongxiu as he said. If everyone is so interested, Hongxiu will dance to hype up the atmosphere. Su Hongxiu smiled as she said. The crowd was immediately interested and someone said, "If we could have the honor of seeing Miss Hongxiu's dance, I will have no regrets coming here." Everyone knew Su Hongxiu's name, but it was rumored that she had never danced in public before. Could it be that they were about to experience a feast for their eyes? "Step down," Di Gang looked at the dancers and said. Immediately, they stopped. Su Hongxiu smiled and said, "No need, they can just assist me. Please." Di Gang nodded his head and showed an inviting gesture to Su Hongxiu. It was rumored that back then when Chu Ji had danced, she had created a huge commotion in the barren state's southwest region. He wanted to see exactly how much appeal the goddess pavilion's dance had. Su Hongxiu removed her outerwear, revealing a sexy skirt. Her snow-white skin was barely visible and she put on a mask on her face, then walked into the center of the dancers. She smiled at the crowd through her beautiful eyes, then started her dance regime. With just a smile, many people felt as though their souls were about to be sucked out of their bodies. When she started twisting her body, there was a mysterious power that descended upon them. Su Hongxiu's dance appeared directly in their brain, as though she was right in front of them. As the wind blew in their faces, there was a fragrance in the air. As her sexy body wiggled around, every action attempted to seize their soul, every expression was charming to the bone, causing everyone to shudder like their bodies were being electrocuted. It was as though her dancing body was the last thing left in the entire world. Luo Fan felt his breathing speed up and his body heated up. He closed his eyes, not daring to continue watching. With his will, he could feel that he was sinking within her dance, unable to maintain his composure. However, even after he closed his eyes, her figure continued to appear in his brain and would not leave. The banquet became exceptionally quiet. Di Gang's gaze could not move from her. He finally knew how terrifying the disciples from the goddess pavilion could be. Even he could feel himself losing control, as though her every movement, every smile had turned into a spiritual imprint and was embalmed into his brain. "Miss Hong, that's enough," Di Gang said. His voice had a mystical power in it as it rumbled in the crowd's ears. It caused many people to regain their sanity. Su Hongxiu did a slight twirl and stopped her dance. Smiling, she removed her mask, revealing her seductive face. At that moment, many people felt as though they could not control themselves and wanted to surrender themselves to her. "I hope all of you have enjoyed yourselves." Su Hongxiu bowed lightly and went back to her seat. Hongxiu. Yu Ming sat beside Su Hongxiu with an expression of infatuation. Winning over a city with one dance, entertaining indeed, Di Gang marveled. Many people had not yet recovered from the dance and were still looking at Su Hongxiu. If they could bring her home, they would be able to admire her every night. How joyful would that be? "I will probably never forget Miss Hongxiu's dance for as long as I live." At that moment, Gong Sunyi said. He raised his cup towards Su Hongxiu and said, "A toast to Miss Hongxiu." "Mr. Gong Sun is too kind." Su Hongxiu raised her cup and blushed, making her even more alluring. Gong Sunyi stared at her face. At that moment, he was thinking, Su Hongxiu is on par with Yuxi in looks, but she is more seductive and has natural charm. If I could get her in my bed, what a glorious thing that would be. As for Yuxi, that bitch. Gong Sun, you're about to marry a beauty. It's not appropriate for you to say such things now. "It's better not to make City Lord Yu angry," someone said jokingly. "That's true." Gong Sunyi smiled and nodded, continuing, "I will watch my language. Are you really preparing to marry Yuxi?" Di Ju looked at Gong Sunyi and asked. "Why not?" Gong Sunyi said. "Of course, it's only natural. However, the person who came in second in this alchemy conference is also going to enter the City Lord office to cultivate," Di Ju said, looking towards Shui Yi and smiling. He then said, "Brother Shui Yi, if you enter the City Lord office, it's better to let go of your obsession and give them your blessings." Many people who heard Di Ju's words had suspicious expressions. If Shui Yi continued to pursue Yuxi after he entered the City Lord office, it would be a disgrace to Gong Sunyi who had married Yuxi. After hearing Di Ju's words, Gong Sunyi's expression became grim. "I will not give up," Shui Yi said. He put down the wine glass in his hand and looked towards Gong Sunyi, saying, "Gong Sunyi, You and Yushi have never met each other and have no feelings for each other. Why force yourself? For you and Yushi, this is unfair. You are the first in the alchemy conference. Even if you give up the marriage, you can still enter the City Lord office, become City Lord Yu's disciple, and be highly valued. In the future, you will become an influential figure in the world of Armius. Gongsun Yi lightly sipped his glass of wine, his eyes looking downwards, avoiding Shui Yi. He had a grim expression. Gongsun Yi, what my brother said is not wrong. Why force it if you have no feelings for her? There is no lack of outstanding girls that you can meet in the future, Luo Fan also said. Gongsun Yi, I'm begging you, Shui Yi continued. Gongsun Yi smirked and put his glass down. He said in a low voice, begging me? Then why don't you kneel? As he said that, he had a merciless look in his eyes as he stared at Shui Yi. Bringing this up in public to humiliate him? After yesterday's matter had spread, countless people in the Alchemy City were discussing the matter. His reputation had been completely ruined. There was no honor in being the first in the Alchemy Conference, only shame. All this was given to him by Yushi and Shui Yi. Shui Yi's grip on his wine glass tightened, causing cracks to appear on the wine glass. He stared at Gongsun Yi and said, if I kneel, will you agree to give her up? Brother, Luo Fan shouted. That depends on how sincere you are, Gongsun Yi sneered as he said. Shui Yi glared at him. In his entire life, he had never knelt down to beg to anyone. However, Yushi already had his child. If Gongsun Yi were to marry Yushi, he could not imagine what the consequences would be. Many people looked towards Shui Yi and saw his body shaking. Could it be that he was actually intending to kneel? However, that fellow had almost given up his life during the alchemy conference. It was probably possible for him to kneel as well. It looked like Gongsun Yi bore a huge grudge. Shui Yi stood up. Luo Fan stared at Gongsun Yi and said, brother, can't you see that he's humiliating you on purpose? Even if you kneel, nothing will come out of it. Shui Yi clenched his fists. He knew as well, but he thought about Yushi and he had no other choice. Gongsun Yi, you're really pitiful, Luo Fan sneered and said. Even if you marry Yushi, with my brother and Yushi's relationship, you think that you'll dare touch her even if you enter the City Lord office? Crack. The wine glass in Gongsun Yi's hand shattered. Luo Fan's words had hit a sore spot. Gongsun Yi, you can enter the Emperor family and bring Yushi out of the City Lord office. Di Ju transmitted a message to Gongsun Yi. It was a good chance to win him over. Gongsun Yi suddenly smiled and stopped looking at Shui Yi, instead, indulging in his wine. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Shui Yi, saying, I heard that she has your child. If he did not dare to speak about this matter, Shui Yi was unlikely to as well. Whoever said it would die. Shui Yi glared daggers at Gongsun Yi. The two of you have humiliated me like this. Very well. Gongsun Yi continued to transmit his message. In the past, I thought that the City Lord's precious daughter she was untainted and pure, but now. Rest easy, although she has already been deflowered, her looks are still top quality and her skin is fairer than snow. I will take good care of her for you and be gentle towards her. As long as she is my woman, she can't possibly resist me forever. And your child, I will take good care of him. Shui Yi's expression became extremely cold in an instant. Gongsun Yi was unwilling to give up, not because of his feelings for Yushi, but because he felt that he had been humiliated and had a twisted mentality. He wanted to take revenge on him and Yushi. His thinking was not wrong. Gongsun Yi had exceptional potential and was a perfectionist. However, to him, this matter was a huge humiliation. So, he wanted revenge. One day, when she's lying under me, guess how I'll treat her? Gongsun Yi continued to transmit his message with a cruel tone. Bang! A wild aura erupted from Shui Yi. He could finally not bear it anymore as Gongsun Yi revealed a cruel smile. If Shui Yi continued to pester Yushi, he would lose face completely. Shui Yi, what are you trying to do? As they felt his aura, many people looked towards Shui Yi with amused expressions. Would he actually dare to fight here? This is the Emperor family residence. Di Ju looked coldly at Shui Yi and said. Brother, Luo Fan called out to Shui Yi. What had Gong Sun Yi said to his brother? Bang! A spell erupted immediately, engulfing Gong Sun Yi. Unbearable. Not long after, Yi Futian, who was not far away from the Emperor family residence, received news that Shui Yi and Luo Fan had injured others in the Emperor family residence and had been sieged, leaving them heavily injured. As Yi Futian heard Shu Qiu's words, he looked in the direction of the Emperor family residence, saying in his heart, "Sorry, brother. Will everyone accompany me?" Yi Futian looked at the people around him and asked. "Sure." They all nodded. The group then moved in a flash towards the Emperor family residence. Chapter 633. In the Emperor family residence, the banquet was already a mess and had suffered catastrophic destruction. Most of the people at the banquet had already stood up, looking coldly at the two figures sitting on the floor. They were Shui Yi and Luo Fan. The two of them were sitting with their backs to each other. They were dyed in blood and had lost every semblance of strength. However, the strange thing was, Luo Fan still had a smile on his face as he asked, "Brother, do you feel better after venting?" In the Emperor family residence, the banquet was already a mess and had suffered catastrophic destruction. Most of the people at the banquet had already stood up, looking coldly at the two figures sitting on the floor. They were Shui Yi and Luo Fan. The two of them were sitting with their backs to each other. They were dyed in blood and had lost every semblance of strength. However, the strange thing was, Luo Fan still had a smile on his face as he asked, "Brother, do you feel better after venting?" Shui Yi raised his head and looked at the sky with a smile of self-mocking. This was the barren state after all, not the eastern barren territory nor the cottage. Here, they felt powerless. "You can still smile?" Di-Ju walked forward and said ruthlessly. Luo Fan looked at Di-Ju and said, "Why can't I smile? You can't possibly kill us. We came in second in the alchemy conference and have already agreed to enter the City Lord office. Assaulting and injuring others in our Emperor family and ruining our banquet. Even if you've already entered the City Lord office, you still need to give us an explanation," Di-Ju smirked as he said. Luo Fan looked at him derisively and turned around, ignoring him. "Gong Sun Yi, even if you make such a decision, you're just creating a lose-lose situation. Why go to such lengths?" Luo Fan said indifferently. Gong Sun Yi's expression became extremely grim. "How impudent," many people commented as they looked coldly at Luo Fan, including those who had participated in the alchemy conference. They were extremely unhappy with Shui Yi and Luo Fan. Even though Shui Yi came in second by sacrificing his life spirit to forge a ritual implement, he was ultimately not from the Amira world. Moreover, he had illicit relations with Yu Shi before this, which made them very unhappy. After all, before the alchemy conference began, nobody knew who would come in first. "Impudent." Luo Fan's gaze swept across the crowd as he continued, "I'm not referring to anyone in particular, but you all are trash. My brother and I have just mastered the foundation of alchemy and we're already able to obtain second on the alchemy ranking. All you Amira family disciples still have the nerve to siege us. You're a group of idiots. Asking for trouble." Strong auras started to descend one after the other and a palm slammed towards them, sending the two of them flying. Shui Yi and Luo Fan no longer had any strength to resist and they both spurted out blood. They laughed and crawled up, continuing to sit there, looking coldly at the person who had struck out at them, Lu Wei from the Lu family. "Kid, I'll remember this," Luo Fan looked at Lu Wei and said. At that moment, Gong Sun Yi slowly stood up and looked at Shui Yi and Luo Fan, then said, "The alchemy conference has a tradition that the person who comes in first will win the hand of the City Lord's daughter in marriage. It is a tradition that has been honored by countless generations and was also personally set by the City Lord office. However, the two of you have committed a grave mistake before the alchemy conference. Moreover, the two of you have not repented and have repeatedly threatened me to give in and even injured me. Today, everyone at the banquet has witnessed it for themselves." "That's right, I can be a witness for brother Gong Sun Yi," Zhu Sheng chipped in. Gong Sun Yi was the first on the alchemy ranking and would be a representative figure for the Amira world in the future. Li Futu and the rest looked at Gong Sun Yi. What was he trying to achieve by saying these? I can bear it no longer. Gong Sun Yi walked towards Shui Yi and looked arrogantly at him, saying coldly, according to the past years, I will marry you Shi. That is why I will no longer allow anyone to tarnish my wife's reputation. As long as you swear that you will never harass my fiancé for as long as you live, I will not pursue today's matter further and will let the two of you leave. Many people had interested expressions. Was he going to deal with Shui Yi? Moreover, using Yushi's reputation as a reason was indeed a great excuse. What if I don't agree? Shui Yi raised his head and asked Gong Sun Yi. I have said it, I will not allow anyone to tarnish my fiancé's reputation. As Gong Sun Yi said that, a flame palm print raised Shui Yi from the ground and the terrifying flames rushed into Shui Yi's body, causing him to have an extremely pained expression. That is why you better agree, Gong Sun Yi cruelly demanded. At that moment, everyone could feel the icy aura on Gong Sun Yi. He was really going to deal with Shui Yi. With his arrogance, he was unable to accept Shui Yi continuing to woo Yushi in the future. It would be a humiliation to him. I did not expect you to be this despicable, Shui Yi told Gong Sun Yi in a scornful tone. Gong Sun Yi had probably enraged him to strike first to obtain the moral high ground to deal with him. However, how many people had participated in today's scheme? The emperor family who had organized today's banquet, were they also involved? It had turned out as Luo Fan had expected, the banquet had been a trap. More flames entered Shui Yi's body, causing his face to contort in agony. His entire body was turning crimson and he was in the utmost pain. However, Gong Sun Yi's expression was exceptionally calm and he had no emotion in his eyes. He said emotionlessly, if you still do not agree, I take it that you will continue to tarnish my fiancé's reputation in the future. If so, I will have no choice but to permanently destroy your powers. You're serious? At the side, Luo Fan sat up and glared at Gong Sun Yi. Gong Sun Yi looked coldly at the other party and revealed a look of contempt. Nobody could fault him for taking action, he was the first in the alchemy conference. Even after he had destroyed Shui Yi's powers, nobody could touch him even if he chose to join the city lord office or emperor family. As for Shui Yi and Luo Fan, their support was the Zhuge family's Zhuge Mingyu. Zhuge Mingyu aside, even the Zhuge family could not interfere in the alchemy city's matters. When Luo Fan saw Gong Sun Yi's expression, he already understood. As expected, he was still too naive. This banquet was a trap set just for them. Di Gang sat quietly by the side watching everything unfold. He did not say anything nor stop anyone. At that moment, a person walked over quickly and said, Yi Futian's group has barged in. Should we stop them? Di Gang raised his head and looked at the person, then said, let them in. A similarly mocking expression appeared on Di Ju's face. What a coincidence, he had just invited them over to the emperor family the other day at the alchemy casino. Surprisingly, they had come over today. Li Futu, Xiongji Qin and the rest raised their heads and looked in the distance. They saw a group of figures moving towards them quickly and the group soon reached. It was Yi Futian and the Holy Ji Palace's disciples. Yi Futian stared at Gong Sun Yi, cold killing intent flashing across his eyes. Sister Yun, Joga, Yi Futian called out. The two of them understood his intentions and Yun Shuisheng took out her hail scepter. In an instant, the frost intent filled the area and the temperature dropped to the point of freezing. An unending snow shrouded the world and the heavens. Gong Sun Yi and Shui Yi's bodies were also the same. At that moment, Gong Sun Yi felt as though his blood was about to freeze. At the same moment, Huang Joga took out a bow and fired it immediately. The arrow flew through the air and turned into a golden ray of light that assaulted Gong Sun Yi. Instantly, Gong Sun Yi felt an extremely dangerous aura. He felt as though his soul was about to be frozen, followed by an arrow that flew through the air, attempting to take his life. Under the terrifying frost intent, everyone's thinking appeared to slow down and their gazes were rooted on Yi Futian. He had dared to attempt to kill Gong Sun Yi without saying anything. He had really wanted to kill Gong Sun Yi right there. Gong Sun Yi did not dare to continue dealing with Shui Yi and his body suddenly ignited and turned into red-hot flames. His entire body was surrounded by a flame armor and he speedily retreated. While he was retreating, he raised his hand and fired a huge flame palm print. Bang! The flame palm print exploded and the arrow continued flying through the flames and landed on the armor, sending Gong Sun Yi flying backward and vomiting blood. All this happened in an instant. From Yi Futian arriving and giving the order, there was no trace of hesitation or questioning. What arrogance! Di Ju shouted in anger. Many people took out their ritual implements, but they saw Yi Futian walking forward, holding the polearm of divine destruction in his hand and walking towards Shui Yi and Luo Fan like a gust of wind. Zhu Sheng was very close to Shui Yi and he had a brilliant flame armor on his body that looked like a divine vermilion bird, rushing towards Yi Futian. As he raised his palm and struck out, a giant vermilion bird claw descended from the sky. There was a terrifying vermilion bird shadow that appeared in the sky and its grip could tear a person to shreds. Yi Futian raised his head and looked coldly at the other party, raising his polearm of divine destruction and striking out. With a violent bang, the entire area was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. At that moment, Zhu Sheng felt that it was hard to even move. The vermilion bird shadow was crushed by the polearm and with a huge crash. The crowd saw Zhu Sheng's body being forcefully slammed to the ground. He lay on the ground, twitching and vomiting blood. With that one strike, he would be lucky to be alive after that. He's gone crazy, many people thought, stunned. They were taken aback by Yi Futian's rod strike and stared at him blankly. Around them, figures started to appear one after another, and their horrifying auras descended upon them. In a second, the entire banquet area was surrounded, and everyone could feel the suffocating pressure emanating from Sage Plane experts. "Take them down," Di Ju shouted in a frenzy. His body was shaking and burning up with a raging fire. Yi Futian dared to be so insolent and do such a thing in the Emperor family residence. The moment he arrived, he did not ask to do anything and went on a killing rampage immediately. This was a slap to the face. The dreadful auras descended from the skies and surrounded Yi Futian's group. Yi Futian's expression became even colder and he stood beside Shui Yi, saying, "The Holy Ji Palaces, Battle Sage Palace, Sage Dojan's disciple, Yi Futian." The crowd was shocked and looked at Yi Futian. What did he mean? The other people understood his intentions. Huang Zhouge looked at the crowd around them and said, "The sovereign family, Huang Zhouge." Tingxue House, Shu Q, a lazy voice sounded. Bang! With a huge sound, Yuan Zhon stepped forward and howled, "The Taihang Mountain, Yuan Zhon." The undying old man's successor, Phoenix also said softly. As the voices continued to sound, each voice made the crowd's hearts skip a beat. They finally understood what Yi Futian meant when he shouted that out. "My brother was bullied in the Emperor family and no one stepped in. Now, I want to see if the Emperor family's Sage Plane experts dare to move," Yi Futian said coldly. Di Ju frowned and his gaze swept across their group. He only now realized that the factions behind this group of people were enough to rattle the alchemy city. Chapter 634, Li Futu and the onlooking crowd all shuddered at the shocking scene. Li Futu and the onlooking crowd all shuddered at the shocking scene. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, disciples of Sage Dojan, the 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. Huang Zhouge from the sovereign family, where the 5th on the Barren Sky ranking was from. Shu Q, the successor of the 9th on the Barren Sky ranking. The Taihang Mountains King and the Undying Old Man were also in the top 20 of the Barren Sky ranking. Not to mention Sage Dojan and the Sword Demon's disciples were also around. On the other hand, the Emperor family's Di Kai was only 12th on the Barren Sky ranking. Those who had participated had ashen expressions. They did not care about Shui Yi and Luo Fan because the two of them did not have any backing. Their strongest background was only the Zhuge family's successor Zhuge Mingyu. Yi Futian was also only a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Moreover, in an argument between disciples, the Barren State's elders would not interfere. Therefore, even if he was a Holy Ji Palace disciple, they did not have any fear and had more competing emotions than respect. However, when Yi Futian and his friends shouted out those words, They no longer only represented themselves but had revealed their backings. This way, everyone would have to think twice before aggravating them. No matter who you are, coming to the Emperor family to create trouble is not allowed, a strong sage plane figure said from the air, his aura continuing to surround Yi Futian and his friends. Yi Futian looked at him coldly without any fear. Today, the Emperor family has organized a banquet, and my brother came to the banquet and was assaulted by a group. As the organizer of the banquet, the Emperor family allowed my brother to be treated like that, and nobody came out to stop them. I'm suspecting that the Emperor family did it intentionally. Yi Futian continued, if you want to interfere from now on, it's not me who is not following the rules, but the Emperor family bullying the younger generation. You can go ahead and try. Di Gang sat there watching the scene quietly. He was rather surprised that this disciple who had entered the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago would be so overbearing in the Emperor family residence. He waved his arm and said, step down. A glint appeared in the sage plane expert's eyes as he looked at Di Gang, then rapidly retreated. No matter who it was, since Di Gang was here, they would not be able to do as they pleased. Your brothers broke into a rage, injuring others and ruining the banquet, so we naturally need an explanation. Today, we need them to stay in the residence, Di Gang explained coolly. However, under his cool tone, there was unquestionable sovereignty. The Holy Ji Palace's disciple? Although he felt that a battle with another noble plane was pointless to him, since the palace's disciples had come, he did not mind. With him around, the interference of a sage plane expert was unnecessary. Yi Futian looked at him nonchalantly, then turned to his brother Shui Yi and asked, Brother, what happened? Gong Sun Yi transmitted a message humiliating me and provoking me to fight, so I did, Shui Yi replied. Who among them participated? Yi Futian asked again. The guy that you beat up, and him. Luo Fan pointed at a few people. The people he pointed at were all from the Alchemy City's clans and some of the geniuses from the Alchemy Conference. There were a few of them who had wanted to join the Emperor family and had fought to express their loyalty. Yi Futian's gaze swept across all of them. As they crossed gazes with Yi Futian, they felt a chill go down their spine. A noble plane figure actually made them feel fear as Zhu Sheng was still on the floor, unable to move. When is it your turn to poke your nose in my brother and Gong Sun Yi's matters? Yi Futian smiled cruelly and his gaze swept across the crowd, a terrifying martial arts will erupting from his body. He then held his polearm of divine destruction in his hand and walked towards the Alchemy City's geniuses. Many people stared at Yi Futian. He actually dared to start trouble here? Yu Sheng and Yuan Zhon stepped forward on his left and right, Huang Zhoge, Shu Qiu and the rest followed up as well. A terrifying aura engulfed the area. They had all gotten elite ritual implements in the alchemy casino and they had all taken them out now. Those people who had assaulted Shui Yi were all aghast and looked coldly at Yi Futian's group, taking out their ritual implements as well. As the members of the Alchemy City's clans and strong armorers, they naturally had no shortage of ritual implements. One of the clan's genius held a dragon staff in his hand, a dreadful flame spiritual chi forming from it. Terrifying flame dragons shot forth from it, flying towards Yi Futian's group. Each flame dragon was unbelievably huge and covered even the skies and blocked out the sun. Yun Shuaisheng raised her head and looked into the air, her hail scepter appearing in her hands. As she cast her spell, ice rivers appeared in the air, freezing the area, and the flame dragons were also frozen into giant ice statues. How dare the Holy Ji Palace's disciples be so arrogant? Take them down, Di Ju said coldly. There were hundreds of geniuses from all over the state here today, and just the Alchemy City had many members of elite clans here. Yi Futian's group was daring enough to declare war on them. After all, this was the Emperor family residence. Another figure stepped forward. This time, it was an extremely rabid genius. He held a fire god broadsword in his hand and slashed out towards the heavens. The golden flames split the area open, cutting the ice rivers in half and heading straight towards Yi Futian's group. An elite noble plane figure using a ritual implement in an outburst of strength. Its strength was horrifying and the light blade swept across the air, cutting through everything. Yuan Zhon stepped forward, the wolf fang bat in his hand becoming larger. With a loud roar, his golden body walked forward and struck out into the air. It was the 9 heavenly attacks which could split the heavens. The rod strike collided with the light blade in the air, causing the air to vibrate violently. Yi Futian's body flew like a gust of wind towards a person that Luo Fan had pointed at. There were people who tried to attack from the side, but Shu Qiu and Yi Futian's body turned into after-images, the sword shadow moving as fast as lightning, causing the people who tried to step forward to retreat. There were people casting spells from afar, but the arrows in Huang Zhouge's hands shot through the air and assaulted them at lightning speed. As he saw Yi Futian descending, the person quickly retreated, but what he felt the next moment was an unparalleled pressure and a force that made him feel like the air had frozen. His moments became exceptionally slow and even his thoughts had dwindled. He knew that it was a terrifying will assault. Next, he saw a brilliant rod striking towards him. He panicked and took out his ritual implement to block the attack. Crash! A deafening sound could be heard as he landed on the ground with his ritual implement. His ritual implement fell out of his hands and the impact had caused cracks to appear in the ground. God knows how violent that attack was. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt as though all the bones in his body had been broken, then fainted, causing those watching the battle to be disconcerted. Yi Futian was too overbearing, barging straight into the emperor family residence and injuring people. Was he going to get back at all the people who had dealt with his brothers? Even Shui Yi and Luo Fan were stunned. After not meeting for a few years, their little brother was no longer the teenager that needed their protection. It was as if they had just realized that their little brother was the Holy Ji Palace's elite genius and many of the influential figure's successors in the barren state were willing to be by his side. He had exceptionally high rallying power and dared to barge into the emperor family residence to stick up for them. While Luo Fan was touched, he also had a strange feeling. Why did he have a feeling of déjà vu? Back then, when Yi Futian was bullied by the Qin dynasty, it was he who had protected his little brother. Afterward, third brother and fourth brother Shui Yi had come down from the mountain and blocked the door of the Qin dynasty to stick up for their little brother. Now, it seemed that their roles had reversed. It was their little brother sticking up for them. What a tragic tale. At the side, Li Futu and the rest watched the erupting battle with unease. Was this the pride of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian? He actually had such a savage side. Lu family, Lu Wei. Yi Futian held the polearm of divine destruction in his hand and moved once again, landing in front of Lu Wei. Just now, Luo Fan had emphasized this person, so he must have done quite some damage to his brother. You dare to be so insolent? Lu Wei saw Yi Futian move towards him and his expression paled. Seeing the polearm of divine destruction covering the skies, he felt an exceptionally heavy force on him. He wanted to dodge, but an absolute pressure crushed down on his body, rendering him unable to move. He could only watch as the polearm of divine destruction got closer, and Lu Wei's expression became ghastly. Bang! With a giant impact, Lu Wei's defenses were shattered and his body was struck by the polearm of divine destruction. His body was flung towards the side and crashed rapidly into the banquet tables and chairs, blood streaming from his body, twitching as he laid on the floor. Many people looked towards Lu Wei. That strike probably left him half dead. Yi Futian did not stop. He continued forward, spells flashing and solidifying the air. The polearm of divine destruction swung repeatedly and bodies were flung left and right. In the blink of an eye, many people had been injured, especially those who had injured Shui Yi and Luo Fan. They were severely injured by Yi Futian and he did not pull his punches. Yi Futian would naturally not go easy on them. When was it their turn to interfere in his brother and Gong Sun Yi's matters and add insult to injury, bullying his brothers? Since they liked to bully others, it was time for them to face the music. This lunatic. Many people were appalled. Even those who did not participate were intimidated and stepped backward, not wanting to be dragged into it. This fellow was too violent. With his polearm of divine destruction, he was unstoppable and swept everyone. At that moment, Di Gang, who had been silent all the while, put down the wine glass in his hand. He stood up and in an instant, a fearsome aura erupted from his body and the heavens howled. The aura in the air seemed to transform and become chilly. Li Futu and the guests looked towards Di Gang. Was the Alchemy City's #1 person among the younger generation finally going to step in? Di Gang stepped forward and flew into the air, his might surrounding the area. Behind him, a golden space appeared and unbearable heat and sharpness emitted from it. His life spirit transformed into Dharma and blinding rays of light fired towards where Yi Futian was. With a huge crash, a brilliant phoenix shielded Yi Futian. It was Phoenix's defensive spell, shielding him like the wings of a phoenix. However, the blinding rays penetrated the phoenix's wings and shot right through it, continuing forward. Phoenix's expression paled, but Yun Shuaisheng had also come over. An imposing frost intent appeared from her hail scepter, finally blocking the blinding rays from continuing forward. Huang Zhouge stepped towards Di Gang. His expression was sharp and a terrifying martial arts will erupted from his body. He wanted to experience for himself the strength of the barren state Southwest region younger generation's #1. To be compared with Bai Luli, how strong was he? His martial will transformed into a will illusion, creating battle chariots that rushed forward to assault Di Gang. Di Gang looked casually at Huang Zhouge. In the golden area, a blinding glow emitted and under the crowd's astounded looks, a sun chariot drove out from within. The imposing chariot dragged the sun along, the chariot itself forged out of razor-sharp weapons. It flew down from the air, crushing and burning everything in its way. Chapter 635. The will illusion that Huang Zhouge had released was shattered and his battle chariots were all destroyed and burnt to nothingness. The sun chariot was simply too strong. Nothing could stand in its way and there was even the divine bird Golden Raven within the sun. The will illusion that Huang Zhouge had released was shattered and his battle chariots were all destroyed and burnt to nothingness. The sun chariot was simply too strong. Nothing could stand in its way and there was even the divine bird Golden Raven within the sun. Li Futu stared at Di Gang. Was this the #1 person in the Alchemy City region? This was the first time he had seen Di Gang in action. Undoubtedly, Di Gang was stronger than him. The chariot should have been forged by assimilating his life spirit into his martial will. It had endless power, both in the burning power of its spell and the execution ability of its martial arts. Huang Zhouge felt a tremendous pressure and released his life spirit. A shadow of the Renhuang appeared on his body, causing him to appear as though the Renhuang had descended, the Renhuang's sword in his hands. He slashed out into the air with the sword and instantly, an even stronger force appeared. The horrifying martial will swept across everything, a destructive storm appearing in the surroundings and finally crushing the oncoming sun chariot. However, Di Gang's expression did not change. He stepped forward and endless light rays surrounded his body, like a god. He personally directed his chariot forward and in an instant, he had descended in front of Huang Zhouge and used close combat techniques. At that moment, Di Gang appeared omniscient, as though he was God and could destroy everything. Huang Zhouge raised his hands and the Renhuang's sword slashed out. A tyrannical martial will appeared in the air, but Di Gang acted as though nothing had happened, riding his sun chariot and crashing down. The front of the sun chariot appeared to have an extremely powerful divine arms ritual implement on it, speedily rotating and crushing everything. His might continued downwards and Huang Zhouge was knocked back, not daring to face him. Yun Shuaisheng flew through the air, the hail scepter in her hand firing spells and freezing the area. However, Di Gang's life spirit also had a ritual implement assimilated into it. The golden raven in the sun did not fear any frost power and a flame armor appeared on his body, completely unaffected by the strong freezing spell. Invincible, many people looked at Di Gang and thought. He was too strong, as expected of the elite genius reputed to be the #1 in the Alchemy City region. At that moment, an illusion appeared. The crowd could only see a grey spot as an imposing killing intent burst forth. It was Shu Q. He appeared beside Di Gang. The sword in his hand slashed out, it was a spell-breaking, killing strike. Di Gang frowned and his arm stretched forward. In an instant, his arm had transformed into a divine arms ritual implement, refracting blinding rays and grabbing Shu Q's sword. As screeching scraping sounds sounded out, the sword slashed on his arm, sparks flying. Di Gang was unable to grab Shu Q's sword, but the sword was unable to sever his arm. The two of them crossed blows in a flash, as though nothing had ever happened. What a fast blade, what a strong defense. The crowd was amazed. However, both Huang Zhouge and Shu Q were only grade 2 nobles. How could they hope to stand up to Di Gang, who was already at the pinnacle of the noble plane? Even if they were both elite geniuses, Di Gang's reputation was not inferior to any of them. Bang! With another huge thud, coupled by a scream of agony, Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction had once again sent another person flying into the distance. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen were standing guard next to him, clearing all obstacles for Yi Futian. Presently, Yi Futian was flying in the direction of Gongsun Yi. Gongsun Yi's expression was extremely grim. The ritual implement in Yi Futian's hands had overwhelming power. As he saw Yi Futian flying across the air towards him, the armor ritual implement on Gongsun Yi's body covered him, and he saw Yi Futian crushing down on him with the polearm of divine destruction. At that moment, Di Gang had made his way over in unstoppable fashion. Shadows of chariots appeared in the area and descended in front of Yi Futian, but were all destroyed by the polearm of divine destruction. Hum! An exceedingly brutal aura erupted from Di Gang. He donned the golden raven armor, and divine sun rays shone from his body. As he rode his chariot, he was covered in divine light, and the golden raven grew to the size of the actual divine bird. Its wings sliced through the air as Di Gang raised his arm, the chariot crushing through everything and colliding with Yi Futian's rod. A destructive force swept the area and the divine bird covered the skies, its wings sweeping forward, knocking the polearm of divine destruction back and causing Yi Futian to fly backward and stand in the air. Yi Futian stared at Di Gang, Huang Zhouge and the rest appearing by his side. True to his reputation, Di Gang's strength was indeed overbearing. Such a coward, first on the alchemy ranking? Yi Futian looked at Gongsun Yi, who was hiding behind Di Gang. Gongsun Yi's expression became ghastly. The first in the admission examination for the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago was actually humiliating him. However, he did not have a ritual implement that could match Yi Futian's. The power that the polearm of divine destruction could release in Yi Futian's hands was unexpectedly huge. The Holy Ji Palace's disciples are just a group of people who rely on their ritual implements to flaunt their power. Gongsun Yi replied coldly. Yi Futian smirked and replied, "Since you wanted to kill my brother's matters are my matters. 2 days from now, I will challenge you at the place where the alchemy conference was held to a no ritual implements battle to the death. If you are able to kill me, the Holy Ji Palace will not interfere. On top of that, my brother will leave Alchemy City. Gongsun Yi, do you dare to accept?" Gongsun Yi looked coldly at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was challenging him. The first on the alchemy ranking with no ritual implements. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish," Gongsun Yi replied cruelly. "The battle will naturally have many influential figures observing. Alchemy City will be the judge. 2 days, I'll wait for you," Yi Futian replied coldly. He turned around and said, "Brothers, let's go." "Did I let you leave yet?" Di Ju said ruthlessly. "Do you even have the right to stop me?" Yi Futian turned around and looked at Di Ju, then turned to the emperor family's Di Gang and said, "If you want to come as well, I will accept." After saying that, he turned around and left. Huang Zhouge and the rest looked at the crowd, then smiled and walked out. Such a battle was highly anticipated. They naturally understood Yi Futian's intentions to invite the people from Alchemy City to observe. A battle to the death where the Holy Ji Palace and other factions did not interfere was the best way to settle Gongsun Yi's matters. Di Ju looked at Di Gang and heard him reply, 2 days later, I will be there. The crowd was astounded. Li Futu looked at Yi Futian's group as they left. The Holy Ji Palace's disciples were even more overbearing than he had expected. Xiong Jiqin similarly watched Yi Futian leave. This was the rising star of the Holy Ji Palace. 2 years ago, he had shot to fame in the sparring session. With his awe-inspiring courage and determination, he had brought his brothers out from the emperor family and started a battle to the death. Gongsun Yi's expression was extremely grim. He was previously struck by a sneak attack and was suppressed. He would use Yi Futian's life to wash himself of his humiliation. His previous crisis was because the other party had used his ritual implement. In a real battle, how could he possibly lose to him? At that moment, on the ground, many people let out groans of agony, evidently in a lot of pain. A few people had even fainted and could not be moved. Yi Futian. Those who had been injured had looks that desired revenge. There were also geniuses among the alchemy city who had cold expressions while looking at the figures who had left. These Holy Ji Palace geniuses were really arrogant, they had just come in and did as they liked. After Yi Futian's group walked out of the emperor family, he looked towards Shui Yi and Luo Fan and asked, "Brothers, are you all right? I knew that the feast was a trap all along." Fourth brother was too rash, Luo Fan replied. "It's okay as long as you're fine," Yi Futian replied. "Little brother, you seem to come a little too quickly," Luo Fan said with a questioning tone. Not long after the incident broke out, Yi Futian arrived. Why was it such a coincidence? How did Yi Futian know that they had gotten into trouble in the residence? Perhaps someone did it on purpose. Shu Qiu said lazily, "Did we fall into your scheme? We're all brothers here," Yi Futian smiled and replied. "So, our being injured was also part of your scheme?" Luo Fan looked at Yi Futian with a fake smile. Nothing of the sort. Yi Futian would definitely not admit it. Luo Fan smiled and did not say anything more. This little fellow was getting more and more crafty. However, he naturally understood Yi Futian's intentions for doing so. He had probably guessed that Gongsun Yi would intensify the situation due to his hate for Shui Yi. Only by doing so would he have a justified reason to kill the alchemy conference and alchemy rankings first, Gongsun Yi. Once Gongsun Yi was dead, there would be no stopping his fourth brother. What a bold and crazy idea. The alchemy conference was held once every 10 years, and the first on the alchemy ranking would be a symbol for that generation as the future of the Amira world. However, Yi Futian wanted to kill that symbol. Yi Futian did not want to do that either. There was originally a peaceful method to settle this. His brother and Yu Shi already had feelings for each other, and moreover, they already had a child. If Gongsun Yi gave in, the most that would happen to him was that his reputation would be mildly affected, but he would still remain as a shining star of the Amira world and be thanked by the two of them. However, Gongsun Yi was too arrogant and prideful. He could not tolerate such a stain on his record, so he insisted on marrying Yu Shi even though he did not have feelings for her. Moreover, from Gongsun Yi's attitude, he evidently involved his fourth brother in his anger and hated him too. Yi Futian did not stop his brother from attending the banquet to see how things would progress. He had seen Gongsun Yi's killing intent. When the emperor family released the news, all of Alchemy City was in an uproar. Following up on the piece of news a few days back, when the Holy Ji Palace's disciples had defeated Li Futu's team in the Alchemy Casino, Yi Futian had barged into the emperor family and sparked an astonishing dispute, injuring many of the clan's geniuses and brought Shui Yi out. He had also challenged Gongsun Yi to a battle to the death and allowed Di Gang to be there as well. The time was 2 days later, which was exactly the timing that the Alchemy City Lord Yukai had given them to decide. The location would be outside the City Lord office, where the alchemy conference was held. This was so that everyone could watch the battle. What a crazy notion. Where did Yi Futian get his confidence from? He dared to provoke the two most outstanding individuals in the Alchemy City, the number one in the younger generation, Di Gang, and the number one armorer, Gongsun Yi. The influential figures did not leave and their curiosity was sparked after hearing the news. Were the teenagers nowadays so arrogant and wild? The matter should have been because of Yu Shi. As expected, after Shui Yi had sacrificed his life spirit to forge a ritual implement that day, the matter had not yet ended. In an elegant courtyard in the City Lord office, the City Lord Yukai was there, looking at his daughter in front of him. She was extremely beautiful and did not wear loose clothing, so he could see her belly bulging slightly. "What are you here for?" Yu Shi's tone was frigid. Today, Shui Yi went to the emperor family to attend a banquet and was involved in a conflict with Gong Sun Yi and was injured, Yu Kai said. Yushi turned around and looked at her father coldly, replying, "Are you happy about that? I have given them 3 days. These 3 days are for Gong Sun Yi, but at the same time, they are also for him." Yu Kai looked at his daughter and replied, "However, he seems to be powerless to settle the issue, and his little brother has stepped in instead. He barged into the emperor family residence and brought them out and challenged Gong Sun Yi to a battle to the death." A ripple appeared in Yushi's eyes. Was it possible for the situation to change for the better? "In 2 days, you can go watch the battle," Yu Kai said. That battle would decide many people's fates. Chapter 636. 2 days later, at the place where the alchemy conference was held, the region around the alchemy conference, countless people's gazes gathered once again. Today, Yi Futian would challenge Gong Sun Yi to a battle to the death right here. 2 days later, at the place where the alchemy conference was held, the region around the alchemy conference, countless people's gazes gathered once again. Today, Yi Futian would challenge Gong Sun Yi to a battle to the death right here. Gong Sun Yi, the number 1 in the decennial alchemy conference, first on the alchemy ranking. Not only was he an elite armorer, but he also had exceptionally high cultivation potential, a trait of an elite genius. Yi Futian had potential that would be envied by the heavens and was the rising star of the Holy Ji Palace. He had come in first in the admission examination 3 years ago with a cultivation level of a grade 9 noble. If it was merely a contest of potential, Yi Futian would win by a mile, but Yi Futian's current cultivation level was lower than Gong Sun Yi's. Therefore, the outcome of the battle was difficult to predict. At that moment, the crowd was in intense discussion. Yi Futian was a savage person, barging into the emperor family residence to save his brothers. Moreover, he had injured all the Alchemy City clan disciples who had participated in assaulting his brothers. There were some people who still had multiple broken bones and were recuperating in their clans. Even the elite clan's members dared not settle the score with Yi Futian. After all, they had teamed up to bully Yi Futian's brothers and there was nothing wrong with Yi Futian getting vengeance for them. If their elders interfered, the nature of the issue would change. They had heard that when Yi Futian's group descended on the emperor family residence, there were sage plane experts from the emperor family who had tried to interfere. Yi Futian's group had revealed their identities and the sage plane experts had not dared to move. The people around Yi Futian did indeed have terrifying backgrounds. Gong Sun Yi had arrived very early. He was sitting on an alchemy pillar, bathing in the flames with his arms behind his back, waiting silently. Since he was already here, Yi Futian would be here soon. Looking at the city lord office in front of him, the building that he had once resolved to step into, he dreamed of becoming a legendary figure who would be the benchmark for the entire armorer world. He had been working hard towards his goal, and every step he took had been down to earth, even to the point of perfection. He had always felt that he was worthy of the best, and his woman would naturally be the best. The city lord's daughter Yu, she had always been his ideal path companion and extremely suitable for him. However, the incident during the alchemy conference had embarrassed him, and Yushi's conversation with him had infuriated him. His pride had been trampled on. Therefore, he wanted revenge on Shui Yi and Yushi. He would make them repent for their actions. In the emperor family residence, he had wanted to aggravate Shui Yi and find an excuse to destroy his powers. However, Yi Futian's appearance had trampled on his pride once again. The Holy Ji Palace's disciple had barged into the emperor family residence in an overbearing fashion, ignoring all of them, and taken Shui Yi away, challenging him to a battle to the death in the process. He had no reason to reject, so here he was, to kill Yi Futian. After Yi Futian had died, he would naturally not let Shui Yi off. Many of the emperor family's experts had come, including Di Gang. That day, he had already witnessed the strength of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples. They were indeed very strong, however, he had not seen Yi Futian's true strength as Yi Futian had relied on the strength of his ritual implement to dominate everyone. He was very curious how strong this Holy Ji Palace's rising star actually was. Li Futu, Yu Ming, Kai Lian, Su Hongxiu, and many of the Alchemy City's geniuses were also there. Following that, some influential figures came, some watching in secret. Bai Luli did not leave the Alchemy City. He stood on the steps, wanting to watch the battle. In the palace, Yi Futian had suppressed his younger brother Bai Zi completely. The Sage Palace was considering allowing Yi Futian to enter the Sage Hall to cultivate in the future. This meant that Yi Futian had potential that was not inferior to Hua Fan. Entering the Sage Hall meant that Yi Futian would become an influential figure in the palace. In the future, he might even become a palace lord. Since he was also in the Alchemy City, he naturally had to witness the battle for himself. Zhuge Mingyu had naturally already made her way over a long time ago. The emperor families Di Kai, Chu Ji from the Goddess Pavilion, Yang Jun from the Fire Emperor Palace, and many other influential figures who had not left Alchemy City appeared once again. Many people were stunned that a battle between two people from the younger generation could attract the attention of so many elite figures. Yi Futian and Gong Sun Yi's battle can be considered a battle between the Holy Ji Palace's most outstanding young disciple and the Armorer World's elite genius. It seems to have some symbolic meaning, Yang Jun said coolly. He had heard from Li Futu that Yi Futian was not easy to deal with. I heard that Yi Futian barged into the Emperor family residence 2 days ago. Di Kai, what do you think about this little fellow? Chu Ji looked towards Di Kai and asked. He's not bad, Di Kai replied calmly. I heard that before he left the residence, he threatened Di Gang to be here as well. How is Di Gang compared to him? Chu Ji smiled and asked again. Di Gang's future is that legendary plane. In the entire Barren State, there is only one person in his generation that can compete with him, Bai Luli. Di Kai replied nonchalantly and continued, if Yi Futian wants to obtain that right, he still needs to prove himself. How many years has the Barren State not had a Saint Plane expert? You should naturally understand what that legendary plane means. Chu Ji smiled faintly. If a saint appeared, he could command the entire Barren State. Let's watch and see, Di Kai replied casually, seeming to have a lot of confidence in Di Gang. Chu Ji smiled. A saint, huh? How many people dreamed of that? How much effort had the Holy Ji Palace, the holy land of the Barren State, put into trying to achieve that? Bai Luli was reputed to be the person with the most potential in the Holy Ji Palace in many years. Would he be able to achieve the palace's goal? Suddenly, a commotion started in the distance and a group of people walked over. It was Yi Futian's group. They're here, countless people thought as their gazes landed on Yi Futian. This genius from the Holy Ji Palace was not fighting for the palace today, but for his brother. However, regardless of the result, he still represented the Holy Ji Palace. Shui Yi is here as well. Many people looked at Shui Yi, who was beside Yi Futian. His fate lied with Yi Futian. Everybody understood why this battle came about. Little brother, Shui Yi looked at Gong Sun Yi on the Alchemy Pillar region and said to Yi Futian. Fourth brother, after you enter the City Lord office, you must remember to help me forge some weapons, Yi Futian said. Shui Yi was stunned and the serious atmosphere was no more. The battle was about to begin. What was this fellow thinking about? The deed isn't even done and you're already thinking about how to fleece your brother's ritual implements. Luo Fan was also speechless as he looked at Yi Futian. We were ordered by our master to come to the Alchemy City, but in reality, it was for ritual implements. We have gone to the Alchemy Casino and many people have gotten good ritual implements, but Yu Sheng and I have not found ours yet. Brother, I'm depending on you. Yi Futian patted Shui Yi on the shoulder. In the future, his brother would be the City Lord's son-in-law. He needed to sow his seeds first. The City Lord will personally forge a ritual implement for the top 3 in the Alchemy Conference. No matter whether you win or lose, the ritual implement is yours. Shui Yi looked at Yi Futian and reminded him, be careful. Brother, I'm going to take your word for it. Don't regret it, Yi Futian replied seriously. A ritual implement personally forged by the City Lord. What a steal. His fourth brother would have the Barren State's best armorer as his father-in-law after he had married Yu Shi. Would he lack ritual implements? Robbing him was a must. No regrets, Shui replied speechlessly. This kid. It's a gentleman's promise then. Yi Futian smiled and walked towards the alchemy pillars. When Yi Futian entered the alchemy pillar region, a group of figures walked out from the City Lord office. The City Lord Yu Kai had come with his beloved daughter, Yu Shi, to watch the battle. However, many people were wondering who the City Lord and Yu Shi rooted for. In name, Gong Sun Yi was the alchemy conference's #1. He had already obtained the right to marry Yu Shi and could be considered her fiancé. However, Yu Shi was probably praying for his defeat. They did not know what the City Lord's attitude was though. Yi Futian meets Senior Yu. Yi Futian bowed towards Yu Kai and continued, a few days ago, in the Emperor family residence, Gong Sun Yi and others combined forces to assault my brother, causing my brother to be injured even into today. Today, I am representing my brother to challenge Gong Sun Yi in a battle to the death. If I die in the battle, it is because of my weakness, and the Holy Ji Palace will not take revenge for me. My brother will also never step into Alchemy City. I hope that Senior can be the judge for this battle. Yu Kai looked at Yi Futian, he was this confident. What about you? Yu Kai looked at Gong Sun Yi and asked. If I die in the battle, it is also because I am equally weak. My family will not interfere, Gong Sun Yi replied. I will be the witness for this battle. Begin, Yu Kai replied coolly. As his voice landed, Yi Futian looked in the air at Gong Sun Yi who was on the alchemy pillars. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted behind Gong Sun Yi. He released his life spirit, it was a catalogue and it devoured the spiritual qi in the air frantically. Within the catalogue, there were images being formed, and divine beings appeared in the sky, flying down from the alchemy pillars towards Yi Futian. In an instant, a giant vermilion bird figure appeared above Yi Futian's head, its wings slicing down like sharp blades towards Yi Futian. At the same time, it spat out destructive flames from its mouth. Absolute territory, Yi Futian said in a low tone. Around his body, divine light surrounded him and turned into starry brilliance. At that moment, the brilliance flickered around him. When the vermilion bird wings slashed down towards him, it made a shrill screeching sound. The flames that could incinerate everything flocked towards him but was blocked by a starry light screen. What a strong defense this little fellow has, Chu Ji said softly. Combined force of martial will, it was probably not one of Sage Dojan's methods. Yi Futian's body slowly flew into the air. Although the vermilion bird attacked him wildly, it could not faze him at all. Gradually, Yi Futian had reached the same height as Gong Sun Yi. Gong Sun Yi's expression paled. His life spirit catalogue flew into the air, and a light shone on Yi Futian. In the next moment, a terrifying matrix appeared within the catalogue and turned into multiple lights of punishment. In an instant, countless rays of light of punishment shot down like giant crosses attempting to tear his body apart. Yi Futian looked in the air, lightning appearing in his eyes. In the next moment, purple, golden, and green destructive lightning flew into the air. It was the spell, the wrath of the thunder god. The killing rays and lightning collided fiercely in the air, creating into a horrifying destructive scene. The cross-shaped rays continued to rain down, but they were unable to penetrate Yi Futian's defenses. I don't know about being an armorer, but in martial arts, you're a far cry from me. As his voice landed, Yi Futian stepped forward, walking towards Gong Sun Yi. His arrogant figure made it seem as though the Alchemy Conference's #1 did not even have the right to battle with him. Chapter 637. This. Countless were shocked to their cores hearing Yi Futian's voice. Isn't Yi Futian doing too much with his words? Is Gong Sun Yi really no match for him? This. Countless were shocked to their cores hearing Yi Futian's voice. Isn't Yi Futian doing too much with his words? Is Gong Sun Yi really no match for him? Gong Sun Yi stood on top of the alchemy pillar, looking at Yi Futian with cold eyes. Yi Futian walked towards him, and each step seemed to carry immense pressure as if Gong Sun Yi was being invaded by some kind of mental powers. He was a grade 1 noble while Yi Futian's aura suggested that he was at most a grade 3. It was totally unexpected that Yi Futian would make the first move to attack him using spiritual will powers. It was deemed an insult like no other. However, when Gong Sun Yi felt the invading will coming at him, he was shocked to find himself almost paralyzed. An illusion was welling up in his mind, as if his body was being locked in place by some intense power, rendering him totally immobile. Gong Sun Yi had no way of moving his body, and even his blood seemed to stop flowing, rendering everything in him still. Boom! Violent flames burst forth all of a sudden. Gong Sun Yi's will seemed to have taken the form of some kind of fire god, attempting to burn everything in its path and dispel the power controlling him. Yi Futian extended his hand. Tremendously fearsome will and spells descended at the same time. He recalled from one of Sage Daozang's lectures that noble will could have been seen as some kind of area of effect power. The top-class genius cultivators were capable of creating their own areas of will, by dissolving different types of area of effect abilities, which enabled them to conjure super-powerful spells. Yi Futian had been capable of creating several types of abilities within the 3 years of training in the Holy Ji Palace. When he advanced to Grade 3 Noble Plane, his areas of will became even more powerful, so much so that no conventional Grade 1 Noble wouldn't have been able to resist his powers. Gong Sun Yi was incredibly well known, but that was due only to his prowess as an armourer. Alchemy City placed incredible emphasis in the armorous art, and talented armorers enjoyed prestige like no other. While there was no doubt that he was a magnificent armorer of the highest order, his martial arts competency was nowhere near that of his capacity as an armourer. At the very least, when compared to Di Gang, Gong Sun Yi was way behind, so much so that he was hardly on the same level as Di Gang in martial arts. Gong Sun Yi's exceptional talents at the armorous arts made him incredibly arrogant and insolent, yet he failed to understand that the city lord of Alchemy City, Yu Kai, did not get where he was, being ranked 8th on Baron Sky ranking, due to his proficiency as an armorer. Yu Kai was also an exceptional martial artist. If he had simply devoted all his time to hone his armorous skills and let his mastery at martial arts rust, he would have never been able to get where he was. Yu Kai would have simply been made a servant, crafting ritual implements for others. Due to having too much renown as an armorer, and everyone around him hailing him as some sort of superior being, Gong Sun Yi failed to realize his lacking competency in the martial arts. Freeze, Yi Futian uttered. Gong Sun Yi felt everything around him go still in an instant. Even the flow of spiritual qi and his own thoughts threatened to cease moving altogether. The melding of powers was simply too strong, as the will and spell became one and resonated with each other. Gong Sun Yi burst his most powerful aura out, attempting to touch that terrifying power holding him in place. The wings behind him flapped and he took to the air. However, he soon saw a massive number of vines, enough to block out the sky, coming at him. Yi Futian conjured explosively dazzling golden vines from his hand, holding Gong Sun Yi still instantly. The vines coiled around Gong Sun Yi, suspending him in the air. When Gong Sun Yi's flames burned, golden flames jumped onto the golden vines, yet the flames failed to burn the vines. The fatal entanglement spell was evolved as well, and its power was several orders of magnitude higher than what it used to be. Countless eyes locked in one place as the hearts of many raced, bearing witness to what was taking place in the air at the moment. The one who ranked first on alchemy rank of Alchemy City and the champion of law battle 3 years ago clashed, and many have thought the fight to be one between two equally powerful titans, thus making it incredibly spectacular. No one would have thought the fight to turn out like this. It was slaughter. The unbelievably bright star of the alchemy conference, Gong Sun Yi, was being slaughtered by Yi Futian, who was of a lower plane. At the moment, the prestigious rank of number 1 in alchemy rank felt incredibly cheap in front of the proud son of the Holy Ji Palace. Shui Yi smirked at the scene and said in a lowered voice, "I sure as hell didn't expect our little brother to get this strong, just in the past few years." Brother, you seem to have been played," Luo Fan mumbled. Their worries had been for nothing. Furthermore, the act of Yi Futian asking for a ritual implement was now seen like one robbing the blind. "I have no problem with that whatsoever," Shui Yi said with a smile. He turned his eyes at the stairs, and his eyes met Yu Shi's. Both felt relieved as they knew that the fight left little to the imagination. Yi Futian stared at Gong Sun Yi's pale face above the alchemy pillar and looked utterly remorseless for beating Gong Sun Yi so mercilessly. He and both his seniors had asked Gong Sun Yi to give up, yet Gong Sun Yi simply told him to get lost. Gong Sun Yi went so far as to attempt to cripple his senior in the emperor family's residence. From the words of his senior, Gong Sun Yi had not truly wanted to marry Yushi, he had only wanted to exact his revenge. His immense pride drove him off the rails, making him go to insane lengths to get what he wanted. How did it turn out like this? Gong Sun Yi asked himself. He was reluctant to believe what was happening to him at the moment, but reality was cruel. He had no means of resisting Yi Futian whatsoever. How, you ask? Yi Futian looked at Gong Sun Yi and added, that is because you're weak. Yi Futian clenched his fist as he finished. Gong Sun Yi's body shuddered violently, becoming stiff in the air without any way of freeing himself. He did not even have the right to fight back. I'm the champion of the alchemy conference. I will train in the amorous arts in the city lord office. Let me go, and I will give up. Gong Sun Yi begged Yi Futian for mercy. Many looked at him startled. So even someone as prideful as Gong Sun Yi fears death. Since he is willing to give up, please just drop the matter, someone from the Gong Sun clan said. Yi Futian. Gong Sun Yi is the champion of this year's alchemy conference. You got what you came for. Just stop already, even Di Gang said from far away. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. He heard a voice in his ear at the very moment, kill him. Yi Futian was stunned. The voice obviously came from Yu Kai, the city lord of Alchemy City. He came to realize that Yu Kai spoke with Gong Sun Yi that day, and it seemed that Yu Kai was very irritated by Gong Sun Yi. As Yu Kai gave the word, Yi Futian came to immediately realize what to do next. The golden vines were aimed at Gong Sun Yi's throat, and Gong Sun Yi yelled in response, no. Stab. Incredibly sharp vines were stabbed into his throat like swords. Countless people were shocked to their cores as they stared at the scene with dumbfounded eyes. Gong Sun Yi was probably the most pitiful champion of the alchemy conference in history. Yu Kai watched the scene without showing any emotion. Everyone was given opportunities to choose their fates one way or another. Yu Kai gave Gong Sun Yi a chance to choose, and he would have treated Gong Sun Yi like a student, just like what Yi Futian had in mind. However, Gong Sun Yi was simply too arrogant. As he chose his pride over the other options given to him, it was only natural that he suffer the consequences of his choices. Gong Sun Yi's body dropped to the ground, and the members of the Gong Sun clan stared at Yi Futian with vengeful looks. Yi Futian dispelled his aura and looked at the city lord office. He was thinking about the 3 days that Yu Kai gave them to think about things. It was a move to give Shui Yi an opportunity, and it was also one given to Gong Sun Yi. If Shui Yi indeed had all his cultivation destroyed by Gong Sun Yi in the emperor family's residence that day, what would Yu Kai have done? Yi Futian had no way of guessing what was going on inside the mind of the mighty one ranked 8th on Baron Sky ranking. As the city lord of Alchemy City and the symbol of the world of Amorous, he needed to stick to the traditions set by his predecessors and recruit geniuses for the city lord office as well. The one who ranked first on the alchemy rank would have been the most suitable candidate for his daughter. As such, he probably would not have doubted any of his actions. However, Yushi opposed and rebelled against him. He was not able to do anything against his daughter. As such, he deemed Gong Sun Yi disposable in order to protect the reputation of the city lord office and his daughter. It would have been the same for Shui Yi. As he said before, Gong Sun Yi was too arrogant and too insolent. They had spoken, and Gong Sun Yi refused to give up. That decision probably sealed his fate, one that was doomed to end in tragedy. Di Kai glanced at Yu Kai. He was curious as to what was going on in Kai Yu's mind at the moment. Does he feel any pity at the loss of the champion of Alchemy Conference? Di Gang was seen staring at Yi Futian. The emperor family had decided to recruit Gong Sun Yi 2 days ago. With Gong Sun Yi defeated, there was a huge chance that he would have joined the emperor family. However, Yi Futian showed no mercy. He went killing the one who ranked first on alchemy rank right there and then. Several days ago, you brought the students of the Holy Ji Palace and Huang Joga to invade the emperor family's residence. You injured quite a number of our people. Since you proposed a fight to the death with Gong Sun Yi, the Emperor family left you to it, Di Gang said slowly as he looked at Yi Futian. Now that you have won the fight, I think it is due time to settle the matter of you invading the Emperor family residence. Many lifted their head to look at Di Gang. It seemed like Di Gang was incredibly dissatisfied at Yi Futian killing Gong Sun Yi. Furthermore, given that he had invaded the Emperor family residence, it looked as if Di Gang was ready to move against him. I said it that day, come and I will indulge you. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Di Gang. The air felt stiff once again. Rumors had it that something like that actually happened. However, seeing was believing, and the scene of Yi Futian provoking Di Gang still sent shivers down men's spines. Is that unparalleled genius from the Holy Ji place really trying to pick fights with the top figure of the younger generation in the southwestern region of Baron State, right after he killed Gong Sun Yi, the champion on alchemy rank? Di Gang was not Gong Sun Yi. He was no armorer, and he was a fighter through and through. His proficiency in the martial arts were leagues above Gong Sun Yi's. It was said that his prowess was proven in the Emperor family residence that day. When Di Gang made his move, there was simply no one who was able to stand in his way. Di Gang looked at Yi Futian as he took steps forward, making for the alchemy pillar area. He said, well then, let me have a look personally at what the mighty ones of the Holy Ji Palace are capable of. Everyone who invaded the Emperor family residence that day fought using ritual implements. That is hardly considered a true fight. Let us go about it as how it should be done then, right now. Is Di Gang trying to fight every single person from the Holy Ji Palace? Many were breathing hard. Di Gang was indeed the number one in Alchemy City. He remained just as overbearing even after witnessing what Yi Futian was capable of. Huang Zhouge and all the others looked rather distressed. They were able to tell back in that day that Di Gang was indeed powerful. But fighting all of them all at once, all on his own? Is he trying to make a joke here? Chapter 638. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Di Gang, who was taking his steps in the air, and smiled. You are welcome to test yourself against the students of the Holy Ji Palace, but you alone are not qualified to fight all of us at once. If you want a war, you need to bring your people with you. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Di Gang, who was taking his steps in the air, and smiled. You are welcome to test yourself against the students of the Holy Ji Palace, but you alone are not qualified to fight all of us at once. If you want a war, you need to bring your people with you. Di Gang did not mind at all. He actually went on to look at everyone below and said, if any proud sons and daughters of Alchemy City wish to test themselves against the students of the Holy Ji Palace, feel free to join the fray. I wish to do so. A voice was heard and a figure leaped onto the platform. It was Li Futu. Many were dumbfounded. Li Futu of the Fire Emperor Palace, whose reputation was slightly inferior to Di Gang's yet was nonetheless someone of exceptional caliber. He was said to have lost in the gang fight in the Alchemy Casino. Was he trying to fight once again here? I'm not here to fight to the death. I want only to test my skills, Li Futu said. He apparently felt something was lacking in the fight back then and had been feeling rather displeased. As such, he walked into the alchemy pillar area and stood in the air, wanting to test himself yet again. I too wish to do so. Another figure walked out. It was Kai Lian. He crafted a heavy sword in the alchemy conference and ranked 4th on alchemy rank. He was very powerful. Many mighty ones from some of the renowned clans of Alchemy City walked into the alchemy pillar area, gathering around Di Gang, eager to try their hand. Well, in that case, we too shall see what the mighty ones of the Alchemy City regions of the Barren State are made of. Yi Futian turned his head back toward his people and saw one figure after another step up. The air above the vast ground surrounded by 8 alchemy pillars saw the gathering of multiple geniuses and mighty ones of incredible prowess. It was truly a magnificent sight to behold. This fight will definitely be more spectacular than the last. No one had expected to be able to witness a showdown like this after the alchemy conference. Di Gang, Li Futu, Kai Lian, and the others joined the fray as representatives of the Alchemy City regions, while Yi Futian and his people represented the mighty ones of the Holy Ji Palace. It was the clash of titans between the best of geniuses, and the fight was seen to carry great significance. Interesting. Shu Qiu smirked. Not only had he been able to get several ritual implements on this trip to Alchemy City, but he felt great that he was also able to see for himself what the top figures of Alchemy City had to offer. He planned to focus on making his way up the law rank after returning to the Holy Ji Palace. When he became a Grade 1 noble, he would then focus on breaking into sage planes. The sky would be the limit once he became a sage. Huang Zhouge looked just as excited. He chose not to study in the Holy Ji Palace despite having participated in the palace's examinations, as his sole objective back then was to fight top-notch figures. He was equally as excited to be able to do the same again this day. Everyone from both sides took their own corners and unleashed their auras, enabling everyone to make clear of the planes of one another. One figure after another was seen flashing about, making their way at each other. Li Futu stepped out. A proud figure was seen coming at him. It was none other than Huang Zhouge. Kai Lian stepped out, and the one who chose to fight him was Shu Qiu. All the others selected their own opponents. Dazzling figures filled the air above the alchemy pillars as they went fighting each other. Di Gang didn't move. Many turned their eyes at Di Gang. He remained standing proud in the air, scanning the battlefield but not fighting himself. Yi Futian stood in the air in silence without moving as well. Yi Futian was able to connect the minds of everyone in that battle back in Alchemy Casino using music, resonating them with one another. He isn't doing something like that today but simply let everyone fight their own battles. It is the same with Di Gang's side. No matrices are used to boost anyone. It seems like all they want is to fight each other as they are, without using amplification tools of any kind. Furthermore, both Di Gang and Yi Futian seemed to have isolated themselves from the fray. The battles there looked as if they had nothing to do with them. Many sported funny looks. Both of them seemed to have immense pride. The battles raged about in the area of the platform. Li Futu seemed to have been possessed by the vermilion bird, and Huang Zhouge looked like a descendant of Ren Huang. Both figures clashed and the space trembled violently in response. Kai Lian was a swordsman, and a golden dazzling greatsword seemed to have appeared between his hands. It went swinging about in the air in an attempt to cut everything in its way. However, Shu Qiu moved about like a mirage, clad in murderous intent, boasting incredible power. Yu Sheng, Zui Qianqiu, Yi Wuchen, Phoenix, and some others found their own opponents, and each of their fights looked earth-shattering. It was especially so in the fight between Yu Sheng and Di Ju. While Di Ju was formidable, he was being slaughtered by Yu Sheng and sent flying all over the place. Di Ju spat up blood from his mouth and he looked pale. Despite the predicament with his little brother, Di Gang did not intervene. He simply observed everything taking place in silence. The Holy Ji Palace is the sacred ground of the Barren State, and everyone who emerged from there is indeed the best the Barren State has to offer, many mumbled to themselves as they watched the battles taking place. While the students of the Holy Ji Palace suffered a disadvantage in plane, they seemed to have gained the upper hand in the battle. There was no doubt that Huang Zhouge was incredibly powerful. He fought Li Futu as a Grade 2 noble. He was the first runner-up in the law battle 3 years ago. His tremendous capacity for combat seemed to once again speak volume of Yi Futian's powers. As the battles raged on, the ones at the side of Alchemy City began to see more and more losses, and it seemed like they were barely holding on. Di Gang, who had been standing in the air watching, swooped down on the battlefield. Blinding light was seen bursting from his body as he was clad in golden raven armor and a sun hung above him. The divine bird cried around the sun as it looked incredibly breathtaking. At that moment, Di Gang's body became covered in overpowering might. Beams of scorching hot sunlight shot out, covering the heavens and bringing incredible pressure to bear down on everyone. The golden raven armor. Many turned to look at Di Gang. His golden raven armor looked incredibly regal and proud. That was a terrifying battle tactic Di Gang had invented using his own life spirits. It was a form of limitless might and looked invincible. Rumor had it that in order to train and gain such battle form, he went searching for the golden raven at the edge of the demon world. The number one figure in Alchemy City was indeed a peerless one. "Everyone retreat," Di Gang said with an overbearing voice. Golden fiery beams shot out from his body as soon as he finished giving the order, heading for Huang Zhoge and the rest of the Holy Ji Palace students. Everyone was seen putting up a defense against the move. Many who heard Di Gang scattered. Li Futu frowned and thought of continuing his fight with Huang Zhoge, but Di Gang had no plans of letting him continue his fight. Di Gang descended on his opponents like a divine bird. He raised his hand and went for Huang Zhoge right away. At that very moment, Huang Zhoge felt as if he was facing a true divine bird of the sun. The tremendous divine bird loomed over him, and it looked far more powerful than Li Futu's vermilion bird. The golden fiery claws capable of tearing everything in their path came for Huang Zhoge. He retreated in a hurry but quickly saw the shadow of a divine bird pursuing him with lethal intention. Huang Zhoge saw no choice but to fight head-on. He brought his Renhuang sword to bear, attempting to cut the bird into two. However, the shadow of the divine bird in front of him seemed to be unbelievably solid. The Renhuang sword hit hard on the bird, and Huang Zhoge was quickly sent flying from the resulting shock. Voom! With a flap of its wings, Di Gang's body vanished. He went into another direction, which was where Phoenix was. An incredibly huge golden bird of the sun swooped down with its wings. Holy lights flashed down like blades, and every defense that Phoenix put up was completely shattered. With a loud rumble, Phoenix, who was a grade 3 noble, was pierced by some kind of attack and spit up blood. Di Gang vanished once again after landing the hit. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Zhong Li and others were attacked one after another, and they were either cornered or injured. The unbelievably fast movements of Di Gang made it seem almost impossible to catch him. What incredible power! Many were stunned at the sight. Di Gang was indeed the number one in all of the southwestern region of the Barren State. Di Gang was so powerful that anything he pulled seemed to be a testament to his invincibility. Many were boiling with excitement. While many mighty ones from the Alchemy City regions were being crushed by the Holy Ji Palace students, Di Gang proved adequate to even the score. Everyone came to understand why Di Gang chose to have all of the students of the Holy Ji Palace fight. While he did allow the mighty ones from Alchemy City to fight alongside him, he had never once thought of relying on any one of them. He had been planning to overwhelm everyone from the Holy Ji Palace right from the start, proving himself to be the one befitting the title of number one in Alchemy City. It was also, at the same time, the price he intended to make Yi Futian and the others pay for invading the Emperor family residence. Everyone from Alchemy City felt excitement like no other. Their number one mighty one was so overbearing that no one was able to stand in his way. Di Kai, your son is indeed something, Yang Jun said. While his son, Li Futu, was also a top-notch genius, he had to admit after seeing Di Gang in action, that Di Gang was way more powerful than Li Futu. I've said it before. Di Gang will become a saint someday. In the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace, only Bai Luli would be able to stand against him. Even if the one ranked first on the law rank were here, Di Gang would run over him all the same. All those students here are no match for him, Di Kai said proudly. It was only natural for him to do so, having one such excellent heir to succeed him. He glanced at Bai Luli, who was watching the battles, thinking that when Di Gang became a sage, there would be a day when Di Gang would clash with him, who ranked 10th on Barren Sky ranking. This would decide who was the superior one among them. Yu Kai was observing the battlefield as well. Di Gang's talents were indeed matchless in Alchemy City, and he would be able to achieve great things in the future. Di Kai was also feeling ambitious right then, having intentions of taking his place. Yi Futian had demonstrated his genius-level talents when he ran over Gong Sun Yi. But how will he fare against Di Gang? At the moment, Yi Futian burst forth with incredibly dazzling light as well. The wings of the rock spread wide and bright. He then addressed the battlefield, "All of you, retreat and leave it to me." He flashed and disappeared from where he stood as soon as he was done talking, appearing right before a mighty one from Alchemy City the very next moment. That mighty one felt Yi Futian's sharply exploding aura of intense might, but in the very next second, he was rendered completely stiff and unable to move. Boom! The wings swept and the body of that mighty one was sent flying, swatted away by the huge rock down to the ground below. Yi Futian's body disappeared yet again and appeared where Diju was. Diju intended to back away seeing Yi Futian coming, but Yi Futian's speed was so fast that he zipped by in a dazzling arc, and with a flap of the golden wings, a deafening shriek was heard. Blood appeared on Diju's body as he hit an alchemy pillar hard. Many others were only able to see the rock zipping through the air afterward before one figure after another dropped like flies. The hearts of many were shocked at the scene, as all of the mighty ones from Alchemy City looked helpless before Yi Futian. He seemed to be making a statement that what Di Gang had just pulled, he was able to do the same. Seems like the head of the Emperor family jumped to conclusions a little too soon. That boy is a grade 3 noble, yet he is able to do what Di Gang just did. Chuji smirked sheepishly as she elaborated. Di Kai stared at the battlefield in all seriousness and said, Di Gang will end his rampage right here. Chapter 639. All of the Holy Ji Palace students on the battlefield, even Huang Zhouge, retreated. They had all experienced Di Gang's powers firsthand, and he was indeed more powerful than they were. He was truly the genius of the highest order in the Alchemy City regions. His reputation preceded him and he had what it took to back his immense reputation. His unbelievably exceptional talents for combat made it so that even those ranked high on the law rank of the Holy Ji Palace would find him difficult to deal with. All of the Holy Ji Palace students on the battlefield, even Huang Zhouge, retreated. They had all experienced Di Gang's powers firsthand, and he was indeed more powerful than they were. He was truly the genius of the highest order in the Alchemy City regions. His reputation preceded him and he had what it took to back his immense reputation. His unbelievably exceptional talents for combat made it so that even those ranked high on the law rank of the Holy Ji Palace would find him difficult to deal with. Di Gang proved himself to be the #1 genius in all of the southwestern regions of the Barren State. While rumor had it that the prestige of both Li Futu and Gong Sun Yi were almost equal to his, the truth was that Di Gang's combat ability was several orders of magnitude higher than either of them. Di Gang stood proudly in the air, basking in the light of the Golden Raven and watching Yi Futian move, who was then attacking Kai Lian. Kai Lian ranked 4th in the Alchemy Conference. His combat ability was immensely high and there was no way Yi Futian would be able to easily overpower him. The fire and golden light around Kai Lian burst in a crazed manner and it seemed as if his body was being turned into a large painting. It was as if countless runes were coalescing into a matrix of sorts, forging a terrifying giant sword. Sword aura from all around him whooshed, and the golden light and fire resonated with the aura. The shadow of the rock descended upon Kai Lian and at that very split second, the space around him felt frozen. He then felt a very strong, oppressive pressure bearing down on him, freezing the space around him. Boom, boom, boom. Incredibly terrifying golden fires exploded in the air in an attempt to destroy that power that seemed to be placing everything around him under lockdown. However, he still felt incredibly heavy and cold, as if all forces around him made it a point to pin him down, preventing him from moving. Sharp, high-pitched ringing noises were heard, and appalling light burst from the giant sword, tearing everything around it apart. Go! Kai Lian uttered a single word with a cold voice. The giant sword, under his control, went about tearing apart everything in its path, making its way to the rock. Voom! The golden mirage was unbelievably quick as it zipped past the giant sword. At that second, the giant sword suddenly blew up into countless pieces of small rune swords, bursting with incredibly sharp sword will, attempting to tear apart the space. Despite his frightening speed, Yi Futian was unable to evade the attack. The countless rune swords went for him, yet clanging sharp noises were heard soon after. There seemed to be an absolute defense field with Yi Futian at its center. The rune swords zipped past the starlight, yet they were still unable to break his defenses. The rock soon descended upon Kai Lian. Kai Lian shouted. Using his body as the container, Countless runes flashed about and spread all around. It was a dazzling scene to behold, like his body had been turned into a giant sword of alchemy. However, Yi Futian, clad in the shadow of the rock, remained unfazed as he attacked. The blow landed directly onto Kai Lian's body, and it seemed as if the attack hit the giant sword squarely as well. Intense, heavy power burst suddenly as the giant sword blasted countless shimmering runes, trying to defend against the attack in a crazed manner. Kaboom! Lightning of incomparable magnitude burst, like the god of thunder himself was hammering on the giant sword in a rage. Cracking noises sounded out, and cracks began to form on the giant sword. The giant weapon was soon torn apart as dazzling lights flashed. Kai Lian's body was sent flying by the move. He spat out blood in the air and his face looked as pale as paper. Even Kai Lian, a grade 1 noble, was utterly incapable of defending against the attack. The hearts of many shuddered. While it was easy to say that what happened between Gongsun Yi and Yi Futian was simply due to everyone having overestimated what Gongsun Yi was capable of, what happened right there and then was a testament of Yi Futian's unparalleled ability which was deemed to be at the pinnacle of noble plane. There was no one that Yi Futian was unable to simply swat aside, other than Di Gang. That fellow. Shu Qiu watched Yi Futian with a startled look. He fought with Kai Lian before and knew well of Kai Lian's prowess. He was incapable to defend against Kai Lian's attack before, and that alone spoke volume of Yi Futian's current prowess. Not having fought for 2 whole years, Yi Futian's rank on the law rank of the Holy Ji Palace remained at 10th place. However, everyone knew that he should have advanced a long time ago. Speculating Yi Futian's prowess happened very often in the Holy Ji Palace. That one battle enabled them to see it for themselves personally. The number genius of Alchemy City, Di Gang, stood before Yi Futian. "You all, back off," Di Gang addressed everyone who was being attacked by Yi Futian. Everyone retreated as told, even Li Futu did so without hesitation. He knew if Yi Futian were to attack him, there was no way he would come out on top. That grade 3 noble from the Holy Ji Palace now felt like a demon god of some kind. Everyone else who had fought before retreated, with only 2 people left within the alchemy pillar area, Di Gang and Yi Futian. Both of them stared at each other. Di Gang was basking in the light of the golden raven, while Yi Futian was clad with the rock. Those 2 were deemed kings among birds. The upcoming battle was one that would reveal Yi Futian using his full power and how long he would last facing off against someone like Di Gang. Di Gang locked gazes with Yi Futian as he said, "You are a grade 3 noble, and as such, it has not been my place to bully you. But you invaded the Emperor family residence and overpowered the Emperor family with numbers. As such, I see no other way than to fight you personally. However, I will only injure you very badly in this fight, as penance for those you have injured that day. When you reach a higher plane in the future, I welcome a challenge from you again." Di Gang spoke with an incredibly prideful tone. Despite the immense talents like none other and combat ability second to none, Di Gang still deemed Yi Futian no match for him. Di Gang was at the pinnacle of the noble plane, and he was literally steps away from becoming a sage. His talents surpassed all others, and both his offensive and defensive capacities were mastered at uncommon heights. His life spirit was immensely powerful and he reigned supreme in martial arts at the noble level. Besides Yi Futian, there was hardly anyone in the noble plane who was able to truly face him and come out on top in all of the barren state. It was not a statement made in arrogance but in confidence. He had thought for a long time, if Bai Luli was of the same plane as him, there would have been an epic battle between 2 nobles at the pinnacle of their training. There have been many who like you before, arrogant like none other. Be it Bai Zi in the law battle 3 years ago, or Yang Ju who is here today, or anyone you can think of, they all behaved in such ways. The end result of their arrogance, they know well themselves, Yi Futian said plainly, embarrassing Yang Ju who was among the crowd. Yi Futian obviously targeted him for humiliation, yet Bai Luli looked composed and there was little to be found from his expression. Yi Futian was simply telling the truth. Bai Zi's prowess was far behind that of Yi Futian, and Bai Luli saw no need to deny that. He made it a point to train by Zi harder when he returned to the Holy Ji Palace. As for you being of a higher plane than I am, there is no need to fret about that. If we were of the same plane, you would have no business being here. Yi Futian added plainly, those who were of the same plane as I never stood a chance. They were nothing to me, and they had no right to even speak to me. Well. Everyone within earshot was rendered speechless by Yi Futian's words. Di Gang was incredibly arrogant as he had what it took to back his claim. However, Yi Futian's response proved even more insolent. He had no one of the same plane to fight against, as there was simply no one of the same plane who stood a chance against him. What he meant was he was invincible compared to everyone on the same plane in the barren state. No one of the same plane had the right to even think about lifting a finger against him. These were probably the most insolent words a martial arts cultivator could come up with. You brag without shame. Di Kai of the Emperor family said coldly, I have never seen one of the younger generation as insolent as you are. He became a law battle champion to enter the Holy Ji Palace as a grade 9 noble, and he came to sweep everyone aside in the Alchemy City regions as a grade 3 noble. All who he fought and defeated were people of a higher plane. As he put it himself, no one on the same plane as him stands a chance against him, Chu Ji elaborated with a smirk, finding the young man to be rather amusing. Di Kai snorted. He will learn his lesson after this battle. Two distinctly terrifying auras permeated the battlefield. Di Gang said nothing else. There was no need for more words. If Yi Futian was behaving in such a confident manner, Di Gang had to do nothing else but to overpower him with sheer force. Terrifying martial arts will burst out. Di Gang was standing very far away from Yi Futian. However, when Di Gang lashed out with a clawing attack, the gold raven appeared, blocking out the sky and went straight for Yi Futian with its fiery golden claws. Absolute territory. Starlight circled around Yi Futian as it turned into a space of absolute territory. When the golden raven shadow came tearing at him, sharp, screeching noises were heard. The starlight around Yi Futian seemed utterly impenetrable. Good defense. I specialize in martial arts, and I have invented the offensive and defensive techniques of the golden raven armor. Are you ready? Di Gang stepped forward, flashing like the golden raven at a frightening speed, coming straight for Yi Futian. Spell, sky freezing, Yi Futian said. Powerful areas of will permeated the space around him, seemingly freezing everything around it. It was a power that came with intense pressure, as even Di Gang's speed seemed to have been considerably slowed. Di Gang had a strange look as he came to feel such power firsthand. He was surprised to find it nearly impossible to tell what kind of elements were used to create such a fusion power. That meant that what Yi Futian pulled surpassed his current plane limit and gave birth to some completely new area of effect powers. It was a talent like no other indeed. However, that trick still proved inadequate. Voom! Golden fiery wings spread and devastating power of flames burst in the air. An incredibly huge golden raven appeared and blocked out the sky. It seemed as if the space itself was being assailed by a pair of endless golden fiery wings, cutting the frozen space apart with a pair of wings like blades capable of cutting anything in its path, as Di Gang continued to come at Yi Futian. Incredible pressure soon bore down. Di Gang's imposing figure soon descended upon Yi Futian, and the golden raven covering his body lashed out with a claw of unparalleled sharpness, bashing hard into Yi Futian's absolute territory. Tremendously terrifying starlight orbited around Yi Futian, yet Di Gang's attack seemed to have tremendous penetration power. The golden flames seeped into his defenses, flaring about in the screen of starlight. Cracking noises were heard as the defensive power of the absolute territory shattered. The golden raven cried as it continued to tear at everything before it, heading straight for Yi Futian. Golden vines were seen bursting out, heading for the golden raven. The attack was, however, quickly torn apart, and Yi Futian backed away like a bolt of lightning. Despite Yi Futian being a genius like no other, the difference in planes still makes it so that it is impossible for him to defend against Di Gang's attacks. Many who were watching the fight noted to themselves. Di Gang's offensive powers were matchless among all nobles in Alchemy City, and he was second to none even when compared to all the nobles found in the barren state. Chapter 640. Di Gang stood proudly in the sky, clad head to toe in golden armor. A terrifying golden raven was by his side. This was the golden raven armor, which was incomparable when it came to offensive and defensive capabilities. Furthermore, when attacking, the armor could penetrate and tear through anything. As such, Di Gang could even rip through Yi Futian's constitution of stars. Di Gang stood proudly in the sky, clad head to toe in golden armor. A terrifying golden raven was by his side. This was the golden raven armor, which was incomparable when it came to offensive and defensive capabilities. Furthermore, when attacking, the armor could penetrate and tear through anything. As such, Di Gang could even rip through Yi Futian's constitution of stars. Di Gang continued moving forward. Right then, a surge of power exploded from Yi Futian, before streaks of light passed through him and turned into 4 dazzling rays that shot up through his body. The energy surrounding his body then began to increase rapidly, becoming scarier than before. This is one of Sage Dojan's body-refining formulas. His awakening his body's potential, Yang Jun explained, his eyes on Yi Futian. Sage Dojan was 7th in the Barren Sky ranking and the top body refinement practitioner in the Barren State. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were his disciples. With a shout, 4 streaks of bright light shot out from Yi Futian's body. The Flirting Star, Ruinous Star, Finance Star, and Gloomy Star acupoints were all activated at the same time. Instantly, the will energy in the surroundings grew stronger still. In Yi Futian's 3 years at the Holy Ji Palace, he had managed to integrate the power of many new areas of will. Those areas of will were created through a combination of martial arts and sorcery wills. When he released the limits of his body by activating 4 of the 7-star acupoints, the strength of his will had increased as well. Not only that, but Yi Futian carried immensely powerful energy within his core. His arms and legs contained explosive power too. He seemed ready to release all that energy in his body and battle it out. Di Gang glanced over at Yi Futian coolly. Expressionless, he stepped out in a bright flash of gold. Sky freezing technique, absolute territory, Yi Futian uttered, and instantly, the atmosphere in the vast area became illusory and spiritual qi swirled about violently. The entire battlefield seemed to be filled with the power of Yi Futian's will. It weighed down on everyone, and it seemed as though the sky itself would congeal. Split, Di Gang spat coldly. As a peak noble, his willpower was immense. A word from him sent a gigantic golden raven tearing through the sky, covering the entire battlefield. Its boundless flaming wings tore apart everything in the battlefield, ripping the energy to shreds. The golden raven dove towards Yi Futian in an attack. Yi Futian may have possessed terrifying noble intent, but Di Gang was not affected too greatly by it. Yi Futian possessed the bulk of a dragon, the strength and agility of a divine ape, and the flexibility and grace of a rock. In the face of Di Gang's attack, lightning moved along Yi Futian's body, and with a crackle, an improved version of the fatal entanglement spell shot out towards his opponent. However, Di Gang tore through the spell and ripped it to shreds. With the pieces of vine dancing fluttering through the sky in the aftermath. It was evident that Di Gang was powerful. With a flutter of the rock spirit's wings on his back, Yi Futian stepped out towards Di Gang, his body containing power that was incomparable by its sheer amount. Then, he sent a fist flying in Di Gang's direction. With a roar, the power of the thunder god entered his punch, making it unbeatably powerful. He's actually going to clash head-on with Di Gang? The crowd wondered to themselves. Their hearts were beating fast at the sight. It seemed like Yi Futian was being overconfident. Yet, the energy rolling off him was terrifying indeed. It did not seem like the kind of energy that belonged to grade 3 noble. Even a noble at their peak would not be this impressive. Chu Ji from the Goddess Pavilion observed with a smile. He's created his own areas of will, crafted his own spells, combined martial arts and sorcery, and integrated the body refinement techniques he learned from Sage Dojan into his attacks. Looks like one more monstrously powerful individual with the likes of Bai Luli has emerged from the Holy Ji Palace. No wonder it's the best place to train in all of the barren state. With her plane, it was natural that she would be able to intuitively see many things that were happening on the battlefield. The two men's attacks collided directly. The golden raven and the rock battled each other. A fiery golden light tore through and burned everything in its path, seemingly headed straight for Futian. Similarly, the explosive rage of the thunder god had Gang surrounded by streaks of lightning seeking to destroy him. Gang had the golden raven armor to protect himself. If it had been Gongsun Yi who was Futian's opponent this time, he would not have been able to withstand a single blow. With a thud, Futian was sent stumbling back. Gang's arm vibrated from the blow as well. The light rolling off Gang's body neutralized Futian's lightning, and Gang disappeared once again into an attack on Futian. The rock spirit's wings fluttered, and Futian charged towards Gang with no intention of retreating at all. As he lifted his arm to attack, a dazzling light emerged. With a crash, the sky rumbled, and Futian was pushed back by Gang's attack. This time, Gang did not stop, but continued in his attack. He was going to see for himself just how long Futian could sustain this battle with that body of his. The crowd looked towards the battlefield to see two bright streaks of light continuously clash with each other. Each clash made the sky rumble and the light grow brighter. Being forced back again and again by Gang's attacks, Futian's blood was rushing wildly through his body, with cracking sounds appearing from within. But his impressive physical state allowed him to endure attacks of this frightening level and continue battling. Futian's actually able to fight against Gang to this extent, exclaimed many people in the crowd in admiration. Just then, Gang paused his attack. His wings fluttered, keeping him in the sky. Staring at Futian, who was a distance away, Gang spoke, "It's indeed impressive that you've been able to endure the attacks from my golden raven armor. You have good reason to be so irreverent. However, you're still far from my level." At his words, many golden ravens appeared on Gang. With a long cry, a humongous golden raven swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws headed straight for Futian. The rock behind Futian cried out into the sky as well and spread its wings. However, the golden raven's gigantic claws latched onto the rock's wings, keeping Futian trapped where he was. At the same time, the golden raven's wings came swooping down, cutting off the space to isolate Futian. Gang came before Futian in a flash and launched a series of powerful attacks on him. Each blow contained destructive energy which rushed into Futian's body, making him wheeze and feel as though his body was about to be torn apart by the attacks. 9-part attack. Gang shouted, and with the last blow, Futian's body shook violently as though he had been pierced by the attacks, and he was sent stumbling back a good distance. Hua Jiyu and everyone else from the Holy Ji Palace watched the scene before them intently. The gazes of the powerful individuals spectating were equally sharp as well. They wondered if Gang had finally decided to get serious in the fight. This attack was probably enough to seriously injure Futian. Futian was almost pushed all the way back to the edge of the battlefield. A blindingly dazzling glow emanated through his body from the back, as if countless rays of light were shining through him. Yu Sheng's eyes glittered at the sight. He guessed that this was. Members of the Gongsun clan watched coldly. They wanted Futian to be killed. Many gazes gathered on Futian. His head bowed slightly, and light swirled around him. After this attack, would he still be able to continue fighting? "Thanks for the help," a low voice rang out, and Futian lifted his head after he spoke. Taking a step forward, Futian's body quivered violently. Instantly, countless rays of light shot through his body, bathing him in a dazzling glow. Then, 5 streaks of light shot out from Futian's body. The 5th of the 7-star acupoints, the abundant star acupoint, had been activated. Futian had activated 5 acupoints in his body. Furthermore, the martial arts energy in his body was welling up as well, and an even stronger surge of energy flowed out, creating a frightening storm around him. He's broken through another plane in his martial arts. Many people looked towards Futian in surprise. It was evident that Yi Futian was equally accomplished in martial arts and sorcery. The grade 3 noble aura he displayed just now had come from his sorcery skills. He was still a grade 4 noble in terms of martial arts, but he was only a step away from becoming a grade 3 noble in that aspect. Now, making use of Di Gang's power, Yi Futian had activated the 5th of the 7 stars acupoints and the potential within his body to break through another plane in terms of martial arts. He had finally become a complete grade 3 noble. Yi Futian trained using the incomplete heavenly manual. At the Holy Ji Palace, he had borrowed the power of the relics to train his body, and after much grueling training, his body had become incredibly strong. Now that he had reached the limits of his body and was one step to breaking through to the next plane, how could he not make good use of facing an opponent like Di Gang? As such, he had the intention to borrow the other man's power to try and break through to the next martial arts plane. And he had succeeded. Di Gang stared at Yi Futian, and a cold glint flashed through his sharp eyes. He was a little angered now. Yi Futian had made use of their battle to break through to the next martial arts plane. This was no coincidence. Yi Futian had planned it from the start. "You're welcome. Things will still end the same way though," Di Gang responded coldly. The gigantic golden raven seemed to take on a real form then. That was the ultimate form of the golden raven armor. Di Gang was not going to play around with Yi Futian anymore. A boundless fiery golden light emanated through the sky, with intense burning power. "Of course, things will still end the same way," Yi Futian replied calmly. The two had very different ideas as to how this battle would turn out. Right then, a humongous rock let out a dazzling glow above Yi Futian and seemed to become real as well. It was like an actual divine bird descending upon the world. At the same time, a giant shadow figure appeared within the divine bird. That shadow figure was created by Yi Futian, and it seemed to integrate into the divine bird. However, the real Yi Futian remained where he was, shining with a dazzling glow. "It's a Dharma body," someone announced. "It's a Dojan body, a technique taught by Sage Dojan." The more prominent characters in the crowd knew more about what Yi Futian was doing. Indeed, this was a Dojan body. The most basic form of the Dojan body was crafted based on the life spirit. The stronger the resonance Yi Futian had with the world, the stronger his areas of will would become as well. Di Gang stared coldly at Yi Futian's Dojan body. Once again, the giant golden raven slashed towards him. Yi Futian's Dojan body, the rock, struck out with its sharp claws as well, clashing with the golden raven in the air. The next moment, Di Gang appeared before Yi Futian in a flash again, aiming for another attack. However, blinding bursts of starlight appeared around Yi Futian's Dojan body. The Yi Futian within the Dojan Bodu raised his arms and concentrated an endless amount of energy within. As Di Gang charged towards him, he punched both fists forward and attacked. Instantly, countless fist shadows appeared in the space and descended like shooting stars, tearing through everything before them. Many people stared at the sky in shock. In a starry dimension, fist shadows were turning into shooting stars that flew down towards Di Gang. This was an offensive technique that Yi Futian had previously learned. Now, he had injected immensely powerful willpower into it and activated the technique with his incomparably strong body. He would name this attack Comet. Chapter 641. Over the past 2 years, Yi Futian had learned all sorts of techniques. There was the white lustrous flame, the rage of the thunder god, the sky freezing technique, and absolute territory. All these were some of the techniques he had managed to learn. Over the past 2 years, Yi Futian had learned all sorts of techniques. There was the white lustrous flame, the rage of the thunder god, the sky freezing technique, and absolute territory. All these were some of the techniques he had managed to learn. Comparatively, Yi Futian was less knowledgeable about martial arts attacks. He had mainly learned the 9 heavenly attacks, which was the strongest martial arts offensive technique there was. He only needed to train and practice as much as he could in order to continuously integrate his own realizations into the technique and use it to its full potential. The comet punch was an offensive technique Yi Futian had developed to complement the body-refining techniques he learnt from Sage Dojan. The power of martial will was integrated into the attack. Within the starry sky, each fist shone like a blindingly dazzling comet and shot straight for the gigantic golden raven. The divine bird that Di Gang had summoned as part of his golden bird armor was incomparable in its offensive capabilities, and it continuously tore apart all the comets that rained down upon it. However, the fists seemed to pour down in an endless torrent. Di Gang raised an eyebrow slightly, then charged forward once more, seeming to turn into a bright streak of light. It didn't matter how powerful or peerless Yi Futian was, any comet punch that got in his way would be all shattered. But then, a giant life spirit appeared from behind Yi Futian. It was the divine ape, which let out a long deafening roar. As Yi Futian took a step forward, so did the divine ape. The sky trembled with their movement, and in the next moment, Yi Futian lifted clenched fists and charged forward. The divine ape followed behind him, and instantly, the entire space seemed like it was about to be crushed and annihilated. The magnitude of the punch's power was shocking, seeming almost like an actual comet itself. Di Gang's golden raven armor charged forward to meet the attack, clashing directly with the comet punch. With a loud crash, Di Gang was sent flying backward. Di Gang soared through the air before stopping, his body slightly bowed. The entire sky was quiet at this very moment, for Di Gang had just been pushed back by Yi Futian. Countless eyes were on Yi Futian as he stood there, an impressive figure of immense capability. Their hearts thumped as they thought about how Yi Futian had forced Di Gang back. Di Gang was the top cultivator in all of Alchemy City. Even if Yi Futian had broken through to the next plane, he was only still a grade 3 noble. Yet he had still managed to force Di Gang back with his power. Di Kai's expression changed as well. He had initially thought that this match was going to simply be one where Yi Futian was crushed. It had not occurred to him at all that Yi Futian could be stronger than he expected. Yu Kai watched the battle quietly. After governing Alchemy City for many years, while he specialized in crafting, he also understood that martial arts were the foundation of everything. Now that a disciple from the Holy Ji Palace had arrived in Alchemy City in top form, even Di Gang would be shaken by their power. Di Gang lifted his head to look at Yi Futian. His body ramrod straight, he challenged haughtily, "You won't get a second chance from now on." As he spoke, a golden space appeared behind him. That was Di Gang's life spirit. Everyone understood the intentions behind Di Gang's speech. He was finally going to treat the battle seriously. Before this, it was obvious that he had been holding back. Di Gang had not expected to be pushed back by a mere grade 3 noble, forcing him to fight with everything he had. "You never had a chance right from the start," Yi Futian replied, equally determined. But those were just words, and anyone could brag easily. A dazzling sun chariot appeared within the golden space. In an instant, scorching, sharp energy filled the space. The chariot seemed to have been built with divine arms, with a sun shining behind it and the golden raven perched within the sun. "Go forth," Di Gang spat, and his life spirit let out a terrifying glow. A martial will illusion appeared within the space, and the alchemy pillars area seemed to be transformed into an ancient battlefield. The sun appeared high up in the sky, and the golden raven in the sun let out a long cry. The desolate battlefield contained the power to incinerate everything within it. At the same time, many chariots hurtled towards Yi Futian. Di Gang had created a destructive martial will illusion. As Yi Futian watched Di Gang, 3 streaks of light appeared. Instantly, the sun and moon hung high up in the sky along with the stars. The sun, moon, and stars had all appeared at the same time, in addition to Yi Futian's rock spirit. The sight of it all made the hearts of many thump excitedly. Just how many life spirits did this guy have? Li Futu's heart skipped a beat too. Yi Futian had released his Guqin spirit back when they were at the alchemy casino. Could it be that Yi Futian had a life spirit possessing all the elemental powers? Yi Futian saw the endless golden flames charge straight for him, filled with destructive scorching energy. The glow of the sun, moon, and stars behind him bled into each other, and it seemed like a special kind of willpower had been injected into them. Yi Futian instantly became the center of that light, where a pure white fire began to burn. That fire was the white lustrous flame. The pure white flames burned throughout the space, and when the golden fire rained down upon it, the white flames even tried to capture the golden flames as energy for itself in order to stop it from reaching Yi Futian. The chariots hurtled towards Yi Futian in a deadly attack. Lightning crackled around Yi Futian, destroying everything and attacking the chariots wildly, reducing them all to ash. But then, an ultimate chariot came rushing towards Yi Futian, emanating a destructive glow. Di Gang was driving the chariot, and behind him, the light of the sun and the golden raven covered Yi Futian and his Dojan body. Streaks of golden light descended upon him, tearing through all of Yi Futian's defenses and heading straight for him. The wheels of the chariot seemed to be made out of an extremely sharp ritual implement, making the turning wheels seem like divine blades that tore up everything in its path. Where the chariot passed, there were no signs of life at all. With such frightening energy descending upon him, though the chariot had not reached Yi Futian yet, he could feel its terrifying destructive power. He dialed up his defenses to the max and threw out a series of punches. Each punch seemed to have a distinct spirit of its own. It resonated with the surroundings to create an incredibly powerful momentum, and in addition to the powerful martial will being released at the same time, the resulting energy created seemed almost like that of an emperor's. The divine ape began to shine with a dazzling glow, and its aura grew even more savage. As the chariot descended upon Yi Futian from the sky, the divine ape gathered the energy in the surroundings and with a deafening roar, comet punches were sent flying towards it. Comet-like fists filled the air and crashed straight into the approaching chariot. The chariot tore through those fists effortlessly. It was like many stars blowing apart at the same time, and a bright light shone out across the vast space as the chariot continued advancing. However, the fists continued to pelt the chariot in an endless stream before the real fist shadow appeared. The resulting collision brought about a destructive explosion of energy within the space, with a blinding light which was painful to watch. It was like the sun itself had exploded within the sky. Some nobles in the crowd were even stunned by the sight. They felt a sense of awe at the high-level battle. Even a Grade 1 noble could clearly sense how powerful those two were. The chariot was destroyed, and Di Gang was pushed back once again. He lifted his head to look at Yi Futian. Before the battle, he had arrogantly assumed that no Grade 3 noble would have been able to face off against him. This was not blind faith, but a sure knowledge of his own power. However, this disciple of the Holy Ji Palace was somewhat baffling to him. Di Gang was not the only one who was caught off guard. Everyone else had been as well. Even Shu Qiu and the others only found out how strong Yi Futian truly was today. Over the past 2 years, he has broken through many of the relics at the Holy Ji Palace, but not once has he participated in a battle, commented Zhongli, who was also shocked. Everyone knows he has a special way about figuring out the relics. As such, many of the newcomers from his batch would go to him for advice, and he would always have a personal opinion to answer them with. It's unthinkable that he would be this strong already. He had been one of those who approached Yi Futian for advice. Phoenix had done the same as well. That was why they had come to the Alchemy City with Yi Futian. For him to have such a variety of abilities, other than the body refinement techniques and the Dojan body, he probably created them himself when he integrated his realizations of the relics into his own powers, Zui Qiancho surmised. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yi Futian had probably created those new areas of will and spells on his own, along with that punching technique which also integrated his starry power. This level of talent was awe-inspiring. When it came to battle, Yi Futian was probably good enough to go up against Shimon Hanjiang, who was at the top of the law rank. The power Di Gang had shown so far was not inferior to Shimon Hanjiang's. Upon watching this battle, Xiong Zhiqin, Bing Yi from the mortal world, Yang Ju and everyone else from the Sword Saint Villa was speechless. They could not believe that Yi Futian had gotten this strong already. Di Gang seems to be having quite a hard time. Chu Ji chuckled from where she was among the important individuals on top of the stairs. Di Kai's expression turned slightly ugly, but he felt a rush as well. Yi Futian was stronger than he thought. The energy coming from Yi Futian now didn't feel like a grade 3 nobles at all. It was even more powerful than that of a top-grade noble. However, victory would still be Di Gang's. So this is what you're so confident about? Yi Futian asked Di Gang, staring at him. Everyone's gazes hardened at the dig. Di Gang lifted his head to glare at Yi Futian before he continued, I've said before that if you were of the same plane as me, you wouldn't even be good enough to be my opponent. Now, it's my turn. Upon his words, Yi Futian stepped out impressively, standing tall and proud. As he moved, his Dojan body moved along with his actual body towards Di Gang. With the release of a spell, the space seemed to freeze over, and an immense pressure bore down onto Di Gang. This energy was way stronger than the will he had experienced previously. The divine ape swung a fist forward. The sheer power of this punch sent shockwaves through the sky and headed straight for Di Gang. Di Gang was still clad in his armor. The golden raven appeared with a dazzling light and cried out to the heavens. Its sharp claws tore apart everything in its way as it charged forward. A strange state was instantly born. Within the barren, lifeless battlefield, a golden raven screeched amidst flames descending from the sky, and its claws glinted with the magnificent shine of a divine weapon that could rip through anything. The two attacks collided, and Di Gang was sent stumbling backward yet again. However, this time, Yi Futian felt cracks appear in the fists of his Dojan body. At the same time, the bright light of the golden raven burned through the defenses of his absolute territory and came for him. Looking up, Yi Futian felt as if the illusion had grown even stronger. Sage intent, Yi Futian thought to himself. Di Gang was a top-grade noble, just one step away from becoming a sage. It was not surprising that he had understood sage intent at this level. He's gotten even stronger. Countless gazes turned towards Di Gang. He stood there proud as a god in the sky. Is he finally going to reveal the best of his abilities? If so, then the battle is probably going to come to an end, everyone thought. Many looked towards Yi Futian, only to see him laugh. Is this all you've got? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.